A very good morning to one and all logged in. On behalf of Mrs. Malini Narayanan, Chairperson NPSC, and all the executive members of National Progressive Schools Conference, it is an honor and privilege to welcome all the esteemed and distinguished dignitaries who have so kindly consented to join us from all corners of India and the world for this first of its kind virtual mega educational event today, the 48th NPSC Annual Conference 2021, celebrating the theme of reading the past and writing the future of school education. As we grappled with the tectonic shift from offline to online education caused by the microscopic coronavirus in 2020, a new normal emerged. In these testing times, NPSC members dynamically explored and successfully adapted to numerous virtual learning systems, thus upholding the motto of NPSC, that is, quality, commitment, and excellence. It is gratifying to note that the sessions of this virtual annual conference will cover a wide range of international perspectives on multifarious issues addressed by highly competent speakers from different corners of the globe. The miracle of technology, ladies and gentlemen, has indeed blurred boundaries and brought us together in a virtual world. So, without further ado, let us begin with this event with an invocation song rendered soulfully by the talented students of Delhi Public School, Sector 45 Gurugram, ITL Public School, Dwarka, Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan's Mehta Vidyalay, and Army Public School, Shankar Vihar, New Delhi. वक्रतुंड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभः निर्विघ्न कुरु मे देव शुभ कार्येषु सर्वदा. With this appeal to Lord Ganesh, let us begin with the conference with a welcome address by Mrs. Malini Narayanan, Chairperson NPSC and Principal, Army Public School, Shankar Vihar, New Delhi.
Thank you, Monica. A very good morning and a hearty welcome to all the dignitaries, special guests, colleagues, friends for the first ever annual conference and a virtual one at that. I would like to extend my salutations to His Excellency, the Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, Shri Anil Baijalji. Respected sir, your close association with the NPSC spans over 4 decades. Your support as the then Director of Education was imminent in the nurturing of the NPSC in its formative years. Dr. Rajni Kumar and the founding members of this prestigious organization fondly recall your invaluable contribution in shaping this to its present exalted form, sir. So it is with a great sense of nostalgia that I welcome you to this conference. Sir, as an erudite scholar, a humane administrator, your decisions have always kept children at the core and center of all policies. Thank you so much for sparing your very valuable time for us. We are also joined by Mr. Eric Folt. He's got a little delayed because of network issues, but I would extend a warm welcome. Mr. Eric Folt is the Director, UNESCO Representative for India, Bhutan, Maldives, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. His exemplary role in the guidance of UNESCO India, particularly during the pandemic, has been commendable. Recently, the state education report released by the UNESCO under his leadership had some very insightful observations on digitization of education using distance learning and digital too. His thoughts were truly inspiring, and therefore we couldn't have thought of anyone else but him for the keynote address today. And I hope to welcome him the moment he joins.
I'm here.
Oh, great. Wonderful. And I'm so grateful that you consented to be a part of the inaugural session. Thank you so much. A cordial welcome to our international speakers who kindly consented to address us over the 2 days of the conference. I would also like to extend a very joyous welcome to our colleagues and friends from our international partner schools across the world. A very, very special welcome goes to the 2,500 educators of the NPSC member schools who've joined us virtually this morning. And a big thank you to all the principals of their schools for facilitating this. This 48th annual conference would be etched in the history of the NPSC as an inflection point for more than one reason. It is the first ever virtual conference of the NPSC. It is the first conference in which our international partner schools are joining us, which wasn't a possibility otherwise because of logistics. We have close to 2,500 educators across the world who would spend 2 fruitful days collaborating and learning from each other. Over 20 renowned international speakers join us for this conference. But most importantly, the presence of His Excellency, the Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, Shri Anil Baijalji, and Mr. Eric Folt, Director, UNESCO, Representative for India, is the high point of this event. Thank you so much for being with us this morning. Some of you may have attended the conference last year, the 47th conference, and you could recall the theme of the conference. It was titled, The Winds of Change. It seemed to be a presentiment, an intuition of the disruption that followed, though we didn't predict it. never ever had everything that we had known and were familiar with become so obsolete and archaic so suddenly. All educational models and strategies seemed extraneous and grossly inadequate during the pandemic. But that is what pushed us all into accelerating our digital competencies to the need of the new age and to a novel standard. The mission to reach out to the last child while setting new goals for ourselves every day was truly challenging and became an every morning endeavor. I'm happy to share that even during this difficult period, we've been able to live up to the motto of the NPSC, which is quality, commitment, and excellence. As one of the largest public forums in the country, we knew that our role in the year 2020 would be very different. Someone famously remarked that education is a shared commitment between dedicated teachers, motivated students, and enthusiastic parents with high expectations. NPSC has always been a harbinger of innovation, enterprise, and dynamism. And we understand our role as impactful change makers in society. The NEP 2020, built on the four pillars of quality, accountability, equity, and access, comes with an affirmation of positive change. Therefore, our deliberations on the theme, reading the past and writing the future of school education, would focus on the most current points of departure, the concerns that the youth of the world are decoding for themselves today. Be it multiculturalism or building social emotional skills and resilience, or filling the huge learning gaps that would be encountered by us when the children finally return to school. These are concerns that are voiced in the corridors of schools across the world. Our conversation would also weave around developing metacognitive skills in our educators to work in the schools of the future. The annual conference is also a celebration of each other's achievements, because in the words of Robert John Meehan, I quote, "The most valuable resource that all educators have is each other. Without collaboration, our growth is limited to our own perspectives," unquote. With these words, I would once again like to accord a very, very warm welcome to all our esteemed guests for their gracious presence. Come join us on this incredible learning journey of reading the past and writing the future of school education. Thank you once again and welcome to the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your perceptive and enthusiastic address. A critical element of high-performing school systems is that they successfully create learning opportunities according to the changing circumstances, needs, aspirations, and challenges faced by the learners, just like the unprecedented pandemic in the year 2020. The NPSC schools believe in innovating and implementing the most effective teaching learning practices through teamwork and collaboration. So let me request Dr. Sudha Acharya, Secretary NPSC and Principal ITL Public School Dwarka, to present the annual report 2021.
Namaskar. Good morning, August gathering. When the world is in midst of change, when adversity and opportunity are almost indistinguishable, this is the time for visionary leadership, when leaders need to look beyond. A very hearty welcome to all the distinguished guests. It is my honor and proud privilege to present the report for the 48th NPSC Annual Conference. We all know that COVID-19 has affected nearly 1.6 billion learners across the globe. In order to mitigate the potentially devastating consequences of this pandemic and preventing a learning crisis from becoming a generational catastrophe, required urgent action from all the stakeholders, especially from the teaching fraternity. As a transformative force, our teachers, as Corona warriors, were swift to respond, reimagine, adopt, and ushered in the spirit to take on the task of online teaching to reach out to the last child. In these challenging times, NPSC schools stood proud and pursued with the commitment to fulfill the motto of quality, commitment, and excellence in education through collaborative efforts, through mutual consultation, coordination, and communication. All our efforts made in a short time to respond to this disruption reminded us that change is the only constant. Hence, we seized the opportunity to find new ways to address the learning crisis and brought about a set of solutions previously considered difficult to implement. Together, the dynamic and diverse team of NPSC schools rallied around a shared vision of actively engaging in bridging the digital divide, gap between school and family, and taking care of mental well-being of students. Simultaneously, we experimented and explored, focusing on how to learn rather than what to learn, and we with a blended and integrated teaching learning process. Amidst looking for alternative and effective ways of amalgamating our heads, hearts, and hands, we had the announcement of the visionary and transformative New Education Policy 2020 with the aim to make education accessible, equitable, inclusive, and affordable. This omnibus policy aimed to eliminate stress in children and empowering them with 21st century skills and competencies. The year 2021 ushered with the complex challenges of reopening of schools, thereby rebooting and redefining the relevance of education in the present scenario. This required stringent protocols and following of parameters such as ensuring safety of all, listening to the voices of all concerned, and coordinating with parents as partners, including the health community. Today, our students are back to the place they belong. We teaching fraternity are walking by their side, trying to minimize the learning gaps, setting grounds for blending with the new normal and taking care of their social and emotional well-being. The greatest lesson learned by humanity was that we are all in this together. Life doesn't get easier, rather than we get more resilient. In the face of adversity of our choices are defined. We could either get bitter or better. So we bettered ourselves. The only saving grace is that nothing lasts forever, neither will this pandemic. Forum, can I have my presentation, please? So now I'm going to present a report of our virtual engagement with our partnering schools, with all the NPSC schools, our activities during the lockdown period mostly. So, can I have the next slide? Yeah, this is virtual empowerment sessions conducted by the NPSC schools. Next, please. An interaction with Mr. Anurag Kundu, Chairperson, Delhi Commission for Protection of Child Rights, was held on 11th April 2020 for universal access to online classes and reaching out to the last child. NPSC schools through Donate a Gadget campaign could reach out to the last child. So we discussed all the nitty-gritties of reaching out to the last child. Next slide, please. An online debate competition was organized by Brainwaves for UNESCO on the topic, My Biggest Learning During the Lockdown, to encourage students to find opportunity in crisis. The event was held in partnership with NPSC on 15th April 2020. Next, please. An informative session to provide guidelines for schools to deal with cyber harassment was conducted by Mrs. Diya Kapoor, Advocate High Court Delhi, 23rd April 2020. It provided substantial guidance by courageously combating cyber offenses. Next, please. An interaction with the NPSC school students with Shri Manish Sisodiya ji, Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, was held on 3rd May 2020. Another meeting with Sri Manish Sisodiya, the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, was held on 7th May 2020 with the teachers, highlighting on private-public school partnership. We entered into the partnership with Speak Mackay on 18th May 2020 for the Anubhav program held between 1st June to 7th June. We facilitated our enhanced language competency virtually in collaboration with the British Council and Goethe Institute on 28 May 2020. Pedagogical Leadership Program for Principals by Chrysalis was organized for effective nurturing of young learners on 15 June 2020, helping educators to imbibe the crux of pedagogy. A learning session on principle of item writing was conducted by ASER for teachers of the NPSC schools on 18 June 2020. An interaction with Advocate Kamal Gupta, the High Court of Delhi, was held on 19 June 2020 to comprehend the legal nuances of dealing with Delhi Education Act. We partnered with Speak Mackay for Parampara program held from 21st to 28 June 2020 for understanding the integration of art with education. We offered our next one with a lot of, we offered our heartfelt tribute to the great academic stalwart Sri Surat Prakash Ji through a prayer meeting, which was organized on 29 June 2020. The magnanimity of the impactful leader was recalled. Great guide whose life is a lesson for us. This was a huge loss for the educational fraternity. Our partnership with UNESCO was strengthened by conducting workshops, numerous workshops for teachers, and one of the workshops for teachers on gender sensitivity on 1st July to sensitize the issues related to gender equality was held. Titled Mentalities, thus mitigating the constructive step for emergence of an unbiased community. Gender equality was the focus. An interactive session with Dr. Sayam Bharadwaj, Examination Controller of CBSE, was held on 24 July 2020 on new alternatives, reassessing assessment for coping up with the ever-evolving educational scenario. In an interactive session with Sri Manoj Ahuja, IAS, Chairperson CBSE, an evolving roadmap in learning was held on 30th July 2020. A souvenir, NPSC souvenir, was released to mark the evolving trends in education. An analytical webinar was organized on 5th August 2020 to highlight the effect of national education policy on schools. A panel discussion was held for articulating the curriculum on integrating with art on 13th August 2020. A live webinar was organized on recalibrating teaching learning of maths, showing novel ways for teaching and understanding the mathematical concepts on 14th August 2020. A webinar on the NEP 2020 was held on 17th August, discussing on strengthening skill competencies for 21st century. An edifying session on NEP again was held on 21st August 2020 in concurrence with the experiential learning. A stimulating session was held on 25th August, highlighting the relevance of our early childhood care and education. Mr. Sailendra Sharma articulated significant views on childhood care and concerns. In association with Speak Mackay, Shiksha Ka Sandesh was held on 15th September to celebrate Teachers' Day, our special occasion. Pandit Hariprasad Chaurasia and Dr. Kiran Seth graced the occasion. An interesting webinar on holistic well-being was held on 25th November 2020 with the title, Let's Resume with Heartening Vigor Towards Sospita. Lieutenant General Madhuri Kanitkar, AVSM, VSM, enlightened us with her lofty views. So these are all the virtual engagements we did as a group, as a progressive group of schools under the banner of NPSC. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for a comprehensive presentation of the Annual Report 2021. Sri Aurobindo, the great Indian philosopher, yogi, guru, and poet had imagined the ideal teacher as a catalyst, making the young mind aware of the infinite possibilities present in him or her. From Socrates conversing with Plato to Rabindranath Tagore Guru seeking to make a difference in a poet's school, and Paulo Freire nurturing the vision of a dialogic teacher, the great ideals and practices have always given a new meaning to teaching and learning. But have these exalted ideals started to fall apart in the difficult times we live in? Ladies and gentlemen, let me invite the keynote speaker, Mr. Eric Falt, Director and UNESCO representative to India, Bhutan, Maldives, and Sri Lanka to elucidate on an extremely relevant topic titled Dynamismos, Contemplating Conventions to Conceptualize the Future.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all of you. Thank you for the invitation to join you. I'm very honored to be here for the 48th annual conference of the National Progressive Schools Conference. First and foremost, to all the principals and teachers, I would like to really pay my respect to all of you for the tremendous amount of hard work that you have been putting through over the past years, but even more so since the global pandemic hit the world. We must remember that over the past 1 year, schools have not been closed, but only school buildings have been closed. And this is a way to acknowledge that the teachers and the staff have been working tirelessly to ensure that learning never stops. And I would like to assure all teachers that we realize the crucial role that you are playing in every education system. Our Director General of UNESCO, Ms. Azoulay, has several times remarked on the importance of teachers. To address the theme of today's event, contemplating convention to conceptualize the future, I would like to backtrack a little bit into history and remind all of us that it was back in 1989 that education for all was accepted as a fundamental human right in the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child. In India, of course, you're all aware that education for all is also enshrined in the Indian Constitution in the form of the Right to Education Act, which was passed in 2009. Quality education is of paramount importance for economic prosperity, health and well-being, and promotion of peace and equality. Indeed, it is, we like to call it an investment for the future of a nation, any nation, even more so in the current circumstances. In the context of India, an overall understanding of its education sector is that quantity, that is, getting students enrolled in school and access to education, is more or less achieved. However, here too, there's still some percentages of students who are amongst the underserved, and education is still probably a far-fetched dream for them due to the multi-dimensional inequalities present in any society. For instance, we still see discrimination on the basis of gender, class, and religion, which continue to exist and highlight the overlapping social and cultural inequalities that we need to tackle in the near future. Again, this is not something that is unique to India. It is happening in every country, and this is something we must tackle, as you've already said in the past, together. And furthermore, post the global pandemic, we will probably see, we've already seen a significant shift from physical learning to digital learning platforms that has also been witnessed. And that is something that needs to be very carefully considered. It can be a good thing. It can also, it will also highlight the digital divide that exists across and within countries. And this is something that can actually increase inequality. So we have to be very careful about this particular aspect. While quantity, as I said, may have been achieved, access to online education is something that need to be very carefully considered, and moving forward a strategy to reach the unreached is crucial. For India, as again has already been mentioned, the new education policy is a wonderful starting point. It is a landmark, and it was waited for, of course, a number of years. The policy has many welcome reforms when we talk about gender equality, foundational learning, holistic learning, and generally improving the learning outcomes of children. The government has tried to tackle the COVID crisis head on, in particular by coming up with digital solutions. And we certainly are also delighted to note that the policy is in line with Sustainable Development Goal, which advocates for equitable quality education for all. Inclusive education is given high importance in the NEP as it advocates for holistic learning experiences, and UNESCO, for one, firmly believes that holistic education can only be achieved if access to education is also met with access to quality learning. Within inclusive education, gender is also a very strong priority of UNESCO. And we've had a chance, I had a chance myself to discuss with the Minister of Education and support the notion that there's a great emphasis on gender equality in the NEP. It's very important. In addition to inclusive education, the next aspect that I want to emphasize is technical and vocational education and training, TVET. This is the other important subject within the education sector, which has very much received the attention it deserves in the new education policy. We often talk in India of the demographic dividend, but the aspirations of youth and the skill requirements of the growing economy all really hinge on a well-functioning technical and vocational education and training ecosystem for achieving the inclusive and equitable growth that, of course, everybody aspires to, and that will propel the country to the next phase of socioeconomic development. But here I must say that the NEP has truly reimagined vocational education and has given it the impetus that it deserves. TVET is actually a priority for our UNESCO New Delhi office as well. Only 2 months ago, we launched our second State of the Education report, which was entitled Vocational Education First. This is a report which aims to serve as a reference tool for enhancing and influencing the policies and programs related to skills development in India. It outlines a set of 10 practical recommendations that should be adopted to help achieve the stated vision for TVET in the country. And there again, we've had a chance to discuss it at length with all of the decision makers and the stakeholders. If you are not familiar with it, perhaps you can look at this report online. I would have, of course, liked to get into much more detail, but we don't have time today. I want to mention, however, something that I've already alluded to, which is the critical role of teachers in conceptualizing the future of our education systems. I want to repeat what I've already said, that teachers are essentially the backbone of each and every education system, and we need to ensure that there is enough capacity development of the teachers. And here I would invite all principals to allow all teachers to have a voice of their own and encourage them to come up with new ideas to build an innovative future as we look to adapt to these difficult times. I know you're all doing that already, but it's important to say it again and again. And actually, I'm delighted to share with you that UNESCO New Delhi's next flagship report, our State of the Education report for India 2021, is actually going to focus on teachers. We will provide an in-depth analysis of the current state of teachers in India, highlighting best practices and recommendations. And we hope that the report will serve as a reference tool for enhancing the implementation of the national education policy of India and realizing more specifically target 4C of the Sustainable Development Goals. And we have a number of research studies associated with that. This is a report that we are hoping to release on the occasion of World Teachers Day 2021, so that's early September. At the global level, we've also been putting a significant amount of effort as everyone to deal with the COVID-19 crisis. Given today's topic for discussion, I wanted to share with you or remind you, if you're already aware, that UNESCO has a specific initiative which aims to address the futures of education. This is a global initiative and an ambitious attempt to, I would say, rethink education and help shape the future. The initiative is catalyzing a global debate on how education, learning, and knowledge need to be reimagined in a world of admittedly increasing complexity, uncertainty, and precarity. As part of this initiative, UNESCO has actually appointed a high-level international commission of thought leaders with diverse expertise and perspectives from the world, not just of education, but we have some political leaders, leaders from the arts, science, and business world. The International Commission is going to prepare a report which will be released in November 2021. This is a very important landmark for us. And we hope that it will provide a global agenda, again, for action and discussion by policymakers and practitioners. It promises to be one of these, landmark documents that come back every so many years. We've actually prepared a video for the initiative, which all of the participants today can access if you would like, using the UNESCO YouTube page. Moving forward, and in order to conceptualize the future, there are a couple of things which are imperative. One is regular monitoring and evaluation of school activities in order to understand what has worked and what has not worked. Not going through this procedure can often leave us in a vicious circle wherein we keep repeating the same mistakes and not adapt wherever necessary. Again, this is true all over the world. So to all the teachers who are present here, I would like to encourage you to be innovative and share your new ideas of teachings with the students too. At the same time, it's crucial to take note of these activities, the activities that are impactful and are increasing the learning outcomes of students. It's a learning curve for all of us, and I can assure you that we will be standing next to you if you would like. Secondly, from a policy perspective, it's important to outline that a clear implementation strategy is required. There's a great new NEP, and of course now is the question of the implementation. Keeping in mind the diverse communities of India, it is very important to lay out a clear plan of action that is achievable. Support to school education systems through a decentralized method can be one way to tackle this issue. On paper, many of those things already exist and are part of the policy, but there still remains gaps, and effective communication is definitely required for the implementation. So to summarize, I think it's important to understand that to successfully achieve Sustainable Development Goal 4, along with the other SDGs which relate to it, there is a need to build an education system which closes the gap on inequalities by ensuring access to quality education regardless of a child's economic status, social identity, or any other vulnerability which might restrict access to quality schooling. So once again, thank you very much for inviting me for this important conference. It has been a pleasure to be with you this morning.
Thank you, sir, for reflecting upon such a crucial topic, contemplating conventions to conceptualize the future. That learning needn't stop anywhere and for anyone and under any circumstances, and for promising such encouraging programs for us teachers in the future. We are truly grateful, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in according a warm and hearty welcome to the Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, Shri Anil Baijal ji, once again, who has obliged us with his gracious presence as the chief guest of the inaugural session today. NEP 2020 envisions a transformation of the Indian education system from information-centric to new knowledge and innovation-centric, thus focusing on creativity and lifelong learning. NPSC schools are committed to produce learners who can self-evolve and adapt to the changing needs of tomorrow. So let me now request the chief guest, Shri Anil Baijalji, the Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, to please share his invaluable views and address the conference.
Bless you all today on the occasion of 48th Annual National Progressive Schools Conference. At the outset, I wish to congratulate all the members of the NPSC Council for their work of almost 5 decades in teaching and learning practices, helping policy making, scholastic and co-scholastic initiatives, and reforms in education. I've been asked to speak on reading the past and writing the future of school education. But I would attempt to tweak the title a little and to talk about the future of education by focusing on my reading of the present and immediate months that have gone by. As I address you virtually through a video conference, due to the constraint of the ongoing pandemic, I'm indeed tempted to look into the opportunity that the new normal has presented to us. Today, technology has truly bridged the physical gaps between us and has connected us irrespective of distance, place, or time. It is now up to us as to how we harness this newly found capital and make the most of it to bridge the prevalent gap in our education system. Dr. Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan had said, the future of our country is shaped in our classrooms. And I am a firm believer of this, even though the very definition of our classrooms seems to be undergoing a colossal change. What is taught and the way it is taught, curriculum and pedagogy will shape and determine the mindset of tomorrow's leaders today. This in turn will also determine the fate of our country and the world at large. We have seen our great nation weather many a storm, but I can say with certainty, the one that we are dealing with because of COVID-19 is unprecedented. Apart from disrupting day-to-day life in general, it has drastically altered the way schools and colleges operate. To my mind, the world at large and the education sector in particular can and should treat this adversity as an epochal opportunity. Today, classrooms have breached their physical boundaries and transcended campuses. The new global normal involves online classes at home through television, laptops, and apps on mobile phones. Even in our country, the government has been encouraging online education to achieve academic continuity and ensure enrollments, and schools, colleges, and universities have more or less shifted to the online method of imparting education. While I do agree that the shift may have caused some initial glitches, especially for our teaching staff having to learn about the new media and the software, but there can be no denying the fact that online education has democratized education like never before. With ample technological support, education can indeed become universal, a goal that is unquestionably desirable. I believe students are finding it as welcome change from the strict schedules, heavy school bags, and long-distance commutes to attend the classes. We cannot ignore that learning online, a student has access to unlimited topics and global experts in niche subjects, something otherwise not affordable or imaginable for many. Online programs also allow people of all age groups to learn at their own pace without inhibitions and without compromising on their other responsibilities. Hence, many people who for some reason had not been able to complete their education would find it much easier to do so now. Furthermore, many teachers are making the best of this situation by exploring new methods of teaching and assessment. Research shows that students retain 25 to 60% more when learning online, compared to only 8 to 10% in a classroom. This is mostly due to the students being able to learn faster online, as e-learning requires 40 to 60% less time to learn than in traditional classroom settings, because students can learn at their own pace, going back and rereading, skipping, or accelerating through concepts as they choose. What's the way forward? Friends, the disruptive change brought about during these times also provides us with an opportunity to reorient and align ourselves with the larger goal of skilling and ensuring employability, and also adopting the objectives set forth in the visionary New Education Policy, NEP to 2020. One can say that the current shift to online learning could be the catalyst for creating a new, more effective method of educating students, and it is incumbent upon all of us to explore its full potential. We can successfully move towards virtual schools and digital platforms for imparting education in the remotest villages of our country. It will be worth underlining here that apart from achieving almost universal reach, this would also cut costs drastically in terms of capital as well as recurrent expenditure that are required to establish and run schools and colleges. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, another aspect of this paradigm shift towards online teaching and learning and the isolation of each learner is that it has compelled all stakeholders to accept the fact that what matters is not completion of the written curriculum, but the recognition of students' diverse needs. The teacher's primary task is now to guide students to seek all possibilities by providing online resources and enable them. This in turn should drive authorities to design a framework for need-based curriculum that provides multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary learning modules. These modalities should be such as to make the child survive, compete, and contribute to the existing and future demands of the 21st century. Having outlined the way forward, it will only be prudent to look at the pitfalls and limitations on the way ahead. In this regard, the widening digital divide, as has been mentioned by my previous speaker, that the widening digital divide and the limited penetration of internet is something that needs to be addressed by all stakeholders, most of all the governments in a mission mode. Similarly, the near absence of physical activities and outdoor sports will only get accentuated the more we shift to online education. With myopia, obesity, depression, anxiety, and stress having emerged as established byproducts of our exposure to digital screen, the onus will lie upon parents and teachers to ensure and achieve a healthy balance. As I conclude, I would like to again remind our dear respected teachers that you have the responsibility of shaping tomorrow's citizens of the nation. You have to handle this metaphorically plasticine material very carefully. You have to handle this, you have to inculcate in them the importance of morality in one's conduct, not just in terms of integrity, but also in one's habits and relationships with others. You have to ensure that our children not only learn how to make a living, but get trained in making it life itself. As we go ahead, we will have to develop our own unique solutions in context of India, and I do hope that our Honorable Prime Minister says that these solutions are made in India. I thank you once again for having given me this opportunity. It's been great participating in your discussions. I am taking some learning lessons, which I would try and see how we can apply in our schools. Thank you once again. May I now take leave of this conference? I have another video starting at 12, which is 5 minutes from now. So thank you very much once again for giving me this opportunity. I'm delighted to be with you. And may God bless you, your institutions, and your children and teachers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your words of encouragement and motivation. I'm sure they'll go a long way in supplementing NPSC's belief in reimagining futuristic education systems. With that, we come to the end of an extremely illuminating and informative inaugural session. May I now request Dr. Anshu Tandon, Vice Chairperson NPSC and Principal Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan's Mehta Vidyalay, to kindly propose a vote of thanks, please.
Thank you, Monica. A very warm and cherishing morning to His Excellency, our most distinguished Chief Guest, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, Shri Anil Baijal, our most esteemed dignitary, Shri Eric Falt, Director and UNESCO representative to India, Maldives, Bhutan, and Sri Lanka. Our most honored invitees, my fellow principals and teachers present today in this August online gathering. It is my proud privilege to have been asked to propose the vote of thanks on the occasion of 48th NPSC Annual Conference on Reading the Past, Writing the Future of School Education. The annual conference of NPSC has always been an expression of our abiding commitment to quality education and to the welfare of our students. On behalf of the NPSC fraternity, I deem it an honor and privilege to extend a hearty vote of thanks in absentia to His Excellency, Honorable Shri Anil Baijal, Lieutenant Governor of Delhi. We are indeed venerated by your kind presence and grateful for your, from the core of our hearts, for sparing time from your very busy schedule to grace this occasion. Sir, today we had an opportunity to hear your thoughts, and this will surely provide us encouragement for our future endeavors. As part of NPSC group of schools, I confirm that the current shift to online learning is definitely a catalyst towards better and universal learning opportunities catering to the students' diverse needs. My sincere gratitude to Shri Eric Falt for sharing his valuable thoughts on conceptualizing the future. We believe that every student and every educator have to upskill to set them up for success in building the future they want for themselves. You very rightly said that in the past 1 year, it was only the school buildings that was closed. As educators, we were all working hard to take forward the process of learning through many innovative ways on the digital learning platform. We understand, sir, that to reach the unreached is crucial. But I assure you that as group of NPSC schools, we are all moving forward firmly to bring up quality and equality. I express my deep and sincere thanks to you, sir, for sharing your opinion today. I wish to conclude with a quote by Susan Gale. The end of one chapter is just the beginning of another. Our journey in the quest of excellence in education continues, and yet another chapter will unfold in the following year. Thanks to one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. NPSC is a dynamic body, believing in reforms through teamwork and partnerships. The UN NPSC calendar is a testimony to our synergized efforts in holistic education. This year's calendar is a tribute to NEP's thrust towards imbibing the Indian ethos through integration of Indian art and culture in teaching and learning. The colorful calendar features 24 winning entries from over 52 member schools created by our multi-talented students. Let me now request Mr. Eric Falt, Director and UNESCO India Representative, Mr. Rajiv Chandran, Officer in Charge, UN Information Center for India and Bhutan, along with Mrs. Malini Narayanan, Chairperson NPSC, Dr. Anju Tandon, Vice Chairperson NPSC, Dr. Sudha Acharya, Secretary NPSC, Dr. Aditi Misra, Joint Secretary NPSC, and Ms. Sharmila Raheja, Principal Uttam School for Girls, Ghaziabad, to kindly release the UN NPSC calendar 2021. Thank you, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now present a video of the e-version of the UN NPSC calendar 2021. Dear audience, we are truly grateful to our keynote speaker and most special guest, Mr. Eric Falt, for joining us for the release of the UN NPSC calendar. A special word of gratitude also goes out to Mr. Rajiv Chandran for the creative collaboration and its release. Thank you. NPSC cherishes the priceless contribution and constructive efforts of its former members and expresses its gratitude and indebtedness to them by conferring the Lifetime Achievement Award. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Shri S.L. Jain Ji, the winner of Lifetime Achievement Award this year. Jain Sir has been a visionary on an illustrious journey spanning half a century in the field of education. We felicitated this legendary educationist at an earlier date and are proud to present a recording of the felicitation ceremony in the conference today. We would request Shri S.K. Bhattacharya Ji, Life Member and erstwhile Chairperson NPSC, along with Mrs. Malini Narayanan, Chairperson NPSC, to present a citation plaque to Shri S.L. Jain Ji, acknowledging his perseverance and tenacity to bring excellence in the field of education. Let me now request Dr. Usha Ram, Honorary Member and Ex-Chairperson NPSC, to confer a token of our heartfelt gratitude to Shri S.L. Jain Sir. Let me now request Dr. Amita Mullavatal, former Chairperson NPSC and Principal, Springdale School, Pusa Road, to present a token of our indebtedness to Jain Sir for his tireless efforts. Continuing with our felicitation, finally, let me request Ms. Sadhna Bhalla, ex-chairperson NPSC and Principal Meera Model School, Janakpuri, to felicitate Shri S.L. Jain ji for his commitment and dedication to education. A huge round of applause for him once again, please. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Congratulations, sir. Heartiest congratulations. We would request Shri S.L. Jain ji to please join me on the dais.
Hello, everyone. It is hard for me to put this feeling into words. I am thrilled to express my words into a speech on such a momentous occasion of my life. I am very much pleased and humbled to receive this beautiful Lifetime Achievement Award. I never thought that one day I will be honored with this award. But without any supporting pillars of life who always cheered and guided me without any obligations, I would have never received this award. I would like to first thank my family, management of MSMS, my seniors who were great pillars behind my work. I want to dedicate this award to all members of NPSC. The cooperation, understanding, and the constant support gave us the fruitful results. Even though all of us work overtime, we never back off. My salutes to all of you. To everyone who has been a part of my life and a part of this journey, wholeheartedly thank you and express my gratitude. Every drop in the ocean counts, and I would never forget those who helped me sail through troubled waters, for they deserve part of the reward. This award will be an essential part of my life. It will motivate me for the rest of my future always. My profound and warmest thanks, and I truly appreciate the kindness and love shown to me. Thank you very much, Malini. Thank you very much, Bhattacharya sir, Sadhana ji, Selection Committee. Thank you, NPSC. Thank you, past chairpersons. I would like to say, शुक्रिया है दोस्तों मेरी ज़िंदगी में आने के लिए, हर लम्हे को इतना खूबसूरत बनाने के लिए। आप हैं तो हर खुशी पर मेरा नाम लिखा गया। मुझे शुक्रिया मुझे इतना खुशनसीब बनाने के लिए। और वाटल जी, शुक्रिया मुझे जैन से जस्टिस बनाने के लिए। Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am grateful from the bottom of my heart. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Well, that was truly a spectacular achievement of a lifetime of dedication and commitment. Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin with the first session of the conference now. Though the virus threw the entire world into an unprecedented crisis, it also brought into focus the vulnerability and futility of international borders. As the virus brought devastation and misery to rich and poor nations in equal measure, the need for bolstering a multicultural outlook has become stronger than ever. It is with this thought in mind that we start the annual conference with a stimulating discussion on the dynamic topic, multiculturalism for fostering global partnerships. Let me introduce you to the very illustrious panelists of this session. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Hamish Curry, Executive Director, Asia Education University of Melbourne, Australia. As the Executive Director of the Asia Education Foundation, he firmly believes in equipping educators and students with the intercultural learning and global perspectives. We would also accord a hearty welcome to Dr. Kevin House, Director of the Institute for Learning and Research with Dulwich College International, Singapore. Dr. Kevin House is a senior education executive with a demonstrated track record of leading innovation and change. The third panelist for the session is Ms. Arihia Sterling, Principal Na Tupperware School, New Zealand. She has worked as a community volunteer in Kapahaka, Na Manokorero Maori male mentoring programs and IT collaborative school cloud project for tribal schools. Welcome, ma'am. Finally, we have Mr. Rajiv Chandran, Officer in Charge, UN Information Center for India and Bhutan, who is committed to catalyzing youth on universal values espoused by the United Nations. Our moderator for this session is one who is an illustrious orator herself. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Dr. Amita Mullah Wattal, Principal, Springdale School, Pusa Road. Ms. Aditi Mishra, Joint Secretary NPSC and Director Principal, Delhi Public School, Sector 45, Gurugram, has kindly consented to be the rapporteur for the session. Let me now invite Dr. Amita Mullah Wattal to welcome the speakers and begin the session, please.
Thank you very much, Monica. I hope that I'm audible. I hope that I'm audible, Monica.
Yes,
You are,
yes, ma'am, you
Thank
are.
you, thank you. Thank you very much, Mani. And what a pleasure it is to be here this morning, and especially among friends. I'd like to say that for over 40 years now, I have been an integral part of this forum, and it's a platform that gives varied experts and progressive leaders to share their views and discuss issues which are so relevant. And what is absolutely profound is that we have been joined today by friends from across the globe. So it gives me great pleasure to be part of this particular discussion by moderating the session for such a distinguished panel among us, that is Hamish and Kevin and Arihia, and of course my friend, and I would always call him co-conspirator, Mr. Rajiv Chandran. So now the COVID has brought in a very different understanding of multiculturalism, because it means that we have to sort of live together in a world where we sort of ensure that whether it's economy or disease or climate or all aspects that impact mankind are seamlessly moving across the globe. And so the perception of multiculturalism has changed a great deal. And in fact, the picture is completely changed. It's irrespective of where we live, what we do, we become sort of multicultural without even having an exchange programs. And we can no longer live in a sort of a bubble where we say that this is my pocket of prosperity and this is his pocket of poverty. In fact, it's all interrelated. So all our panelists today are with themselves great educators and heads of institutions, which resonate with the understanding of diversity and belief, and in creating a common humanity, which will enable our children to live in mutual levels of empowerment. So I would say that they're voyagers in learning, in whom the two registers of life, action and thought meet. And as we said yesterday when we met, that we are living in the best of times and in the worst of times. And there are so many juxtapositions of ideas and leaderships and governance. In fact, three of our speakers, Mr. Hamish Curry, Dr. Kevin House, and Ariha Sterling, are working in Australia, Singapore, and in New Zealand, which all have within them multicultural and multilingual realities with a variety of languages. And of course, Mr. Rajiv Chandran, who I would say that 5 years ago was a very important part of UN at 70, and the NPSC at that point, when I was the chair, we came on the high table with Moon, and we released our first calendar, which has been going on now for 5 years. So I'm so pleased that Rajiv is with us, because he was the big voyager in this journey. So without much ado, I would like to call upon all our panelists. And in the first instance, I'd be very happy if you could share your thoughts on your institutions or your schools. And how do you keep up the demands of a changing global understanding? And how do you bring in this whole cultural sort of connect and awareness within your organizations? I mean, I know that Hamish is a director, and he has innumerable schools in Indonesia, in Papua New Guinea, in China, across the globe he works with. And so also we have Kevin, who is at Dulwich College, and which is a very prestigious and traditional college, and has worked across the world. And of course, Ariha, who works wonderfully with indigenous communities, and Rajiv, who will bring us his own perspective of how the UN looks at multiculturalism, because that is what the UN is all about in many ways. So I was wondering whether we could have deliberations of 5 minutes each, because there's so much more that we want to hear from you. And we are all strapped for time, but we're going to hold you captive until we get the last bit out of you. So without much ado, I would like to ask Riha, as for fear of sounding sexist, but there's the women amongst us in this. So Ariha, would you like to start off with your sort of views on the whole idea of multicultural indigenous learning in New Zealand?
Oh, kia ora everybody. Welcome. Kia ora everybody and welcome. Greetings from New Zealand. I'd like to just thank the Heinz House for bringing us here together in this world platform in a time that is very uncomfortable and in our world where we feel unsafe a lot, but it's so good to know that we can reach out to each other over these sort of forums. I'd like to just touch upon the whole idea of multiculturalism, and I would like to suggest that we look at what does it look like what does it mean by getting back to ourselves? Because when we reach into our own ingenuity, that we look at what that means for us to be the best person that we can be within our own cultural constructs and constraints, our culture and our customs. So the question is, to be the best we can be would be then the best we can be for everybody else that we come in contact with. So from a Māori perspective and the organisations that I lead, as an Indigenous person of New Zealand, we do have to ask the question to ourselves, how do we reach out inside our own cultural context and customs and rituals and embrace them to a space where we are strong within our humanity way of thought, that we're kind in the deeds in which we do, that is paramount in our culture. So the question that I say to ourselves is, how do we get back to ourselves to be better global citizens on a multicultural platform?
Thank you very much, Riha. And we have Hamish with some deliberations. Hamish?
Thank you so much, Amita. Look, actually building on that comment that Arihira has made, I think it's something that we're seeing here in Australia, where for a long time, the whole concept of being a global citizen meant actually leaving Australia. Australians are well known for being great explorers and wanting to see every other part of the world, but actually not being very good at knowing our own country. And when we've worked with school leaders here across Australia, one of the things they find when they begin to investigate this concept of global citizenship and what it means to their school community is actually realizing that they cannot be good ambassadors about how they are connected and grounded to their own lands and to their own Indigenous communities. And I think that's something that we often look at our friends across the ditch at New Zealand, and we're often very jealous of how rich and connected they are. The other thing I would say that I think has evolved in Australian education in this space is twofold. One is about the evolution of the Australian curriculum, which for the last decade has had intercultural understanding in the curriculum. So it is an expectation that it is taught not as a concept of knowledge, but actually as a skill. It is listed as a general capability. So the ability to actually connect and interact across intercultural boundaries. And this also connects with what are called cross-curricular priorities. So one of those is about Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people, cultures and histories. The second is called Asia and Australia's engagement with Asia, which is very relevant in the work that we do at the Foundation and across the many countries. And the third is about sustainability and environment, something I've already heard mentioned at the conference, which is being about, again, being connected to something bigger about how the things we do here ripple. And I think that actually brings me to that whole nuance of glocal, which is a word that I remember seeing when I went through teacher education over 20 years ago. That word glocal came up. And it's actually quite an important reminder that these concepts of being connected and grounded locally while being able to look and see how that connects us to the world is, I think, a conversation that is growing in schools in Australia, and one that school leaders are beginning to address much more deeply.
Those are some very interesting insights that you've given, Hamish. Evan, just before you speak, I'm going to definitely put in a little tidbit that you asked me to put in, and which was that I'm very multicultural in my own home because I've just adopted a dog from a French family who only understands French words. And so, I mean, he barks, I think, in French, and he's been all over the Czech Republic. And he has a passport, I think, from Croatia. So I'm in a bit of a bind. So Kevin, to you, Kevin, I'd like to ask you, because you're living in Singapore, and Singapore is a country which sort of multiculturally, it's not a big issue there. It's not being taught in that. And you're teaching at a fairly, I would say, expat kind of traditional school. So not teacher, you're director of that. So Kevin, would you sort of fill us in with how you look at it? Because I know you really value diversity. Kevin.
Thank you. Thank you, Amita. Lovely to see everybody. I find this new Zoom world a very interesting experience, and I'll come back to that in my comments in a minute. I suppose really one of the things that's occurred to us as a group of schools, we have 13 schools across Asia in 5 different countries, is about looking at the sustainability development goals and focusing upon sustainability as a concept around relationships. So how do we create sustainable relationships? Because I think we're realizing, particularly in the current environment in which we live, that we have to nurture and foster sustainable relationships, particularly when we are so physically disconnected. And for us in the schools that I work with, I would say that we focus on 3 areas. We look at what are the global competencies that are required in the teaching and learning for the students to develop and grow. What are the global literacies that they would be expected to nurture and to develop, and how do they grow as global citizens so that they can embrace both the competencies, the literacies, a sense of belonging in a local context, but also a sense of belonging in a global context. And particularly in these times where we face political polarities and populist leadership in different parts of the world, I think it's really important to try and develop in children a sense of what does it mean to be a global citizen, but a member of a local community? And how do you navigate those two without them becoming contradictory or polarized? And I think technology offers us wonderful opportunities to experience the local across national borders. Many of us are in different parts of the world on this call today. We catch a window into each other's living rooms or office spaces or classrooms, and we hear one another's voices in that local context, and we learn a little something about those people. And I think many of those things carry a lot more value than some of the ideology that gets pushed around in some of the media that we engage with on a daily basis. And I think there's a kind of authenticity that's emerging during the pandemic, which I think technology is enhancing and accelerating, which means we can develop through the technology sustainable relationships.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kevin. I was wondering whether Rajiv Chandran is with us. I was wondering whether, I'm afraid I can't see Rajiv. Is he there? I can't see him. Rajiv, are you there?
He's
Right.
there. He's there, Amita. He's
Great.
visible.
So Rajiv, I was wondering, because we were talking about sustainable development goals, which is so essential now to everything that we do in learning. So how does the UN and the kind of work you're doing I mean, how do we look at this across countries and the SDGs? How do they aim to ensure that, that human beings and students should prosper in learning? And how do we sort of integrate them in all aspects of learning to make it truly a multicultural potpourri of mix of learning or understanding? Rajiv?
Amita, thank you. Am I audible?
Absolutely, Rajiv.
Wonderful. Amita, COVID has taught us that once again, we are an interrelated world. A virus in one geography can travel and create havoc across the world. And this is one of the big lessons that we have learned from 2020 and, with new lessons coming up in 2021. The other big lesson is that a single plastic straw that you toss into your dustbin is going to float on our common oceans for the next 300 years before it disintegrates, creating microplastic havoc in our common global commons. So I think the idea of human individual action being linked to the widest world is a reality. And I think it comes out most beautifully when you look at the UN logo, where you have the map of the world with 5 radiating circles. In 1945, those circles were supposed to signify the continents. But I think today, those circles around the map have a very, very keen message. It links the individual to the widest world through the intermediary groups of your neighborhood, your country, your region, and finally the vast world. So action of every person linked to the global aggregate is one of the key things we should realize when we are trying to create new individuals, generations for the future. I think multiculturalism should not be a goal of education. It's a byproduct of the kind of students we create. Students with empathy, students with who are sensitive, students who understand human rights, who understand how important it is that we leave no one behind. It's a complex understanding of our interlinkages, both with each other and with nature. And I think all this comes up with a mindset that naturally leads to multiculturalism. Understanding of the other, getting rid of your biases. Even in our classrooms, a certain community of students will not eat tiffin from a certain other set of communities. So even in our classrooms, multi-existence does not happen unless it is catalyzed specially. So I think there are new realizations of how we can create that better individual and how then automatically multiculturalism will be a byproduct. Those are my opening comments.
Thank you very much, Rajiv, and thank you for some, your talk is very connected with the whole interdependence of life. And I think that's what multiculturalism in many ways is all about. Taking off on that, I would like to, I would like a question where I would like to ask Hamish, what does he feel about the fact that, because of issues of multiculturalism, sometimes in classrooms, there are challenges amongst children, among teachers. There are certain racist elements that we see which happen in countries. There is resentment about identities, about how do you take it forward, especially when you have a huge mix of personalities and cultures and people. Hamish, would you like to comment on that?
Thank you, Amita. I think actually what Rajiv just described, actually I can see elements very much the same in Australia. And I think it's probably important when I talked before about educators and schools beginning to understand better about the kind of construct and terminologies that actually multiculturalism in of itself is not a means to an end. And I would agree with that. It is very much about saying you've got groups moving about that never may actually interact. Multiculturalism can coexist in a very safe and fine way, and people just go about ignoring each other. Yes, you will get things where people clash, and that does happen when you get very diverse communities. And in Australia, we have schools where it is quite common now, where there are between 35 and 70 different cultures, and often a whole range of different languages being spoken. The other layer then is that intercultural layer. And so by its sheer nature, it's about bringing groups together. You need, again, backing up what Rajiv has said, you need a construct, you need an experience that is going to allow people to challenge their mindsets, and you're going to allow people to experience new ways of interacting, often creating school partnerships where it's supported through professional development, through facilitated experiences, things that we do with students and teachers right across Asia Pacific. But the third factor is one that a word that used to be very much in the confines of academia, I've actually found coming up and being mentioned a lot more, and that's this notion of being transcultural. That in fact, for many Australians, they see themselves as Australian, but they have Asian heritage, or they are from other different cultural backgrounds. And in fact, their cultural backgrounds are not bound to one nation, but in many different contexts and family ethnicities, that they actually find it very difficult to start to see how they identify as Australian when other Australians identify them as something else. So this whole concept of actually being transcultural and seeing how you actually move between different groups, and for a young person, often they change these different groups without adults sort of giving them labels. And that's something I think that increasingly school leaders are trying not to disrupt, but also try to understand.
Thank you so much, Hamish. I think that's a new word, transcultural. It's a new vocabulary that we can utilize when we talk about multicultural thought. And I think there is a program of athletes in Australia where you're bringing in athletes from across the world and sort of bringing them in and making them a part of the Australian sports system. I was looking at it in your ABC television program last night. So that's great. Ariha, if you could is Ariha, yeah, Ariha, you know, I'm very interested in knowing, because we discussed that, you know, the indigenous aspect of multiculturalism, and we thought about the fact that, you know, you have a mix in your classrooms. So how would you describe the ethnic mix groups of your classrooms in the amongst dominantly New Zealanders? Because Auckland is one of the most multicultural cities in New Zealand. And I mean, are there pockets of Europeans? Are they Chinese, British born? And where does the average Maori then go? Because I know that the New Zealanders are very, very respectful and caring towards the indigenous people, the Maoris. Yes, Ariha, please. Ariha.
Thank you, Amit. I want to give you an understanding of the Indigenous makeup here in New Zealand. So the Indigenous population is 18% of the population. However, we have a treaty that gives us our rights to have 50% say in the government. And our government is actually working towards being a better treaty partner and recognising the ensuring that we have a 50% experience as a treaty partner, instead of being equal but being treated unequal. So if I was interested in this idea of trans culturalism, and I find that as an Indigenous person who wishes so deeply for my grandchildren to know themselves and know their language and know where they're from, but to be gracious, caring, peaceful people of this world, I sort of try and keep away from labels that the majority culture gives to us. And I say that with all respect, because I know the will in which you give it is generous. But as an Indigenous person that strives hard to live inside a country that has a majority power, and who's still trying to learn to help serve us and look after us as an Indigenous people, it's a challenging road. If I look
Thank
at
you.
the last Hamish, where we were in Israel talking about Indigenous knowledge as a new idea, that's quite a perplexing thought for me when we are all Indigenous. And so when we look at the fact that all our children, if you look at my school, all our children come and they learn in the Indigenous language of this country. They may not all be Indigenous, but they wish to live in and experience an Indigenous education system, but aren't of here. So I actually gave an example the other day about the Indigenous response here in New Zealand to the death of 51 Muslim people in our country in Christchurch on 18th of March. I can just about tell you the day. I have Muslim teachers in my school that speak Māori. I'm so proud of that. And they make us better Indigenous people for being here and teaching our children. And it just broke our hearts as a Māori community that day. And we reached out as the 146 tribes of New Zealand and like, what can we do to show how much we love these people? They're our people. They've chosen New Zealand to live in. How can we as an Indigenous nation reach out to them? And I remember being so brokenhearted for my Muslim colleagues up the road from me that work and have 2 schools, private schools in New Zealand, and how afraid they must have felt. So I went up to the college, the all girls Muslim school and a primary school. And I just, as a human being, I needed them to know that we care. And what could we do? It was about, at that moment in time, being a human person reaching out for a group of people that had been targeted, that felt isolated, even in their population within these schools, which was large for us as a little nation. How could you feel so isolated at such a time? So as a nation, as an Indigenous nation, we reached out. But there was a wonderful thing for my school as an Indigenous school. There was a wonderful thing. What we now have is we have the Muslim people reaching out to us. They share classes with us. We teach their language. We teach our Indigenous language for them. They come and we are respectful. We've learnt to understand another Indigenous environment, and they have specific responsibilities for women and men, and we don't judge that from a bias, from a majority power.
Right.
And it's just been such a blessed behaviour of learning. And on top of that, we actually interact with each other. So I just think in talking about and understanding Indigenousness, it is about the ability for one group of people to reach and understand another everywhere across the world. Doesn't matter how big or how small you are.
Thank you for that, Ariha. In fact, I sometimes feel that even in my last conversation, I think you may be a secret Indian reincarnated, because we have this huge saying in Sanskrit, which came from the Rig Veda thousands of years ago, which says, Charitam Udara Vikara Vasudeva Kutumbakam. Sort of enlarge your character, that it encompasses the world. I think that's exactly what New Zealanders did when you had that awful attack. And I think it was amazing. And I love the way that you brought out this human interest story. Thank you so much for that. Kevin, if I may, at this point, I remember that you do mention, and it's that for you, you're a great believer in the whole, global interdependence, diversity. Now, more and more, with the world becoming very right and very nationalistic in its attitudes, how do you think, and picket fences, so how do you think that you're going to take forward these lessons of multiculturalism, of global understanding, because you are a very important person in the area of education? Kevin, you're on mute, Kevin. You're on mute.
Sorry,
Thank
yeah.
you.
My background's a languages teacher and then moved into philosophy and theory of knowledge while I was still in the classroom. So I suppose for me, first and foremost, the importance of language has always been at the center of the way I, if you like, try and understand and make sense of the world. I think language has an immense power to unify. It has an immense power to divide. I think we as educators owe it to children to make them aware of that power and how it can be used for good and for evil. And one of the things that occurs to me, particularly in the context of today's conversation, terms like cosmopolitan, intercultural, multicultural, pluricultural, transcultural, cultural intelligences, I think really particularly as kids become older, and when I say older, I mean really upper junior school, primary school students can start exploring the etymology and the beginnings of some of these terms in language. What's their history? How are they used? What's the nuances behind the terms? Because the terms mean different things. But of course, one of the things we do, particularly as a species, is we like to homogenize concepts. So we take a bunch of different terms, and rather than look at them in their detail and their nuance, we homogenize and put them together to mean one thing, usually for a motive. And I think it's just giving kids, through the lens of looking at language and its development, and I don't just mean English language, obviously I've used English language terms, but as many languages as you can ask students to engage with, the different language terms used in different cultures to identify the other. How do we identify other cultures? We as an indigenous culture or a local culture, how do we speak about people who are not from here? And all different languages have their own ways of looking at that. But then also, what languages have words that mean something like transcultural or cosmopolitan? And how do those terms differ? I just think what you can do through an exploration of language and its etymology and its history is that you really can develop critical thinking in young people. You can use it as a mechanism for that. And so, you know, back to the point I made earlier, to be a global citizen, the difference today, the latest brand is global citizenship. 500 years ago in Western culture, it was to be cosmopolitan. There's been a variety of terms over time that have been used and possibly misused, and giving kids a really deep understanding of the way in which language has a power to direct and unify, but also how it has a power to be used to divide and to conquer.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. I think the whole idea of not demonizing the other and sort of making these interconnections is so important that you did bring up. Now, I would just like to ask Rajiv, I mean, you are with an organization that's sort of like a colossus, strides across several worlds. And I would say that, you know, what are the partnerships that, Rajiv, you foresee in a post-pandemic future? Because technically there's no person-to-person connect, and people will find it even easier now to go online for the simple reason that it's cheaper, it's less cumbersome, and culture and cultural connects only happen because they are sensorial. So they deal with food, they deal with, especially with children, they deal with colors, dress, emotions, generally the pipes and drums of humanity. So how do you look, or how does look at children vis-a-vis their interconnects and their understandings of the other in a new world? Rajiv?
You know, Amita, yeah.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Sorry.
It's amazing how our popular culture and the youth and the young really use technology. You know, we see technology as, oh, is it dividing, is it leading to the other? But they have strategies like hashtags and emojis that really link the whole world. And it doesn't matter what language you speak, what culture you belong to, but there is a globalism that is inherent in this new technology that is emerging. And we as educators should see that and should, look at their strategies and learn from them. I think as educators, there is a huge unlearning that is required in us, because there is a new wind blowing, there is a new linkage there that they are understanding and speaking. It's not a language we always understand, but it's definitely a language that we should understand. The other thing is, for 75 years, the United Nations has promoted Model United Nations, a wonderful strategy that leads to better understanding between nations and among nations. It's a structured strategy. And I'm really looking forward to the time when NPSC reaches out to UNIC and says, let's do a Model UN together. Because I really feel that the learnings from those Model UN conferences truly leads to multiculturalism or transculturalism, or whatever word that this group of educators wants to use. But it creates a global mindset. And to me, that is important. So the new strategies of technology, whether it is hashtag emojis that we have to understand, or the older strategies of the Model UNs that we can embrace and understand, whatever it is, we need to engage so that we remain connected. And I think that's the bottom line to me.
Thank you. Thank you for that. But Rajiv, let me just share with you that you gave me these false promises and we were supposed to be going to Hague. It was when I remember when I was a chair, we were getting involved with all these conversations, but I can understand you were so busy with Young at 70, of which you were a great mover and shaker in India at the time. But yes, I'm sure that the NPSC will be at The Hague with you leading us at some point. So now I'm just going to do sort of a quick concluding remarks, after which I'm going to be asking my friend Aditi to have a small conversation with you. But in these concluding remarks, Hamish, Kevin, Arihia, and Rajiv, if you could just sort of touch on very briefly as to some nuggets that you feel are so one-liners or maybe taglines, or what are the importance in your mind vis-a-vis parental engagement in multicultural learning, or how would you look at student vocabularies, or how would you think of gamifying lessons? As Rajiv said, the technology is a very big sort of not divider, but unifier. And how do we develop, foster confidence or attitudes? So how do we get into all that? So any of you could pick up any of that and maybe give a one-liner or two-liner as your concluding remarks, because this has been a very, very interesting group, and a lot of interesting thoughts have come across. Hamish, would you like to start? Thank you.
Thank you, Amita. I think the best response I can give is an example. And I think we've talked a lot about the left-hand end of that multiculturalism, but not as much about partnership. And I think one of the most shining examples was actually a school in New South Wales here in Australia, a secondary school that was actually partnered with a secondary school in Delhi about 2 years ago. And the teachers were working together on a plan, but probably for the wisdom of the teachers, they decided to put the secondary students in charge and work out what is that you want to do. And in a lovely way, in terms of how students, coming to Rajiv's point, use technology to start to talk to each other about something of shared concern, the students agreed that actually they would like to look at a dramatic performance that raised the issue of domestic violence. And I think when you give young people the opportunity to use their voice about something that is important to them, about they want to talk about, these secondary students, having never met, co-wrote the script and planned all the play, the costumes. And then about 18 months ago, students from Delhi managed to come to Sydney, and they got to meet those students. And while those students in New South Wales, they were creating a local partnership with the shopping mall so they could use the shopping mall as the venue for their performance about domestic violence. And so they chose a very public place to do it, a real authentic audience to do it. And it made the local news, it became a really powerful story, and it unified the school and the community. And it created a strong sense of connection between those students. And it also did something that I think we often look for in education. It created something memorable. And I think that's when you've got a really strong local partnership, because it becomes a story that people now aspire to do, and it becomes something memorable for those young people that they will never forget.
Thank you very much for that. Very interesting. Kevin, would you like to just some concluding remarks?
Yeah, I'd invite educators on the call to check out. I've put it in the chat to everyone. I've put in a link on YouTube to Julia Middleton. Julia Middleton does a lot of leadership work, and she kind of coined the term cultural intelligence. I think one of the things that's really interesting in this space is just to look at her work around what she calls one's cultural core and developing one's cultural flexibility. So in other words, the core is you, what you are, where you've been located, your, if you like, your indigenous self, but also how do you nurture and develop cultural flexibility so you can broaden your horizons, as you said, how can you be a citizen of the world effectively. So I would have a look at her work. It's really interesting. It's very easy. It's very accessible.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Ari here, quick concluding remark. Ariha, you're on mute. Could you unmute yourself, please? Just unmute yourself. Thank you.
I just want to carry on from where Kevin is. I think it's really important that the world needs to understand that the Indigenous peoples of the world do need to have a voice, and the way in which they can have that is the way in which education systems want to provide things that actually help them to be heard. And so I would expect that programs should look sustainable to help sustain their people or people communities and the ecosystems in which they live. Programs need to be tenable. They need to be ethnically defensible, working with integrity, justice, respect, and inclusiveness, not exclusiveness. Programs for our children need to be healthy. It needs to itself be a viable system, embodying and nurturing healthy relationships, emergences at different levels, system levels that see themselves as healthy beings. Also, these programs for Indigenous people need to be durable. They need to work well enough in practice and to be able to keep going in order for all our children of the world to be the champions of their cultural identity and knowledge, have flourishing spirits, something that's flourishing in their hearts and their minds. They have settled minds. A lot of our people in poverty don't have that. To live healthy lifestyles in order to have a healthy body, and at the end of all of that, to be able to engage in a positive and sustainable relationship within themselves and others. So I leave that with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I love the words flourish and I love the words thrive, things that are so important in the OECD and the GELP groups that we have been involved with. Wonderful. Rajiv, some concluding remarks from you.
Thank you, Amita. That was a very interesting session. I think I would like to underline human rights education. I think we are not paying attention around the world enough on it. And I think we need to look at all human rights for all as a basic strategy for all these kinds of culturalisms that we wish to reach. Two other points. I think in the post-pandemic world, we also need to alert our student community to misinformation, because there is a huge amount of misinformation that is generating hate and everything else that goes against the tenets of what all of us as a group believe in. And I think that that's important. And looking to the future, I think we all need to pay attention to the ethics of artificial intelligence, because that's going to lead our future. And we need to be mindful of the ethics of artificial intelligence. So our future agenda is chock-a-block with other challenges, new challenges, challenges that we can just, begin to think about now, but which are going to be at our doorstep sooner than we can imagine. But human rights first. Thank you.
That's absolutely brilliant. Thank you so much, Rajiv. And so I think what the common thread that is woven across all our speakers here is that we are calling out for partnerships and alliances. We are calling out to move from a self-centered existence to a coexistence, from confrontation to interaction, from alienation to collaboration. And I think that's how we're going to create a common humanity in our school communities. And this will certainly go a long way in creating collaborative careers, which are ultimately the need of the hour, with good mental health, with compassionate and holistic human beings. It's been such a pleasure to be with all of you, and always wonderful to chat. I now leave you to the very, very wise words and hands of my friend Aditi Mishra, and she has something to say. Aditi.
Thank you, Amita. Well, as the rapporteur and as the timekeeper of the session, we are running out of time. But I do have Richa Agnihotri, principal of Sanskriti School, who is here to ask a question. So Richa, if you can please ask a question quickly to any one of the panelists or to all of them, and if they could just answer as briefly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditi, and I'm going to be mindful of the time. So, I agree with what Rajiv said when he said that, this multiculturalism has to be a byproduct of our teaching and learning practices, and it cannot be the goal. Having said that, and listening to the examples that Hamish gave and Kevin talked about using language, I'm just wondering that can we leave it to individual teachers and individual educators or individual schools to bring about, make this a part of our children, or should it become a key ingredient which has to be purposefully planned in our curriculum? So should we plan partnerships? Should we plan multiculturalism as a part of our curriculum? I mean, what does everyone think about it?
Yes, Rajiv. Rajiv's hand is up, yes.
Yeah, sorry, I speak a lot. I think it has to be a planned strategy. Let's just look at India, okay? X number of languages. Can we have one lexicon where simple terms like mother, father, water, help is learnt by our student community in 20 different languages? I think a simple thing like that would lead to respect of diversity. And I think we need to come up with creative strategies. I'm not an educator. I'm only working towards policy, but I can see the gaps when I see structures. And I think we need to come up with creative ideas, creative strategies, but it will not happen unless it is a guided intervention delivered, unfortunately, once again, in the schools.
Thanks, Rajiv. Would anyone else like to add to it?
I would just say that, yes, without strong policy, without strong funding, and probably to Rajiv's point, without strong leadership, particularly from national governments, schools cannot do this work alone. It must be supported in many different sectors and large scale to actually build that movement and that network. There are far too many lone champions doing it hard on their own. And I think only through national support, embedding it in the curriculum, can it really start to make a difference.
I would suggest that actually, in terms of the Māori experience, we did it alone because we were the minority voice and we had to do things our way, for us, by us, our way, in order for us to survive and be seen and heard, as I am sitting here with the rest of the global leaders here today. So yeah, I think I absolutely support what Javier's saying, but I also need us to be, you need to be tenacious as a people when your things are slipping away from you. You need to be ancestrally driven and to be future focused. So I would encourage you to do all of those things all at once, because policy and time and the power that is made decides whether or not you can be. Why wait for that? Be now, be ready, go for it.
I would only second everything everyone said, really, but I think the thing is, we do need to do more to bring the community into schools. Schools are often very isolated places and they can get caught up in their own hubris and everything sits behind a campus wall. I'm working on a project at the moment where we're trying to bring the students into the community far more in their school lives. And things like triple bottom line with corporations and companies, make industry accountable in the governance part, for what they're doing to integrate and partner with their communities, far more than just looking at single bottom line reporting, for example. There's a lot of emphasis in triple bottom line economics around looking at the environment and sustainability, but not enough being talked around the governance and their obligation morally to connect with the communities in which they find themselves.
Thank you. Thank you, Richa, for that question. And we really don't have any time, so I'm not doing a wrap up. Amita has done that beautifully for us already. What I am taking with me is the whole idea of connectedness, of teaching children to be best versions of themselves in order to be able to connect with others and make the world a better place. And I'm taking back with the idea of using technology wisely to create these connections to help us. 2020 has taught us that the technology is not evil, can be used to our benefit. And of course, human rights and the ethics of artificial intelligence remain top priority for all of us educators going forward. Thank you very much to Kevin, Hamish, Ariha, and Rajiv for joining us. Thank you, Amita, for moderating brilliantly as always.
Thank you all. Goodbye. Thank you. Thank you, Aditi. Thanks, Rajiv, Ariha, Kevin, Hamish. Thanks, Aditi. Thanks, Richa.
Thank you, dear panelists, for such an engaging discussion on multiculturalism, transforming itself into the larger contexts of transculturalism, as they said, and cultural intelligence through global partnerships. Our second session of the day is titled something what the speakers just said, Deciphering New Algorithms, Harnessing AI, that is artificial intelligence, and augmented reality for blended and digital learning. Nothing better than the year 2020 could have illustrated and made us all realize the indispensable role of virtual learning platforms in the teaching learning process. Our illustrious panelists for this session include Professor Debayan Gupta, who is currently an assistant professor of computer science at Ashoka University, where he teaches a course on security and privacy, as well as an introductory programming class. He is also a visiting professor and research affiliate at MIT and MIT Sloan. Welcome. Let us put our hands together for Dr. Vinny Johri, Director Education Advocacy, Microsoft India. She has also worked as a director and professor of strategy at IIMT Gurgaon. We would also welcome Mr. Navtej Bal, Executive Director, Public Sector, Microsoft India. He has been instrumental in driving digital transformation and innovation across public sector and educational organizations. Dr. Ashok Pandey, Honorary Member NPSC and Director Alcon Public School, has kindly consented to moderate this session for us. Mrs. Meenakshi Gupta, Principal SD Public School, Patel Nagar, will be the rapporteur for the session. Now I hand over to Dr. Ashok Pandey for another enriching session.
Thank you. Thank you, Monica. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Ashok Pandey, and I'll be hosting this session after two magnificent sessions of the day. First, of course, was inaugural, which was awesome in every sense of the term, followed by session one, beautifully moderated by my colleague, Dr. Amita. That was on multiculturalism, global citizenship, and international partnerships. And now we come to this session, which is very appropriately titled as Deciphering New Algorithm. So what are the new instructional design languages, and what are those designs? And then how can we harness AI and AR for the blended and digital learning? And that is what we are going to discuss. I have some very interesting thoughts coming to my mind that AI and AR may be are very, very distinct from each other as far as their DNA technologies are concerned. But they do sync very well with each other. And AI is an enabler to AR. In fact, somebody has commented very nicely that both AI and AR, they married in the digital heaven, and we have to solemnize it in the digital classrooms. So that is the very, very beautiful relationship between AI and AR. and how it pans out, how it affects our lives, how it affects industry, how it affects hiring and managing talent, and how it is going to revolutionize our classrooms. For this, I have this distinguished panel. You have just known them, Professor Devayan Gupta, Mr. Navtej, and our very dear friend, Dr. Veni Johari. I am also supported by my colleague, distinguished principal, Dr. Meenakshi, and two more principals will be the interjectors. They will put up some questions, Mrs. Manju Rana and Mr. Sanjay Yadav. So with this brief introduction, ladies and gentlemen, I will invite the panelists to, in 3 to 4 minutes, to give their opening remarks around the topic with their perspective, experience, and wisdom. And then we will have question and answer session. The first round of the question and answer will be done by me, and then my colleagues will join in. And we will wrap up the session in next 45 minutes or so, if I do not get the warning beeps before that. So over to you, Professor Devayan, for your comments.
Thank you so much for that very kind introduction. I'm going to keep my comments relatively short because I think the problems we're facing and the opportunities in front of us can be expressed relatively simply. First of all, I'll sort of put down axioms as professors like to do, and then we let the students solve all the difficult problems.
Absolutely.
Here's our first axiom. We don't know where we're going. Okay, so if you look at the top jobs today, 10 years ago, a lot of them didn't exist. And by top, I'm using a very materialistic sense of how much they're getting paid for it. As a computer science professor, if you asked me 3 to 5 years ago what the top 3 highest paying jobs for bachelor's degree earners would be, I know I would have been wrong. This is not a sort of random made up thing. I said something and now I know that I was wrong, right? All of you and people like me, we're preparing our students for jobs, for technologies, for environments, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years into the future. And we have no idea, just absolutely none, what that future is going to be like. If anyone tells you they do, they're lying to you. Point number 1. Point number 2, old mechanisms of learning are, if not obsolete, at least need to be sort of augmented. And I know I'm reusing a word on the screen, but nevertheless, it's important to say so, which is professors and teachers can no longer be sort of conveyor belts of information and knowledge. Any of your students, if they wanted to, right now, could go to YouTube or any other video location, video streaming system, and listen to the best lecture delivered by the best teacher or professor in the world on that exact sub area. And it would be sort of the best lecture that person has ever delivered in their lifetime, right? They're not doing that. They're watching memes and cat videos, right? So you can't compete with that person. What you need to do now, I know this is the super cliched phrase about sort of inspiring, but that's really the main thing. I look at myself almost as an arsonist. I set fires of curiosity and get out of the way. So that old model does not work. Our old sort of chalkboard or whiteboard technology, that idea is not going to work for a very long time. It's sort of like rote learning is bad. Suppose it was good, what would you even rote learn? We don't know. So future, we don't know. What we're using currently is not enough. And I think we have a lot of solutions in the area of augmented reality, AI technologies, and this vague term of blended and digital learning, which I hope will become clearer as we talk more. And I think there are some amazing opportunities and solutions there. So I hope all of you will come up with new ideas, and maybe we can reach some of these solutions that I mentioned over the course of this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Like a professor, you have raised many questions and you have deciphered a lot of things. And like a good professor, you have also stimulated all of us. And that is why I'll request now Mr. Navtej to come to our rescue and please simplify some of the things for us. Navtej.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay, now that the axioms have been laid, I think I have to solve the problem.
Laid on the table, yeah.
No, so when in doubt, when in absolute doubt, and in a state of massive ambiguity, which is what Professor just talked about, right? The question is, what do you do? I think you go back to first principles, okay? And what I will talk a little bit about is the first principles of what kind of capabilities and and competencies do we need to build in students for the future. And maybe somewhere out there lies the answer to how do you solve this conundrum, right? But at the start, I would say that pretty much we're on the cusp of something very, very amazing happening in the world of technology, right? It is just exponential and it is just catching up. And you've just seen the tip of the iceberg, actually. If you look at some of the work we're doing in Microsoft Research, whether it's on quantum or it's on robotics or it's on convergence of technologies or it's actually including biology in the middle of electronics, there is stuff which at least I am actually an avid science fiction reader. And for me, it's actually pretty much on the realms of, and exceeding some of the imagination we showed during when Isaac Asimov's of the world wrote what they wrote, right? So, and the only thing I can tell you is that the world is going to be very, very ambiguous. And the world is actually going to, technologies will evolve in, with this whole interaction of networks of human beings, which frankly, we cannot fathom at the moment. But what we do know that it's actually going to be a connected world. Technology will lie at the edge of, our experiences with both devices. Technology will become more human-centric and less device-centric. And pretty much anything which has to do with facts, frankly, is outdated. And even a perception of reality and facts will get outdated, right? So what do we do? Now, so what I'm doing, I actually talked to our people in HR, right? And I said, hey, listen, we actually hire so many people within Microsoft. And what are we really looking at? Okay. And, have we done some research around, people who succeed and people who don't? And the reason we are looking at least I use Microsoft as the microcosm here, is because we are struggling a lot with these, with the rise of these technologies, right? Whether it's right from gaming on one side to collaboration at scale on the other side.
Yeah.
So there were a few things which came out, and I will talk about that. And then I will actually talk a little bit about what does it mean for our students, right? I think the first one, if you look at, what drives successful people within Microsoft, the first one is actually collaboration. The ability to collaborate seamlessly, irrespective of the medium, across teams, okay? The second one is huge hunger and drive for results. Okay, so, getting to the end, irrespective of what comes on the way, right? Number three is external orientation, where you're not so caught up only with yourself, but you also, by the way, see what's going on around the world, and you bring that to, by the way, kind of foster your creativity. The fourth skill is actually ability to influence, by the way. Okay. So that, not only do you collaborate, you also influence people towards your way of thinking. The fifth one was judgment. The ability to apply judgment around where to spend time, where not to spend time, at what stage, by the way, to push the team a little bit more, at what stage not to push the team more, especially when it came to solving complex problems. And finally, the last piece was adaptability. Okay. So collaboration, hunger for results, external orientation, influencing, judgment, and adaptability. Now, the moment you see that, okay, so that's what we are dealing with. Now, what then are we looking for in a new hire? So for us, it actually boils down to literally 6 things: being an efficient problem solver, having, having good critical thinking, having the humility to learn, okay, having the empathy and the willingness to live with ambiguity, valuing diversity, and familiarity with technology. Okay. Now, so when you look at all that and you say, hey, what should we be teaching students of ours, right? I think for us, at the heart of it is basically teaching them growth mindset. The ability to, be a lifelong learner. Very, very important, right? That is at the heart of what we need to teach. The second one is being, valuing diversity and inclusiveness. Because in this world of ambiguity, one person cannot solve the world's problem. It actually has to be solved when people are diverse viewpoints are taken in and you include them into your decision making. The third one is values. And the reason I talk about values is because as we actually get into the new frontiers of technology, it will challenge the very concept of what it means to be human, what it means to be a social animal, right? What are the do's and don'ts? At what stage? And we are struggling with it. I mean, every day the question on privacy. Today algorithms can decipher you, right? They can just decipher what you do. And by the way, human beings are nothing more than biological and chemical algorithms. We can be deciphered. So the concept of values is very important, right? Then finally, I think this ability to harness critical thinking and actually being comfortable with your own unique point of view and perspective might be the last thing, where you're not cast from the same mold. So in short, now we don't have the full answer to that. But when we look at people we hire, the ones who succeed, and consequently, what do we, think when we take the incoming class, and consequently what students should be doing? I think those are the 4 traits, at least we would value, right? Which is growth mindset, being diverse and inclusive, having a very strong foundation and values, and then, by the way, having the ability to critically think and, be comfortable with your own uniqueness. Anyway, with that, back to you, Mr. Pandey.
Yeah, thank you. Now, I think you have covered a lot, and I don't know, I should be happy or not. You have also answered some of the questions which I had in mind for you. So I will have to frame another question for you now, Tej. But let me bring in Dr. Vinny. You also please share your perspective, but please don't answer the questions in advance. Okay. So we would just love to listen to you. Yeah, Dr. Vinny, please go ahead. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Ashok ji, and wonderful to be a part of this wonderful initiative and the discussion. So I'll share my thoughts on how AI and augmented reality can contribute to a greater learning in the realm of education.
Absolutely.
And to just simplify, AI and augmented reality, AI involves multiple technologies, right from data inputs and management in ethical ways to analysis of patterns and create algorithms so that human decisions can be augmented in meaningful manner. And in education, AI applications can be deployed in multiple ways. So not only at the student level, but for institutional excellence and governance as well. So AI applications have been used programmatically. For example, in Gujarat, if we talk about the Gujarat State Education Board, more than 1 million teachers and students who are connected on blended learning experiences on Teams. AI applications have been deployed to give better insights at each school level, in a village, at a district level, state level, to the administrative folks, principals, and teachers, how students are engaging with their teachers. How much time are they spending on assignments? What are their learning patterns? Imagine the proactive measures that can be taken for a much better governance with this insight. At a student level, it can greatly enhance the abilities for learning. The new education policy and the discussion in the previous panel as well talked about inclusion, about diversity and its importance in hiring, as just the previous 2 speakers talked about. AI can enable the technology so that students can learn at their own pace. They can improve their reading and numeracy skills. They can improve pronunciation. A better understanding, augmented reality can lead to such fine experiences in learning about STEM applications. A very simple application like a Paint 3D rendering in a PowerPoint can lead to, and tinkering with it can lead to better insights in learning about, for example, functioning of a heart or movement, animal movements, or multiple other areas. enhancing coding skills and applications, using AI applications which are about block coding. You don't need sophisticated coding experience for that, but it develops your design thinking to solve problems that matter. For example, somebody could develop an AI application to sort waste from a manufacturing plant. And that project from one of the schools in India won the Imagine Cup Junior Award earlier in 2020. And and so many other applications for teachers as well. When teachers use them, they can have, for example, feedback recorded. They could record their lectures. Students could understand them at their point of time, and also translation of these as well. So the applications are huge, and it is how we use this meaningfully at an educational institution. And that requires multiple steps as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Vinny. I think you have given us a lot of ideas as to how it can be done and how much it can be done. So I'll now go into some specific questions, and I'll come to you, Professor Gupta, first, since you have laid down a couple of axioms. And therefore, my question to you is for our viewers, if you can decipher that since the future is so uncertain, and we do not know what skills will be required 5 years, 10 years down the line, and therefore, then what do we do in the schools, and how does AI and AR and new technologies will assist us maybe in identifying what is going to happen or what is the trend, and then use it actually into our pedagogies to teach them, and also cover, if it is possible, Professor Gupta, how we can also leverage it to encourage our students to use technology for social good, because I think that is the bottom line where all of us must rest our case. Professor Gupta, over to you.
Sure. So I'll hit the social good thing in a little bit later, because there's so much there. I fear I'll sort of overstep on everybody's time if I start talking about that. So I think the fundamental change that I was talking about in the way we teach is that, how should I put this? Good teachers teach, great teachers let students learn. I think there's a difference there.
Yeah.
Right. Right now I'm on a computer, I'm using a keyboard, I'm using a monitor in front of me. You put my grandfather in front of the system, he doesn't know what to do. Right. As computer systems become more and more complex, right? I could imagine having 5 keyboards and like 15 other joysticks and God knows what else. There's no point creating more and more complex machines if humans can't use them. If you need 20 years of training and a PhD to start using these abilities, then what's the point of having them, right? Then you just start creating more and more difficult bars, and you start excluding people who don't have those abilities, which will usually be more marginalized communities, yada, yada, yada. You can sort of follow that and extrapolate that line of thought, I'm sure. So one of the main advantages that augmented reality and associated technologies, I'm not just talking about AR, right? What these do is that they allow more people to interface with these complex systems. Just as was mentioned by the speaker before me, you no longer need programming ability. You don't need to go to a hi-fi school. You can just, you're 18 years old, you've heard that programming is this lovely new thing. You can start learning Scratch, or I'm not going to talk about specific languages. There are many others that allow you to interface and allow you to access these force multipliers. That's what these technologies are. These are force multipliers. If you want to be an archaeologist, this will make you a better archaeologist, right? This doesn't silo you into a particular area. So I want to emphasize this aspect of augmented reality, which is about interfacing with more complex systems, making it easier for a larger set of people to access them. That's point number one. Now, when it comes to using AI in general, and obviously this is massively generalizing this very broad term, like right now, I have students using AI to attack encryption algorithms. I have students using AI for healthcare. I have students using AI looking at fairness systems, and so on and so forth. And this is going to affect us on multiple levels. The fairness systems, for example, that I'm talking about, I'll just tell you in a sentence, is bail systems in New York. If you want to get bail in New York, it's a system called Compass that actually determines whether you get bail or not. Just think about that. We need to be very, very careful how we feed data into these systems to account for fairness, accountability, and transparency, right? But even keeping that in mind, I want to give you some really cool examples about how AI can be used at different levels of this learning hierarchy. First, we all know this problem. I have 100 students. I can't possibly engage individually with every single one. I can't remember all of the time which underlying concepts each person constantly knows. That's where AI systems and large-scale data processing can help you. You know, you can start keeping track of which questions students answered, and AI can help us identify exactly which underlying concepts a student was weak in. And we can help them. So I no longer sort of have the assumption, oh, this student couldn't answer question 3. I now have the ability to see, okay, this student couldn't answer question 3 here, and they had trouble with that project there, and they had that, they don't understand the law of conservation of momentum. That's what's causing the problem, right? Now, if I was teaching one person, I could do that by myself. This technology augments my ability to do that for 100 people simultaneously, right? And now what's happening is people like Microsoft and others are coming up with techniques to help teachers who may not be conversant with technology to engage with these complex systems. Because if I now need to learn programming and write down 3,000 lines of code to tell the program how to judge my students or to help them understand what those underlying concepts are, then that defeats the whole purpose of it. So that's one sort of deep engagement within teaching itself. The second layer above this is data processing on teaching, the stuff that was talked about before, right? Which schools are producing which kinds of grades. This can go very, very wrong if you're not careful, but if done correctly, this can help massively. We saw a bad example of this in the UK recently, where a company was assigned to produce grades for students based on past performance, and there was a lot of friction around that. But nevertheless, we know these problems, right? There are teachers who are nicer or more lenient than others and so on and so forth. So a grade of A from one place may mean something different than a grade of A from some other place. How do you balance these systems in some sort of very personalized fashion, which isn't just sort of random statistics, right? So there's a lot of work that is being done there right now, and a lot of work that is very, very helpful. One last thing I want to mention before passing this on is the importance of translation. And I don't just mean translation of languages. I mean translation to your level of understanding, right? Translation of languages happens all the time. Even here in India, we have some excellent work that happened just over the pandemic where, court judgments in local courts can be in local languages and witness statements can be in local languages. And there's a lot of legalese there. And the Supreme Court of India, they now have this technology where a lot of these judgments are being auto-translated in very, very reliable ways, right? So that normal humans can understand them. Now, imagine if you could take more difficult concepts and you could have systems that suggest easier ways of explaining them to students with different backgrounds, right? And I'm already using some of this stuff to help me teach. Because whenever I teach a concept, I have to keep in mind, especially for these introductory courses, this student may have an interest in art. This student may have an interest in music. This other student may have an interest in computer science. So if I'm teaching, recursion, I might teach Towers of Hanoi, but I might need to introduce that same concept as, oh, have you seen the movie Dunkirk? Think about this music in the background. There's a shepherd tone in there. And that's what induces stress while you're listening to it. And now I don't need to tell them what a shepherd tone is. Half of you are Googling it yourselves right now. So that sort of interaction made even more immersive with augmented reality can really speed up the learning process. So I'll just stop there and I'll let the others pitch in.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Gupta. I think some very brilliant and, as you said, cool examples you have given. And of all of them, what has really touched me is the possibility, the real possibility of AI's ability to diagnose the problems, maybe the learning barriers, difficulties, and then remedying it. I think that is what you suggested. And if that is so, I think it is a real good news. So thank you very much. We'll bring you a little later again. Mr. Notes, I'm coming to you. In your earlier comment, I picked up the word hiring and managing talent. I think schools also have that issue. And I would like you to, dwell a little bit more, the recruitment of teachers, making their professional life very enjoyable, enabling them professionally grow. And if I can use the word, making them from a first day teacher to a first rate teacher. So how do you see this ambition of schools in the light of our discussion today? Notice.
Yeah, sorry, I'm thinking, but that's a very broad and a very tough question, right? I mean,
yeah.
No,
So,
listen, I think it, by the way, and when we talk about schools, there are schools and then there are schools, right? I mean, if you look at the Indian school market, there is the whole suite of public sector schools.
Absolutely.
Right, which actually have their own sets of challenges. And by the way, even within public sector schools, you have all varieties, ones which are run by, different foundations and different, not foundations, but different government entities, others run by state, others run by things like, tribal and welfare committees, right? So they are, and then on top of that, you, by the way, put the whole piece around which part of the country they are in. So you have a whole host of segments opening up, right? Some in the interior, some in the metros and all, right? On the other side, you have the private sector schools, where also, by the way, you have chains, then you have independent schools, and then you have a whole host of this thing, right? And so unfortunately or fortunately, the Indian education market, at least on the K-12 side, is like a perfect market, right? It has all varieties and variants in it, and further complicated by the fact that we kind of never call these as profit-making institutions, but more as social institutions, which actually puts its own little spin into that, right? And fundamentally, I believe at the heart of the school itself, it has three elements to it, right? There is the whole there is the student body, which they, by the way, attract. There is a teacher catch pool, which they, by the way, are able to retain. And then, of course, there is the whole real estate and the associated capital investment which goes into a school. Okay. And each of them, are actually, by the way, they have their own set of cost structures and their own issues, right? Now, when you add to this, so we are finding that there are few things which, by the way, are, at least from a teacher empowerment and teacher enablement perspective, I think the most important piece is actually the school leadership commitment to learning these new technologies and changing, right? Okay, and by the way, while at the government level we see that on the public sector school side we see the commitment at least coming in. However, does it actually translate to the school at the front line? Answer is, by the way, it's kind of it's very stochastic. In some cases it is, and others it's not. Same is the case with private schools as well. The second piece is, by the way, so one is the leadership commitment that, we need to do something on tech. The second piece is how much time are they willing to invest and upskill their teachers?
Yeah.
Because remember, the teacher market in India is an absolutely fluid market. I mean, unless you're in the public school setup where you actually want to be around for a long period of time over which you can build your career and actually get your annuity and everything else. But on the private sector side, I mean, the teachers market is a very fluid market. Teachers have the option of moving away and vice versa, right? And thus, by the way, it then actually gets linked very nicely back to the whole economics question around how much are the parents willing to pay, how much are you able to get from the and thus, by the way, how much are you able to invest? But in short, I would say that if there is one thing which this country needs, it actually needs, by the way, a unified framework around how do we judge and measure teachers in terms of their ability. Number two, it needs a platform, and I will actually talk about the work we are doing with the government on this on the Diksha platform, which actually the teachers can, by the way, hook into to get immediate course material and so on. So there are some national level platforms which need to be extended to make sure that upskilling is available to teachers. And then, of course, I think the market of this country is good enough. I think teachers will, by the way, gravitate towards those schools and institutions which actually not only do they pay them well, but they also upskill them for the future, right? So which is where we should let just the market operates. So I think if we have those three things, which is an overall framework for grading teachers, number two, let the market work, number three, have some platforms which, by the way, provide them access to training and all, I think we actually will have a much better teacher market. And to Gupta's point earlier, right, at the end of the day, the market is changing. And thus, by the way, today students have the ability to pick and choose the best teacher in the world and listen to their lectures, right?
Absolutely.
So they're finally on top of all of this. I think that is actually what technology is bringing, the true democratization of education and access. And maybe you will find that in the long run, you might actually not lead the number of teachers, right, quantitatively, to actually reach out to these students. So over a period of time, I do actually see, now I'm putting my Oracle hat, 10 years out, 20 years out, you see the number of teachers shrinking, but the quality of education going up because of all these technologies and the market working well. Yeah. And I'm talking about market in the truest sense, not in terms of the capitalistic part of the market, right?
Thank you. Thank you. I think, Notice, you have covered it beautifully. It is very insightful. I will now take in my colleague, Manju Rana. Manju, you have a question for Dr. Vinny Johri, I suppose. Yeah.
Yes, so my question is directed to Vinny Johri, ma'am. Ma'am, as you touched upon, the possibility of AI to help in personalizing education and institutional excellence. I think these are the two areas that you covered. Well, I want to understand that in a country like India, where most of the students belong to the low-income families and they're even deprived of having, a device for themselves, and the schools are also existing in the remotest of the areas. How can we ensure that that the AI reaches all of them? Thank you.
I think one of the key factors will definitely be making available the infrastructure available. So some kind of a device would definitely be required, though there are other channels like radios and TVs which were also deployed. But during the pandemic, we worked with millions of teachers and students over the last 9 months or so, and worked in remotest locations where even in the families where there would be one mobile phone which would be shared between the father, mother, and kids, or the father would take it for the job, but in the evening the device would be available. We facilitated so many government schools, interiors in states in Northeast, in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan as well. So when we empowered them on digital learning platforms, on Teams, the AI came in very, very handy. For example, the professor also just talked about, ability. Different children have different abilities to learn. So let's say the teacher is lecturing in a particular language or is speaking in English, but I'm more comfortable in another language. So imagine the lecture or the notes that you have. By click of a button, the entire thing gets transcribed into another language. Imagine there are children who are very shy, let's say, and those children, they can't speak, they're not exposed to public speaking. And belong to multiple segments. Imagine you're empowering the child to develop that confidence to speak and express oneself. You use very simple apps that are not very bandwidth heavy or are not very complex, like a Flipgrid. And you express yourself and the teacher is able to hear and give a positive feedback. You're enabling the voice for them. And, we worked with the many tribal schools, remote locations, NVS in the interiors of the villages, and tinkered with the blended learning formats, tinkered with coding. And we were surprised to see there's absolutely no difference between the learning experiences of a child who is in a rural area and who is in the urban area. In fact, one of the schools that resides in one of the villages in Punjab, they won one of the global challenges worldwide with their children. So I think it's the passion of the leadership to make the change happen, and making the infrastructure available, the passion of a teacher to upskill themselves. And if you provide those tech platforms and very simple, like make life simple, the students will be absolutely astounding and magical with the work they can accomplish around it. So it's possible, but definitely infrastructure support would be required.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Vinny. I think my colleague Sanjay has a question for Professor Gupta. Sanjay?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Professor Gupta, of course, wonderful insight what we got from the discussion, and something which is so relevant and applicable in our day-to-day life when we are dealing with children. We were talking about values, we were talking about the strengths of virtual and blended learning platform, we were talking about the needs of a lot of need of self-regulation and self-discipline which automatically comes when a child has to take benefit. Because, you know, one headline this morning draws my attention. It says, AI helps track 56 JEE candidates who are potential impersonators. Now, this is one of the headlines which we get to read. And there are schools where principals are meeting the request from the parents, talking about conducting the examination only in online mode, not to bring them on offline mode immediately. So this is where we need some more insight as educators to deal with the situation and to bring in that component of self-motivation, self-regulation, and prepare our children to make best use of this blended learning platform. So some advice on that.
Yeah, Professor Gupta.
Oh, you don't ask easy questions, do you? So let me try and break that down a little bit. So, because there were multiple things in there. So first of all, AI is a multi-dimensional technology. It's a generalized technology, right? It's sort of a revolution in computing the same way computers themselves were a revolution in machinery. You know, before computers came along, a mill was a mill, a hammer was a hammer, and a car was a car. Then computers come along, and now you can have, you know, your modern car is made up of over 100 computers. It's essentially a distributed system. You can attach a computer to a hammer, and you can tell it how to hammer, right? You can attach a computer to a mill, and now that computer does the mill's job. It's a general purpose system. AI is quickly moving towards that kind of ability. It's not as good as humans in many areas, especially sort of ground level stuff like, you know, you tell an AI to juggle some balls or something and it's going to get into a lot of trouble, right? But there's a general purpose nature to it. So with that comes good and bad sides. It's a tool at the end of the day, right? So when you're talking about examination systems, we have to be very careful about how we use those tools, because I know for a fact that there are companies and software provided that do things like they'll leave your camera on and they'll track the eyes of the exam taker to make sure that, you know, that person's not cheating and so on and so forth. And I'm not saying they don't work, but they also add a lot of stress to individuals who are already facing a lot of stress. So there, I think it's the problem or the solution is not with AI, it's with us. We need to decide how to deploy these tools very, very carefully, right? Now, when it comes to this sort of next stage of education with AI, right? I think it's a hard question because, you know, someone was talking about teacher evaluations before this, and you also mentioned exams. All of these mechanisms of evaluation are only as good as the data that goes into them, right? So I think AI and associated technologies are going to be and can be very useful in speeding up the way we learn. I personally am rather wary of introducing them into any kind of evaluation system, because those are only good as the data, as good as the data we put into them. And there's been a lot of work showing that you can get yourself into a lot of trouble sort of trying to do that. I'll quickly mention two specific examples on either side of that story, right? So before coming to Ashoka, I was on the faculty at MIT, and we did a lot of work there trying to get accurate teacher evaluations, professor evaluations. And what we found is that if you have the exact same lecture delivered by two different professors, and we know because we practice together, right? Me and a colleague of mine, we practiced together and we gave the exact same lecture, exact same notes. Female professors will receive significantly lower estimates of competence and ability compared to male ones. And I know she's a better lecturer than I am because she's much older to me. She's a much better speaker, but her competence level in the area was judged as lower to mine, even though we said the exact same words, right? So I want to be very, very careful in applying these technologies, because at the end of the day, what are you basing your system on? You're basing your system on sort of student input and other things. Now, if you're basing your system on other data, if you're saying, I'm going to look at, okay, students who were taught by this teacher went on to achieve A, B, C, D. Maybe that's better, but maybe there are social pressures that make sure that some students don't do well because of other sort of marginalizations and so on. So then the issue becomes very, very complex. It's the same with examination systems. So I am very, very wary of introducing any kind of technology that people don't completely understand into evaluations unless there's some kind of human in the loop. Then it can actually be very, very useful. If there's some kind of human in the loop to handle all of these exceptions, as there are some systems like that in certain places in the world. There's some in Singapore, for example, and then it tends to work very well. But you need to keep this oversight infrastructure very sort of carefully structured.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Gupta. I'm very happy that you have also flagged some of the flip side of much hyped AI and new technologies. I think that balances quite a lot of things. Unfortunate as it may be, the session is very fast heading towards the end, and that is my only regret. Such beautiful, erudite speakers, and we simply refuse to have more time with them due to exigencies of this conference. So what I'm going to do is, before I invite my colleague Meenakshi to propose a vote of thanks, I'll give maybe a couple of minutes to Mr. Nautez to maybe wind it up also in a way, and also throw some light why AI and new technologies are not seen as game changers in education as yet, whereas it has already done a lot in industry and in some other areas. Mr. Nautez.
Yeah, no, thank you. Thank you, Ashok. That's again, by the way, an interesting question. No, listen, I think first, education is, by the way, technology, this actually gets into how technologies, by the way, proliferate. And generally, by the way, they proliferate when, when people find actually economic benefit for them. And thus, by the way, at least some of the big industries, whether you talk about oil and gas, or you take metallurgy, or you take healthcare, people were actually able to apply and get the benefits of this relatively quickly, right? And then once, somebody gets benefit, it actually, but just by the way, it just proliferates. We're beginning to see something like that, in education. But, remember, education is a bit different, because while most of the other processes are actually quite physical in nature, you do ABC and you, by the way, get XYZ right out. When we get into into education, which has an element of social sciences, individual psychology, whole host of untenables, right? And you're actually talking about young impressionable minds. There's always a question around, whenever you get into any sort of predictions, there's also always a question around, how fair is this technology, right? How reliable and safe is it? How inclusive it is, right?
Absolutely.
Right? How private and secure it is, right? And who's taking accountability for anything? I mean, to that whole my point I made around teachers. Tomorrow you can have a great framework to, by the way, get teachers evaluated. On the other hand, social biases creep in, right? I mean, even today, for example, I was just, by the way, this just came to me, right? I was just writing on my Teams app. I was using the keyboard in which you can slide your fingers and it automatically tells you what word it is. I was doing it to get an Indian name out there. Okay. So if I have to type couple, it was showing me Cayman or Marty or something, or Karen, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is Microsoft product designed by us, designed by 20,000 people working in Hyderabad and Bangalore. Okay. And we have trained the AI only on Caucasian names, right? Now, is that something, by the way, we did it ourselves? No, it's because partly somewhere at the back of our head, we also are human beings are biased, right? The biases crop in. And that is where AI, by the way, has a potential to, by the way, it's a device which, or at least a technology which has to be used in the nice manner, right? or with lots of safeguards. But that said, that is why education, I would say, has actually been a little bit behind on this. But now I actually see lots and lots of edutech people, players, and even young innovators coming in. I mean, today I was just judging the Imagine Cup, and I'll tell you, Ashok, what I saw, right? This team, I'm hoping, Vinny, they are winning, actually had a product in which a young kid could just write code, okay, on paper. You could scan it, it would go to the backend, the code would get run, and the results would come back on their mobile phone on what happened to the code. So I am now actually seeing democratization of this technology because it's actually become quite cheap. I mean, today with $5 credit, you can actually run AI programs on Azure. Okay. So that's, by the way, that democratizes it. The industries come into it, which is the edutech market. And finally, the technology also is now advanced with human beings coming in together with AI. You can actually eliminate biases and get the reliability, security. When those three factors coming in, I would say we're at the cusp of change within the education space here.
Absolutely. I think that's a beautiful summary. Navtesh, thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'll invite my colleague, Dr. Meenakshi, to propose a vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, Ashok sir. And it was a wonderful, wonderful interaction. And I think all the NPSC leaders, school leaders especially, would have got one message, that it is the leadership that is going to bring the change. And all the teachers who are listening must have got it very clearly, that how carefully they have to use this a very integral part for the education in the future. And of course, we can't go without it, but we have to handle it carefully. And as very well said by one of our speakers, that we need to, all the speakers who said that we need to be very, very careful. We have to bring the children to be successful 21st century learners. For them, technology as well as life skills, both have to be integrated together. So thank you so much, all the panelists, all the worthy panelists, Dr. Devyan Gupta, Mr. Navtesh Bal, Dr. Vinny Johri. It was a pleasure listening all of you, and it has really done a wonderful impact on all of us. And I have no words to congratulate and say that Dr. Ashok Pandey, as usual, it is an excellent way you have moderated the session. Everybody was so much engaged. Thank you so much once again, all of you. And I hope this is going to be a very enriching session for all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Meenakshi. And we will find some AI-driven way to connect with these learned speakers.
Yes, definitely, sir. Definitely.
Thank you. Thank you, Manju, and thank you, Sanjay. And over to you, Monica. I'm sure you'll be very happy with our time management.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you, dear panelists. That was indeed a thought-provoking session for harnessing multiple technologies for a successful blended learning for the future. Well, after all that virtual food for thought, I'm sure we all are waiting for the real thing. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a very short break for lunch and get back with another interesting session at sharp 2 o'clock. In the meantime, we request you to please visit the lobby area and explore the registration desk and other features that we've lined up for you. So we'll see you on the other side of the break. Thank you.
Monica.
Welcome back, dear audience. We produced online curricula while dealing with our own quarantined families. Little has been talked about us and the role we played during these difficult times. But that has not faltered us from doing what we are best at. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are the teachers of the Corona era. Let us begin with a session now about teachers, strengthening metacognitive competencies for enhancing teacher education. Let me introduce you to the prolific speakers of this panel. We are honored and privileged to have among us Professor Anil D. Sahasrabudhe, Professor of Mechanical Engineering at India Institute of Technology, Guwahati, who is currently chairman of All India Council for Technical Education. A very warm welcome to you, Professor Sahasrabudhe. Let us put our hands together for another accomplished speaker, Professor Kirsti Lonka, who is a professor of educational psychology at University of Helsinki, Finland. She is director of Research Group of Educational Psychology and a popular keynote speaker around the world. A hearty welcome to you, Professor Lonka. Ms. Seema Jerath, Principal DLF Public School Ghaziabad, has kindly consented to be the moderator for the session. Ms. Aparna Airy, Principal DAV Public School Gurgaon, has graciously accepted to be the rapporteur for the session. Now let me request Ms. Seema Jerath to welcome the speakers and begin with another interesting session, please.
Thank you very much, Monica. Could you please confirm that I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Thank you. And good afternoon to all our distinguished panelists, Professor Kirsti Lonka from the University of Helsinki, Finland, and Professor Anil Sahasrabudhe, Chairman AICTE, members of the NPSC, principals, and teachers. It's wonderful to welcome you all to session 3 of the conference on strengthening metacognitive competencies for enhancing teacher education. 2020, the year of the pandemic, has also been the year that has fast forwarded us into the future 10 years ahead of time. At least to those of us who are in the field of education and who have been participating in global conversations through webinars and have been part of the digital transformation. And the last 2 sessions on multiculturalism and algorithms corroborated the same. It was the year of the lockdown when a lot got unlocked in terms of our mindsets and in terms of our skill sets. And year 2020 has also brought to us the NEP that aims to disrupt the existing Indian education system with ambitious and generational reforms, not only in school education, but also in higher education and technical education. With the hope that the NEP brings and the scope that it offers through the numerous possibilities that promise to open up with the right implementation, most of us in schools have already started rethinking, rebooting, re-strategizing to construct a new future for our schools. And this conference on reading the past and writing the future of school education could not have been more relevant and timely. My compliments and congratulations to the very dynamic and very grounded chairperson NPSC, Mrs. Malini Narayanan, for this very pertinent theme of the conference. She has certainly not wasted the COVID crisis. She has used it as an opportunity to invite 20 times more participants than we do every year at this 48th conference. And I think as of last count, we had more than 3,000 people attending this conference, as also the best speakers from India and across the globe to facilitate new sharing and enable new learning for all of us. And this session on strengthening metacognitive competencies has relevance for all of us here who have braved the pandemic. Metacognition, the act of thinking about our thinking, about how we learn, helps make greater sense of our life experiences, and we can start achieving at higher levels as we gain awareness of our own mental states. Without delving more into the topic, let me put the spotlight on the 2 stars of this session, our panelists, both very knowledgeable and experienced speakers in their respective domains. Professor Sahasrabudhe, Chairman AICTE, is acknowledged as a prominent educator and reformer in technical education across the country. Thank you, sir, for consenting to be a panelist at our conference. We look forward to hearing you today. We also have with us Professor Kristi Lonka. Professor Lonka is Professor of Educational Psychology at the University of Helsinki, Finland. And interestingly, she is both a researcher and an educator. She has researched on very interesting subjects, on teacher thinking, on how innovative schools require innovative leaders, and on how to bring change in schools, in addition to the numerous research areas where she has worked with higher education institutes as also with schools. Professor Lonka has 140 publications to her credits, journal articles, conference papers, book chapters, and she's authored numerous books. But her latest book, Phenomenal Learning from Finland in 2018, was published in 4 languages. And this year, it gets published in 4 more languages, one of which is Hindi. So Professor Lonka is a popular keynote speaker across the world. I think many of you who are keeping pace with the changing times would know her from the various video and TV broadcasts. Now, sticking to the norm, I will invite the lady to speak first. May I invite you, Professor Lonka, to please share your views on the subject. Over to you, Professor Lonka.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. I'm very honored to be here and learning about your system and the latest developments. I'm going to present briefly and hoping that we have some time for a discussion. Maybe we can start my presentation now, please. Yes, and here is my first slide. We are preparing youth for the future, and actually the future has hit us very hard because we had to take a major digital leap during this year. Fortunately, we were quite well prepared in Finland because we have been changing our teacher education into digital form. We started the process already 2 years ago. Next slide, please. This is unnecessary. You kindly presented me. Here are just some information, and the PDF is available for you if you want to know more. Next slide, please. And also my book, Phenomenal Learning from Finland, is coming in 2 Indian languages. It's been some delay due to the corona pandemic, but you can read more details from my book. It's also available in English online, so as an e-book, so you don't have to go to the physically to a bookstore. I saw that you are now in India heightening the level of teacher training. We've had started this process in 1970s, so the subject matter teachers have always been conducted at the university level. So they have master degree plus 1 year pedagogical studies, which is quite common in the world. But the training of class teachers, primary school teachers from grades 1 to 6, it was transferred over to the universities already in 1970s. We have master degrees. I have master seminar for my students, and many of them actually continue to PhD studies. So at the moment, most of my PhD students have a teacher class education background, class teacher education background. And the training of kindergarten teachers in university became 1991, and they have bachelors, but those who want to be directors of a kindergarten, they need to take master level degree. Next slide, please. This is some summary of the basic features for those who don't know our system. So we've had for 40 years had the highest teacher education in the world because the master is required. And unlike in many other countries, teachers' job is really attractive. Teachers are autonomous, school days are quite short, holidays are quite long. At the moment, we are having a skiing holiday, relatively good salary, and teachers are well liked and respected. So the whole system is based on trust. So we think that we educate our teachers well, and after that, we trust that they can do a good job. So there are no school inspections, not standardized tests. schools locally put the national curriculum in practice. That has been a successful policy when it comes to learning outcomes. We have done quite well in the international OECD and PISA measurements. In the latest about science, we were among 5 of the best in the world. So it seems to pay off that we trust our teachers. What is different also from many other countries is that we don't have any school fees. We basically have no private schools. So the same free education from preschool to university is for all. And same school from ages 7 to 15. Before that, early childhood education officially starts at the age of 5. Then after comprehensive school, this year we got a new decision by our government and parliament. The education is mandatory and free until the age of 18, either in high school or in vocational studies. And this is a very new thing. But after the secondary education, there is also free higher education, like teacher education. So there are no dead ends, basically. It's difficult to get to the university, but you can do it from the vocational basis. This is just a summary of our system. And I noticed that it's very quite different from your system, which is, I'm very grateful. I've learned so much about that, and we can maybe talk about these differences, but this is good to know. Next slide, please. We have built a testbed for innovations. I was designing this in 2012 with my team. So we have a physical environment. I would really love to show it to you. There is a video, and I sent the video clip to you so you can see how it works. And the main thing is not technology, it's pedagogical social interaction. The basic idea is how to integrate virtual, physical, mobile, and pedagogical innovations in teacher training, because we think that in order to change the schools, we need to change the ways we train our teachers. Next slide, please. Here are the Finnish 21st century skills. This tool is available. I sent you a link to this tool if you want to metacognitively evaluate your thinking about these 21st century skills. The main skill is thinking and learning to learn. Other important skills are cultural competence, which includes social and emotional learning, self-care, managing everyday life, multiliteracy, information and communication technologies, working life skills, and entrepreneurship. We are not good at that. And then importantly, participating and building a sustainable future. Next slide, please. Yes, you can download this tool free of charge. And the link is available for participants. So, oh, it's going to be mailed to all the participants. That's wonderful. So phenomenon-based learning and 21st century skills are important. Coding, AI, robotics, and STEAM. Coding is mandatory at school at the moment. The social digital revolution, which means that we also apply all these latest digital devices in teaching. But remember, in Finland, it's special that art, sports, outdoor activities, music, and home economy are also important. We need to foster innovation and creativity in our citizens. And there was a major disruption during COVID-19. Next slide, please. Phenomenon-based learning means that we have interdisciplinary projects that are inquiry that starts from a larger phenomenon. We integrate various school subjects, and we don't replace subject matter-based teaching. We still have a curriculum that's based on subject matter, but we have 1 or 2 interdisciplinary projects per year. It's a bit like STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics, but it's broader. It includes humanities and all these sports, handicrafts, and other non-academic subjects. Next slide, please. So the idea, for instance, we can have a theme like forest, and the whole school is looking at some aspect of forest. So we make use of the natural curiosity of children and youth, and they define the phenomenon they want to study. There may be this given theme, but it's children who are finding the problem to study. And here is important that we can link these 21st century skills. And this is developing metacognition, because teachers and students need to collaboratively think about their thinking and the process of learning as well, and think about what broad-based skills are included. So it's a holistic way of studying. If possible, we go to forest, so it's in authentic context. So it's not starting from individual subjects. Next slide, please. I see actually that this is a previous version of my presentation, but I'm following it. Can you change the slide? Yes. So we implemented our new curriculum in 2016, and during this pandemic, it was really time to put all these competencies in practice. And there is my avatar actually in the middle. I needed to create my own avatar and go to virtual reality, and that was really exciting experience. And we are going to develop such ideas as well. Next slide, please. And we have also digitalized all our mass lectures. I have 700 future teachers from early childhood education, class teachers, subject matter, special teachers, and adult educators every year. And we've been developing ways of training interaction skills in teaching and learning in online format, and that's challenging. Next slide, please. This is in Finnish. This is our language. Oh, there's the slide again, please. Next slide. And the next one. Okay. In my latest version of my presentation, I had a slide about assessment and metacognition, and how assessment is the tail that wags the whole dog. So the idea is that if we want to change our school system, we need to change assessment, and assessing for thinking and not reproducing facts. And we have assessment ways that are authentic and very much formative assessment, and very much feed forward, as we call it. Here is just a picture about our teacher training program that our university training center is organizing. It's available for everybody, and we are doing this in different parts of the world in order to help people to implement these ideas. And I have been visiting Taiwan. I'm visiting professor in Africa. And what is the problem around the world is that we have very innovative curricula on paper, but I think it's a global effort to think how we can put all these things in practice. And we've been trying to implement our latest curriculum, investing a lot of time and effort, redoing our teacher education, but still the curriculum that was introduced in 2016, it's a implementation process is still in progress, and it would be great to talk about this with you, how to put all these ideas in practice that look so good on paper. So that's why we've developed new innovations in teacher training and in continuing teacher training as well, so that the professional development is a lifetime effort instead of just first education and then going to work. Thank you for your interest, and now it's time for the next presentation, I guess.
Thank you, Professor Lonka. That presentation of yours triggered some very interesting thoughts and ideas, and I will come back to you with questions to deep delve into whatever you have just shared with us. May I now request Professor Sahasrabuddhe to share his views on the subject.
Yeah, thank you, Seema, and thank you, Professor Christy Lonka and Madam Malini Narayanan, who invited me here. It's very exciting to talk about the entire issue of metacognitive competencies and how they are related with learning styles. Our new national education policy is in place, and some of the models which Professor Christie talked about, they are all part of our new national education policy. So I think we have taken a leaf out of what has been being done in Helsinki, and probably with a large volume of population that we have here, there are huge challenges in order to implement that, but nevertheless, government has taken a step forward in order to do the same kind of thing which you are trying to do, maybe with some tweaking here and there. Since this is essentially for school education, I would like to touch a little bit about higher technical education as well, but that is not the role here because most of the people who have joined this particular group are related with school education. But when it comes to learning, a child starts learning right from home, right from the birth. And the first teacher is the mother. Mother is the first teacher. So child starts learning, looking at mother, the actions that the mother is doing, and starts imbibing some of those qualities directly or indirectly. And subsequently, of course, it comes in contact with other members of the family, father, brothers, sisters, relatives, neighbors who keep coming in at home. So the first 2-3 years, the child is playing, and while playing, several things child is trying to understand, and the psychology of the child is to grab as much information as possible, as much knowledge as possible. It's so inquisitive. It always troubles the parents, grandparents who are at home by asking so many questions. Sometimes we say, no, keep quiet now, it is enough. No, but that inquisitiveness, which is there in the mind of the child at the age of 1, 2, 3, gradually when the child comes to the school, unfortunately, in a system like ours, where in a classroom, instead of 30, 40, sometimes there are 80, 100 children, and there is only noise, and therefore teachers will only discipline them, but not really give answers to their inquisitive minds. I think that is the challenge which we need to address. That is one important thing. Therefore, when we talk about metacognitive or cognitive learning, there are different styles of learning, which we also talk about in higher education, be it in the form of lectures being given by the teachers, tutorials, where you try to explain some of the facts for a smaller number, practicals, they may be inside the laboratory, you can take them outwards, maybe in the garden, maybe in the agricultural field, maybe in industry, and so those are the kind of practice-oriented class sessions which could be there. In higher education, of course, we have a mandatory project, which is also there in the school. And I have observed in many schools, instead of the project being done by the children in the school itself, it is given as an assignment. And when it is given as an assignment, instead of the child, it actually is done by the parents. And unfortunately, they will bring in all kind of tools that are required, or the gadget or materials, and then they assemble and give it. I think that is not the learning. The child may do hundreds of mistakes, doesn't matter, it will break something, but everything has to be done by individually. If at all, you can ask some raw material to be brought to the school and let the child experiment in the school itself. And that is the right way of doing what we call it as project-based learning, or what we call even problem-solving based learning, or internship-based learning. I think this kind of solid interaction which is required in the school, and if that is not done, the child will not pick up all the threads that are there which are related with that particular type of education. And therefore, whether it is discussion, whether it is the meetings, whether it is even music, sometimes I've seen in Pune, there is an excellent group which has started training mathematics through music. So if you are telling about the tables, 2 into 2 is 4, 2 into 3 is 6, etc., in a routine manner, the understanding of that is difficult, and cognitive or learning of that is difficult. If you do it in a poetic form, in a musical form, people will get it into it automatically. I think therefore, whether it is using music, and one of the friends from the film industry, he often says that in every school, in every college, one mandatory course must be there on the drama or the play or the acting. And this is a must. When you have this, then you create any story and ask that you have to create a small skit, small drama on that, naturally children will start thinking about the character and they will imbibe the values of that character, the ethics of that, the morals of that, and learning is actually self-learning. So the child will start exploring the personality of that actor about whom they have to do the acting. And naturally, whether if suppose it's a blind person whose acting one has to do, so naturally you have to blindfold yourself and see the difficulties that the blind person faces when he is walking or she is walking, whether when there are obstacles, how one can fall down. So I think that empathy development and the skills of not only one side learning, but also creating a life skill actually in terms of connecting with the society. All of that starts happening in a role play, role model. And therefore in the classroom, if you give small themes and ask them to enact a small play on that, children will start discussing amongst themselves who will be able to play and what are the roles that have to be there. I think great learning is possible through even such kind of plays and drama and music. Then there are possibilities of observations of the children. You give an incident, you show a short movie, ask the child to analyze the whole thing. That analytical thinking, critical thinking ability will come through the observation of the child in terms of observing a short video, a short film, a documentary, and its relationship with the society, with the school itself, with the subject that a child is learning. I think a lot of connects can be established. These are all connecting dots. We also have a lot of sessions where you can ask a child to reflect, give a proposal that in a given situation, probably this is what has happened. You are in the forest, suddenly some tiger is coming. What are you going to do? So a lot of self-reflection, a lot of introspection. These are all very, very important parameters. And then in order to really comprehend better, the Indian methodology of yoga and meditation has shown that it has great value in terms of the entire comprehension, metacognitive skill development, cognitive skill development, because a lot of things are coming in. They are random things which are coming in. Our mind is always with thousands of thoughts. There cannot be even a microsecond that goes without a thought coming in and going out. And therefore, in order to really concentrate and understand the nuances and true self-reflection, true introspection, I think you have to be in silence. You have to be with yourself and try to, any situation that has arisen or likely to arise, you comprehend that, you do introspection. I think solutions will come. And that is great learning. We have lots of games, the games could be of different variety where the memory games could be there. You have 10 children in the class, you ask each one of them to start telling one word each. And at the 11th, same turn will come of the first child. That child, she has to repeat all the 10 words that were spoken by the earlier 10 children and then add a 11th one and then 12th one. So I think we will develop the capacity of even memory, how you can develop that even better than that. There could be different types of, not only games, but toys. You act on that. So the motor skills, which are so important, hands-on skills, they are developed, whether it is working with mud in terms of pottery, it could be small carpentry work, it could be small welding work, it could be small electronics. So we are all talking today of AI, ML, data science, IoT, robotics, augmented reality, virtual reality. Not all schools can afford all of that. Certainly these are all required, I think, for creating level playing field and not having any digital divide or educational divide. We need to support even with AI, ML, DS and all of that. But whatever little is available in the neighborhood, you don't have to invent. I think I was amazed by one of the IIT Kanpur alumni who spent his whole life, Mr. Arvind Gupta. He has created toys which will do experiments in science, hundreds and thousands of them, all at a low cost. I'm talking about 5 rupees. In terms of euro, you cannot even count how small it is. And such experiments. And using a wasted slipper, wasted tire, a tube, all of that gives you insight into a scientific experiment, which otherwise in a laboratory may require tens of thousands of rupees to even lakh of rupees. I think this is the passion that we can drive amongst the children through the toys. Today, AICT and MHRD, now Ministry of Education, of course, and other 4 ministries, we have come together and launched what is known as Toy Hackathon. We want children to tell us what type of toys will give them education, and then try to develop such toys. And these toys then can be manufactured by our industry. They can be put back into the school system. And therefore, the entire school system, which is getting transformed from the present 10+2 to the new system, which is 5+3+3+4. That means 15 years of education instead of 12 years. But the first, earlier 3 years, instead of starting at the age of 6, starting at the age of 3, all of that in the first 5 years is going to be not the cognitive part, 3 R's, reading, writing, and arithmetic, but focus on stories, focus on games, focus on interaction between teacher and student, and between students to student. Take them out to the nature, show them the flower, the petals, the environment, and try to grab how water comes, from where it comes. I think child will start learning. Not only that, it should be in the mother tongue. We are focusing on teaching early child education foundations in the mother tongue, because the child has come from home. As I've said in the beginning, mother, father, parents, the grandparents, the brother, sister are the first teachers. So when it comes from that language suddenly into another language, which is English, a child will get into difficulty. And therefore, how smoothly we can translate, and then gradually as the child grows, certain English is required. We will teach English as well. But why English alone? We will also teach any language, maybe German, maybe French, maybe Japanese, but that comes much later. And therefore, even in India itself, there are 22 recognized national languages, and there are so many other languages. Why can't child learn about 3 or 4 other languages so that it can very easily travel from one place to other place, and can easily, smoothly be able to adjust if the father or mother gets transferred and the child has to change the school? I think this transition is also very important. All of that is embedded in the new education policy. But lastly, I would like to come to a very interesting stage that my own learning is whatever different ways of learning styles are there. We talked about 10 odd styles, but in ancient Indian literature, there are 51 different styles of learning. I think in Sanskrit, these 51 styles can be explored, and much more thing can happen, because each child is different. Each child will learn in a different manner. Understanding what is the learning style of a child and how do you support it, and that is most important in our education system. But most important, as I said, is not just the style and teaching, but examination is a great teacher. I found that a right kind of an examination, where you don't ask for only rote learning questions, but the questions of the Bloom's taxonomy, of understanding of the fundamental principles of that particular course, about critical thinking, analytical ability, innovation, creativity, all of that, such type of question paper, if it is set, the child would have gone through 1 year of education. When it writes the exam, during the tests, then during assignments, each time it does something, it understands that I understood it in some perspective, but there is another view to this, another angle to this. And that examination paper will teach a student to learn more things. And therefore, learning to learn and self-learning and lifelong learning habit will start coming in from a child by looking at the question paper. So in fact, the right design of question paper is a great tool of learning. And wherever, at least myself, every year when I did my 11th, 12th grade to engineering to masters, after the paper is over, that question paper I have solved in 3-hour paper and come back, and I have not been able to answer 1 or 2 questions because whatever reason I didn't understand that properly, or something went wrong, I didn't recapitulate. That inquisitiveness increases, about that. I couldn't do it, so I need to learn it. So I think if the right kind of question are set in the examination papers, I'm sure child will probably learn. After that standard is over, doesn't matter. It is actually lifelong learning which is important. You got some 60% marks or some grade, or instead of A grade, you got B grade, doesn't matter. But in life, you will get A grade because you have learned from that question paper. I think these are very, very important and interesting things which are likely to be done and need to be done. Now I come to, if I'm allowed to share in the higher education, what we have done, couple of things I would like to If the sharing is permitted, I'll show the teacher certification program which we have started. Just a couple of minutes and then close. Share screen, is it allowed by the administrator?
Forum, could you please answer whether we can share
Forum.
this?
Sir, have you shared your presentation beforehand?
No. I have not shared.
Okay, then it would be difficult to share, sir.
No, I have shared now. I have been able to do it.
Okay.
See, this is a comprehensive training policy for technical teachers. So in India at least, and many countries of the world, for teaching in the school education, primary to high school, we have diploma in education, bachelor of education degrees, master of education degrees. But when it comes to higher education, maybe whether it is engineering or even in the domain of arts, commerce, science, medicine, law, there is nothing like a pedagogical aspect covered at all. A person does master's or PhD or MPhil degrees and then starts teaching. And many teachers, they had a lot of problems. They learn by experience, by trial and error, 1 year, 2 year, 5 years. Some of them don't learn lifelong and remain where they are. So I think we created a very exhaustive learning policy for our entire technical teachers. So this is a policy by some of the brightest people who are some of the best teachers in technical education. I'm not naming them, but these are the 8 modules. They are all equivalent to what we call 3 credit courses. 3 credit means if there were 3 lecture hours per week for about 14 weeks, whatever is the amount of learning is required, that is there in each one of these modules. The first module is orientation towards technical education. You remove technical, it becomes orientation towards education and curricular aspects. So maybe this is specifically for technical, but if you remove technical part, rest of the course in this particular module also is for any general teacher at the higher education level. Then professional values, ethics, ecology, and sustainable development. So important in today's world. Every teacher should be sensitized to this so that in every course what he or she teaches, there is an embodiment of ethics, values, ecology, and sustainable development, which are sustainable development goals. We have communication skills, modes, and knowledge dissemination, which we are talking about in this particular today's session, instruction planning and delivery, then technology-enabled learning and lifelong learning, effective modes of student assessment and evaluation, the nature of question paper, which I referred now, creative problem solving, innovation, and meaningful R&D, research and development. And then finally, the miscellaneous aspects like administrative work, institutional management that a teacher in the lifetime of about 30 to 40 years has to do in the college or university where they teach. They are all important ingredients. And after this, 4 weeks of mandatory internship in some industry, and then practicing what they learned in all these 8 modules and industry in the 1 semester of their teaching learning with some mentor who is a senior faculty member in that institution. I think this is made mandatory. If you don't go through this and qualify, they will not become regular teachers. They will remain ad hoc temporary teachers. So this reform has been brought in by AICT. Maybe in other higher education sector also something similar is required. So I'll not go into the details, that is fine. But I would like to also talk about this gentleman. You must be all knowing Ranjit Singh Disale, who won the Best Global Teacher Award, just about few months back. He's a hardcore teacher in a government school with limited resources in a remote area in Solapur district of Maharashtra where tribal children are there. They're all nomadic tribes. Hardly anyone was coming to school. The entire school was becoming like a cow shed. All cattle were grazing there and in very bad conditions. So he started changing, talking to people, involving parents, involving students. Now it has huge number of girl students coming every day for the school and high-end, even AI, ML, computer programming, he is able to teach to those kids. So this is transformation. Therefore, the sky is the limit. It is the teacher who can drive. Teacher has so much potential, because I have seen another thing that after that age of 3 or 4 or 5, when child gets into the class 1, the standard 1 and 2, and then teacher tells something in the classroom, about some mathematics or some word, the child comes back, and when probably sometimes it is wrong, teacher may be wrong, but when parents who are highly educated also try to tell that what you are writing or saying is not correct, this is the right thing, child at that age says, no, 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 Papa, you're wrong. What my teacher said is right. So much confidence that the children have in their early school teacher. Maybe at higher education, they don't feel so. But as far as the class 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is concerned, children think that they are like gods. I think that power we must utilize in order to create a vibrant society, vibrant learning atmosphere in our schools. I think I'll stop here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Professor Sahasrabudhe, for those practical, doable inputs, talking about looking inwards, giving children opportunities to look inwards to find solutions to the problems around them, or emphasizing on reflection and problem solving and lifelong learning. And I think, yes, Ranjit Desale's example is a role model for every teacher to build on her competencies. It's nice to have a vision or a benchmark. That is what he has set. Very nicely said, and we are running out of time, but I'll quickly pose one question, a technical question to Professor Lonka first. Professor Lonka, there is a lot of change that all of us are envisaging through the national education policy. But yesterday, like you were telling me, it is all going to depend on how it is implemented. Now, with your vast experience of bringing change in schools of Finland, you were talking again about that curriculum that forced teachers to collaborate because there was no other way. Now, what implementation challenges do you see for India? And would you like to suggest any solutions from your experience?
I very much liked what we just heard about how we can do these things without it being expensive. So I've been working in, for instance, in Africa, and I like that Nelson Mandela quotation very much because he's very much appreciated in Namibia and South Africa. So I've been working in very challenging environments, and it would have been great to show some pictures how we try to put these ideas in practice there. So I think we need to build on the strengths of the teachers, because we have very wise teachers who already know things and all these things, how to activate little children, how to make them think, how to show empathy, how teachers are role models. All this is very important. So I think instead of telling teachers that they should change everything and so on, we could point out that they've always been doing this, supporting metacognition and supporting these 21st century skills, but just to make it more systematic. And this phenomenon-based learning is also something I heard that you're kind of already doing. So making children wonder, making children pose questions, and you don't always need technology. And for instance, in some areas, rural areas, we don't have computers. That's why we develop things that you can do with your mobile phone, because in many countries, almost every child has a mobile, at least the parents have, young people have mobile phones, and you can do a lot of things also with mobile devices, and to teach children how to make them, to put them in use, not only for entertainment, but for teaching and learning. And we are doing research that they are very useful if you use them properly and for information and inquiries, rather than just hanging out with your friends, which is also important, but that's kind of leisure time activity more. So I think it's important to unite our forces and try to globally solve these problems together, because everybody's struggling with these problems, regardless of how much, what is the budget.
Thank you. I would like to move to Dr. Usha Ram, the former chairperson of NPSC, who would like to ask a question to Dr. Sahasrabudhe. Over to you, Dr. Ram. Please unmute yourself, Dr. Ram. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Seema. And I was very attentively listening to both our speakers, that is Professor Lonka and Dr. Anil. They both have talked about constructing understanding requires both cognitive and metacognitive elements. Both are required. Now, learners construct knowledge using cognitive strategies, and they guide, regulate, and evaluate their learning using metacognitive strategies. It is through this that thinking about thinking takes place. This use of metacognitive strategy that the real learning occurs. As students become, more skilled at using metacognitive skills, they gain confidence and they become more independent as learners. Can I request Professor Lonka to please answer this question? Dr. Anil, please don't mind because I wanted to ask her this question. Can you elaborate some more strategies in thinking about thinking, how to help to regulate and to monitor their own learning process, whether it is the teacher or the student? Can you suggest some more strategies, dear? You've spoken quite well,
yes.
but I just wanted to know more about it. Thank you.
Just briefly, we can put the children in small groups and make them talk about a problem, a shared problem, like they have a case that they need to solve, a problem to be solved together. So instead of only focusing on the problem, we can make them to talk with each other. How would you solve this problem? What did you think? What I can learn from you? This kind of questions, the teacher can, we call it indirect metacognitive support. Instead of teacher coming there and telling them what to do, she can start or he can start asking questions, not only about the content or the problem to be solved, but also about, oh, did you notice that she was thinking differently? And how did you think? And make them think about their thinking instead of only the practicalities. And usually when you help children to work in teams, they learn from each other's strategies. When you make the strategies over to discussion and not just something that happens within individual mind. So practically teamwork is the key for learning about other people's metacognitive strategies. And everybody can use that.
No, there's no time. I can see Seema looking at me. I can see Seema looking at me.
I'm looking at Aparna, but I think
thank you so much.
Tanya
Thank you,
Joshi,
Professor Lonka.
Principal of Indian School, has a question again for Dr. Sahasrabudhe. She's just writing to me. I do have questions for you, but I don't think the clock is going to allow me to do that. Ask you. So, are you here, Tanya?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here. Professor Lonka and Professor Anil, the enthusiasm and what all you've said, I mean, if I start talking about that, I think the session will end. But my question is for Dr. Anil. It's a very, very mundane question, sir. But how does one incorporate metacognitive competencies in a classroom with 40 students? I know you said the population is huge at the onset itself, but tell me, how can I do it in my classroom?
No, in a way, Professor Christie has already answered that. See, what we need to do is divide the students of that class of 40 into 4 groups, 10 each. And I'm telling you, one of the powerful things for learning is observation. You send these 10 children to outside the classroom, go to bus stand, railway station, or some nearby park, and then don't tell them anything. Just ask them to go spend half an hour and come back. And then in the classroom, ask, along with the remaining children also if required, what did they see during that? Different children will bring different kind of an perspective. Someone will say that there was a monkey in the garden. Someone will say some passenger while climbing the railway platform, he slipped and fell down. So I think then you must start asking them various questions and start making them think and try to find out what are the challenges, problems that exist and what are the possible solutions that you will think. And the other 30 also can chip in actually. They were not observed, but the observation of the others, they are trying to understand and then giving a solution to that. I think you can make the class as interesting as possible through various ways and means. Unless children feel that every day I get something out of my class, they will not be interested. If it is routine writing of some script on the from the textbook and giving some example, they will not be excited. They will get excited by live examples, by experiencing themselves, doing some project by hand. I think that is what we need to do. And then instead of classroom, why can't you take them outside the classroom as well? In the premises of the school, even in the corridor, in the garden which is there in the school, and many things can be done in smaller groups within that. I think we need to be innovative. See, innovation is the name of the game today. So, and if you don't do that, I think we will not succeed in what we want to do.
Thank you, sir. And it's not only innovation, I think it's your enthusiasm. And I think if we can take some part of your enthusiasm, the classroom would be a much better place. Thank you so much, sir.
One wouldn't say that you haven't been a school teacher, you know. Dr. Sahasrabudhe, you've been giving such wonderful insights and takeaways. Thank you to both of you for making this session so enriching and adding so much value. I would now hand over to my colleague, Ms. Aparna Eri, the principal of DAV School, Gurgaon, and the rapporteur of the session to close with a vote of thanks. Over to you, Aparna.
Good afternoon, everyone. This was indeed a wonderful session on strengthening metacognitive competencies. One thing that this pandemic has taught all of us is that political and geographical boundaries are non-existent in a literal and virtual world. Today, we are all together from different parts of the world, sitting and enjoying and learning a lot from this conference. As has been rightly pointed out by Professor Lonka, the world has seen unprecedented innovations in teaching learning pedagogy, bringing together intercultural competencies toward a sustainable future, overcoming the COVID disruption. Dr. Sahasrabudhe talked about the new national education policy, which is in consonance with the global strategies. Indeed, the inquisitiveness of little children is blunted and dulled in the schoolrooms. And very aptly put, we need to reassess our teaching tools and make them more hands-on or project-based learning for easier comprehension and better retention. Thanks a lot to my esteemed panelists and my dear colleague, Ms. Seema Jairat, for wonderfully moderating this session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Aparna.
Thank you, dear speakers, for such an insightful discussion and scholarly perspectives of yours, which are so easily implementable in our classroom scenarios. On such a topic which has acquired an even greater relevance in 2020. The year 2020 was also a year of social turmoil and a relook at protection of human rights. As George Floyd became a symbol of Black Lives Matter movement, polities and education systems across the globe realized the ever-growing relevance of equity and social cohesion. So our next session is titled Equity Through Social Cohesion, Supporting Emotional and Cognitive Learning. The very accomplished panel for this session comprises of Dr. Nandini Chatterjee Singh, who is a cognitive neuroscientist and currently a senior project officer at Science of Learning UNESCO, Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Education for Peace and Sustainable Development. We are elated to have amongst us today Dr. Divya Jalan from General Council of Trustees of Common Cause. She is a founder member of Action for Ability Development and Inclusion and is on the executive boards of several organizations. We would also welcome Dr. Swati Popat-Vats, President of Podar Education Network, who is a global educator with over 32 years of experience herself. And she holds many important positions in the field of early childhood education. We are delighted to have with us for this session, Dr. Martin Bloomfield, who is a trainer at Yoke Associates and a consultant in international communication skills, dyslexia and autism awareness, ethics and language training. Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Rachna Pant, Principal Ramjas School, Arkipuram, New Delhi, and Dr. Sudha Acharya, Secretary NPSC and Principal, ITL Public School, Dwarka, have kindly consented to moderate this session for us. So let me invite Ms. Rachna Pant to begin with another engrossing discussion.
A very good afternoon to all of you.
I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. A very good afternoon to all of you, and a very warm welcome to our eminent panelists, Dr. Nandini Chatterjee Singh, Dr. Divya Jalan, Dr. Swati Popat-Watts, and Dr. Martin Boomsfield. I also welcome all the guests, friends, and teachers who have joined us online on this often overlooked concern, which poses various challenges before us. In all fairness, and we collectively need to deliberate on this important issue, as we are at a vantage and privileged position where we can influence policies and our collective voices can definitely be heard. So we need to strive to bridge these learning gaps. Just a little push from the empowered policy drivers will definitely bring the desired results. And I'm sure this session will provide an impetus and give a fillip to our intent, as absence of concerted intervention only increases inequity, and the Matthew effect, as is said, will continue and not end. OECD, as Professor Lanka had just said, recommended 10 steps which would help reduce school dropout rates, make society fairer, and avoid a large social cost of marginalized adults with just a few basic skills. So all these are closely tied up with our SDGs as defined by the UN. Our august panelists, with their wide range of experience and maybe diverse perspectives, will put their thoughts before us, especially the gross inequities in the context of education, which ranges from access to education to social emotional aspects, as well as cognitive development. So without taking much time, let me begin and request Dr. Nandini Chatterjee Singh, who's a cognitive neuroscientist, who's a design curriculum for social and emotional learning, and who is aiming to improve functional literacy rate by enabling parents, teachers, special educators, and psychological experts to identify different learners and also provide diagnosis and cater to different needs in the classroom. We request you, Dr. Singh, to tell us how to bring about this equity through cohesion and support emotional and cognitive learning. To you, Dr. Singh.
Thank you so much. I'm wondering if I will share my slides, or will they be shared by the group, because I don't have sharing rights. I also want to probably do a little bit of course correction from my end. Given the time that's allotted to me, and given the vast expertise that's already there as part of this panel, I have actually chosen to speak about less about functional literacy and more about social and emotional learning. While the attempt is to try and establish equity, in particular, I think what I would like to focus on is how social and emotional learning is going to benefit and try and help establish equity, but also improve learning in the classroom. And I think that's a fundamental shift in the understanding, which I think would be valuable and helpful for every teacher. And as a cognitive neuroscientist, so I study the brain as children learn, and I put students into the MRI scanner and have them do different activities and try and understand how the brain learns. And over the past 50 years, there has been a vast improvement in our understanding of how the brain learns and how much it needs to change in education systems. Okay. So with that little background, I'll just share a couple of slides.
Ma'am, your presentation is already on the screen.
I cannot see it though.
Ma'am, you have to pin it.
Okay, I need So I'm going to try and take you back to a fundamental mechanism that all of us do in our lives. And that is, how do we make decisions? Okay. So one of the things which probably many of you might not be aware of is, in order to bring about any behavioral change, you have to try and make a change in the brain and the fundamental circuits that underlie that decision making. And so the question before us today is, how can we bring about behavioral change so that human decisions and actions are directed towards equity? And my claim is going to be is that social and emotional learning is an important component underlying this. Okay. So can we go to the next slide? So I'm just curious to know if any of you have ever thought about how many decisions you think you make in a day. And the slide up there is trying to get some idea of your numbers. I was hoping to do this as a Zoom poll, but that hasn't been possible. So I'm just curious if one or two of you would just put in a couple of numbers in the chat. I'm just curious to see what people think. Out of the numbers that are put up there, what do you think is a number that is in terms of decision making? 5,000, 10,000, 50,000? How many decisions do you think you make in a day? You must choose at least 20 things in the morning about what you're going to have for breakfast, right? Okay, somebody says 50,000 and more. Somebody else says 35,000. One or two more responses? It's okay, it's not a test. Go ahead and put a number in. I don't even know who's putting it in. Okay, so Martin says limitless. Okay, so there's been a huge body of research, and a part of this fed into Kahneman's work also when he got the Nobel Prize in economics. Is we make nearly 35,000 decisions in a day. Okay, and it's that much. Okay, and so clearly the next question that comes up, and you'll be interested to know that out of these 35,000 decisions, almost 300 decisions are just for food, not even drink, just food in the day. Okay? So you can imagine how much of decision making we do. So if I may go to the next slide, please. So therefore, given the fact that we want to try and bring about a change in how we do decision making, it's worthwhile to try and see how the brain does decision making. So what you're seeing up there is, there are two images on that slide. The one on the right shows you the underlying process behind decision making. So essentially you have some text, image, voice, or action happening in your surroundings, which is essentially sensory input coming into your brain. That sensory input is processed in two ways. One is the bottom-up features, that is maybe the frequency of the voice, the amplitude of the voice, all of these factors which the brain analyzes. And then there are top-down processes, which are in terms of how much attention you're paying to that, whether there is an emotional content that you are taking away from that decision making, and of course, whether there is a past memory of something like this happening. So it's a combination of these two sets of processes which ultimately determine what's the decision that you end up making. So you make a decision, and then based on that, you execute a response. That's how this process gets executed, and the speed at which it happens is quite remarkable. On the left is an image and a section of the brain. Now, what you see in blue is the top of the brain, which is the prefrontal cortex. Okay, so this is all neocortex. This is new brain. But sitting inside, you can see a limbic system, which is indicated in red, which is really old brain. It's part of evolution. Okay? So one of the things which we have learned over the past is the limbic system or the emotional system is connected to the thinking brain. Okay? And decision-making happens in the prefrontal cortex. Okay? So the emotional brain is contributing to the thinking brain, and a combination of the two finally results in outcome happening or decision making happening. Okay. Yet over the years, when we go to school, at no point in time are we taught about how emotions are to be managed, how might they be regulated, that they even play a role in learning. All the attention at school has always been directed in information building. And now that we understand these processes about how they happen, it's important to take into account how emotion might play a role over there. And so I would make a request to move on to the next slide. And so here, I want to draw your attention to the fact that one of the factors that was broadly discussed during the COVID crisis was how much mental stress everybody was going through, how because of social isolation. And the important point to take away here was that if we were physically distanced, we were not really socially distanced. But a lot of social connect happens in proximity with each other. And therefore, the term that quickly came to be called about was social distancing. But you didn't need to be socially distanced. You just need to be physically distanced in order to avoid contagion of the infection. But you now realize also how much the human brain relies on social connect. And what you're seeing up in that figure are all the regions of the brain that are actually dedicated to social processing. And so a realization that neuroscientists have had over the last 40 years has been, and a lot more in the last 20 years with the advent of functional imaging, is human beings are social animals. Okay, the social connect that we experience with each other manifests through our emotional responses. Okay, so the smile that you make when you see somebody that you know or you like is essentially telling that other person that I feel emotionally happy to see you, and thereby I'm establishing a social connection with you. So that's one ability. The second ability that human beings have to a great extent is the idea of theory of mind or mentalizing. Okay, if I make a face which you don't, which goes like this without even saying anything, you will know that I don't like it, because you have the ability to mentalize. You can experience the same thing that I experience because of the evolution of your frontal cortex. Okay? So that's a very important ability that we use in our social connects every day. And therefore, we use this ability every day to understand the emotional states of each other and find ways to better regulate them so that we might be in harmony. The big change that has now happened is, given that all of this impacts our decision making, and in the context of learning, this impacts motivation and learning per se, the way it is represented, has brought about a huge change to understand that if learning is linked with emotion, it is a lot more robust, it is a lot more permanent, and it is something that children can begin to practice. Okay? That's a big takeaway that we have. So we have to find ways to bring social and emotional learning into our classrooms, because not only will they enable better classroom climates, it will allow children to be able to engage the emotion so that the learning is deeper and can be practiced. So therefore, it becomes important to go back and see, how does learning happen? And if you could go to the next slide. So it might surprise you to know, for those of you who might be unfamiliar with this concept, that the process of learning happens because of a phenomenal process the brain does called neuroplasticity. And the brain works pretty much like a muscle. Okay, by doing practices again and again, I mean, it could be as simple a practice as juggling balls, we form new connections in the brain. And these new connections in the brain are the basis for all the learning that happens. Okay? And therefore, changing the brain is critical if we are to bring about a change in decision making that has to happen and the way children think. And so how do we bring in neuroplasticity in the classroom is a big question for us. And therefore, the second question that is, which we have answers to now is, just like we are able to teach literacy and numeracy in the classroom, we can now teach social and emotional practices in the classroom. Okay? So it might surprise many of you to know that there is no region of the brain allocated to reading. The regions of the brain for visualizing, which are sitting at the back of your head, for hearing, which are sitting above your ears, and for language, which are sitting in front, all connect to form a new circuit for reading. So there is no region of the brain allocated for reading. There is a region of the brain allocated for language. Okay, and this is part of biological evolution. We have not evolved far enough that reading becomes now a part of our evolution. It is a cultural evolution that we've done. So similarly, but however, for emotional learning, we actually have dedicated areas, like I showed you in the earlier slide, in regions in red, and they are connected to the regions for decision making. Yet, we do not spend any time in our classrooms in establishing and nurturing these connections. And that really forms the basis for social and emotional learning. So if you may go to the next slide. The next slide is now an attempt to try and explain what is social and emotional learning. So social and emotional learning is the ability to recognize and manage emotions, even building an emotional literacy in children and building an emotional vocabulary becomes very useful for them to recognize how they are feeling. Okay? So our bonds when we are going through different emotional states. Children can be taught to recognize this, can be taught to regulate it. Because if the brain is stressed, then the entire glucose being supplied to the brain is completely used up by managing the emotion, and there is no glucose available for learning in the classroom. So therefore, we need to get students to realize that they are in a different emotional state. What is a practice that they can do so that that emotional state which is causing stress can be overcome and the brain can be brought back and made available for learning. So the prefrontal cortex becomes available for learning now in the classroom because that's what's happening. And that's really what social and emotional learning is all about. And it really starts with the teacher. So one of the things we also know is the brain learns hugely from imitation. So teachers need to embody these practices so that children can be able to imitate the teacher in how they do that. In order to do this, we've created a course on at MGIP where the focus is on social and emotional learning, on how to enable teachers to build their own social and emotional skills, and then how to be able to take them to the classroom. And we think this is going to be fundamental in not just bringing back engagement into the classroom, but building relationships in the classroom. Because if we have good relationships in the classroom, teachers will be able to do learning much more effectively. So just one more slide so that I can leave a take home with you on what is an important skill, for instance, for teachers to build social and emotional learning. So the next slide is a slide which talks about self-awareness. Okay? So teachers need to know when they themselves are getting into emotional states. And therefore, they need to regularly pause in classrooms to recognize their emotional states. So self-awareness and recognition that they themselves are going through different emotional states becomes important. And in order to do this, you need to have good self-reflection abilities. So two competencies that teachers should certainly build into is this. And to illustrate this point, there's a 30-second video, which I'm requesting if the organizer could play. If not, we'll just go to the last slide and I'll wind up. Can you play that recording? Okay, let me try and
What
play
did you
it
eat
for
for
you.
lunch today? I didn't eat lunch.
Why?
I wasn't hungry and I was working, so I didn't eat lunch.
But you know food is important for you. If you don't eat food, you get irritable and then you begin to get upset with things.
I know, but I was working. I don't understand what the issue is. I didn't
But
want to
you're
eat lunch, so I didn't eat lunch.
You're supposed
It's
to take
fine.
care
It's
of
really
your
not an
body.
issue.
Supposed to take care of your body.
It's really not an issue.
We've gone over this a million times.
Okay, fine. I'll go eat lunch.
So the point I want to make
please
is, try and take care of yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. If there was self-awareness, the person would have noticed when there was a gradual change in volume and in frequency, because of the fact that we have emotional contagion. Once the older person's voice went up, the younger person's voice went up too, and that led to a state of a lot of dissonance for some point in time. Okay. And therefore, if there was better emotional understanding and self-awareness, some of this could have been avoided, because after this, when learning is happening in the classroom, the teacher is going to be affected and the student is going to be affected. So how do we try and avoid this? Or how do we try and enable teachers to try and manage this? That's what social emotional learning is all about. So that's a small sample about the kind of things we are talking about, but there's an extensive course that can walk you through this, and there are multiple frameworks available. I think we should just try and find ways to bring some of this into the classroom. And here's a last slide on some practices that teachers could use in their classrooms to be able to build better engagement. Okay, I'll just let the slide speak for itself, and then maybe leave it behind if that's useful for you. And then on the last slide, leave with you resources on two recent reviews that we conducted. One was an extensive review of different social emotional learning frameworks, what's the best science underlying them, how they can be used in the classroom, and then a guide for policy makers on how to bring these into education systems. Thank you so much for being so patient with me.
Thank you, ma'am, so much. Of course, ACL, social emotional learning, intentionally cultivates a caring, participatory, and equitable learning environment and evidence-based practices that actively involve all students in their social, emotional, and academic growth. This approach infuses social and emotional learning into every part of students' daily lives. So now I'll shift to Dr. Divya Jalan. Before that, I must say that diversity is a fact, equity is a choice, inclusion is an action, and belongingness is an outcome. So regarding inclusive education, we have invited Dr. Divya Jalan, who is an expert in the field. She is one of the founder member of ADI, an organization working at policy, capacity building, and service delivery to promote the rights and inclusion of people with disability. I believe inclusion is a basic human right. It's a language we all must speak. So it is in our mindset. Without wasting any more time, I must invite Dr. Divya Jalan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm delighted to be here and delighted to have this opportunity to talk about inclusion. So I have 10 minutes and I'm going to try and sum up everything in 10 minutes, but do warn me if I'm going too far. So I'm going to start with a very short 2-minute clip that we made some time ago. Can we have the clip, please?
This is Aparna. She loves chess and Shah Rukh Khan. Her best friend is Swati. She also has visual impairment. This is Neeraj. He plays many instruments. He loves Mohammad Rafi and cricket. He also uses crutches for mobility. This is Raj Bala.
जीती हूँ मैं बस तुझे देख कर.
With her husband and daughter. She loves cooking and watching TV.
सूरज है तू, आ मेरी आँखों का तारा है तू.
She also has cerebral palsy. Look beyond the disability. Look at the person.
So here's an appeal to look beyond disability. Now, what happens with disability and a lot of other marginalizations, that these are very strong identity markers. And once they come into the picture, the person actually goes behind the scenes. These very strong identity markers actually magnify the differences that there are in people. People are different anyway. All of us have multiple aspirations, achievements, abilities. But when some of these strong identity markers like gender, like caste, come into play, then some stereotype pictures are generated and differences become important. Inclusion becomes very, very difficult. So that's why when we are talking about inclusion, what is important to look at is that inclusion is actually a process. It's a process with very many different shades and very many different structures. So it is not one of those things that we start off or we do as an event. It is actually something that's ongoing. You can have minimum inclusion, or you can have maximum inclusion. You can have minimum inclusion most of the time. You can have maximum inclusion most of the time. So it depends how included people are, depends on how the particular situation is, particular circumstances. And today we are going to talk specifically with the context of inclusion within the school system and especially in our country in India. So in about 2005, UNESCO developed a framework for inclusive education. And they talked about 3 different steps to inclusion. And I would just briefly mention them, and then I'll talk a little bit about each of them. The first step is presence. The second step is participation. And the third step is achievement. So let us start with presence. So some years ago, actually, children from marginalized sections were not part of mainstream schooling. There were special schools for children with disabilities and special schools with each disability, specializing in each disability. There were schools which worked with children in rural areas. There were caste-based schools, there were religion-based schools. But 2010, with the right to education coming in, actually the presence of all children, including being included in the mainstream school, has happened. So the law has now mandated inclusion. But in reality, actually, we do have a lot of children in India who are not within the school systems at all. So we have the number of children with disabilities in general population, the ratio is much higher than we have in our school systems. Same thing is with young children, sick children, children who are actually working to feed their families rather than being in school. So the presence of all marginalized sections within school system is still limited. So we need to bring in more presence. We need to bring in all children together. That's the presence point. The second point, which is participation, that again requires a lot of attention from us who are in the school systems. What is happening often when children have come in, they remain on the fringe of the classes. So they are physically present, but not very often participating in the classroom. And in order for all children to participate, the first thing that we need to pay attention to is our curriculum design. Our curriculum has, the traditional curriculum has been made with the middle average child in mind. So it doesn't really benefit a lot for children who are talented or who are wanting to do something different. And it certainly does not help the children who are at the bottom rung of this group. So what, if we look at curriculum broadly, if we look at the content, if we look at the teacher-child ratio, if we look at the schedules in the classroom, if we look at the organization of class systems, if we look at the number of people available, then all those curricular things need to be looked at from being able to take care of all children, diverse groups of children. Only that would be one major attempt towards ensuring participation of all children. The second thing that we would need to do, we've talked even in the session before this, we've talked about how important the teacher's role is in this whole process of education, and especially in a changing scenario. Teacher education becomes a very important part. Research has shown that when teachers felt skilled, when they felt that they are able to help all children, their acceptance of diversity in the classes rose by leaps and bounds. They felt confident, they were welcoming, they were happy to have children from diverse backgrounds. And when teachers did not have that support, that training, there were a great deal of difficulties. So teacher skill development, supporting the teacher through teacher education is very important. The third important thing for participation would be resources. Resources, financial resources, because for diverse needs, you need diverse kind of material. You need diverse,
तो ठीक है, तो मार्टिन को बुला लो, फिर मैं स्वाति को कर।
So you need more resources, you need more financial resources, you need more human resources in order to have, our classes are large, even if we divide them in small groups. When children at certain stages, children still need a great deal of material and they need human contact. They need teachers, they need other adults working with them. So you would need human resource to support the teacher, and you would need human resource to support the teacher with techniques, with strategies, with material. So you need human support at both the stages. And the last thing that you would need is administrative flexibility. So procedures which would allow children coming in late, or procedures which would allow children to have time off in between classes, which would allow children movement, those who need to move out of the classroom, who cannot sit for a long time, processes that are going to allow that. So if we have these elements tied up so that more children can participate more of the time, then the third element will follow automatically, and that is achievement. So children will achieve according to their own pace, according to their own interests, according to their own personalities, and according to their own aspirations. So this is another flexibility that we will need to build into our system. Measurement of achievement, not only against one standard identified area, but also in tune with individual child or groups of children and their growth and their aspiration and their pace. So in this whole process, there are two ideas. One is that of universal design and one is reasonable accommodation. So the principle of universal design says, whatever we create with all children in mind. So it should be universally applicable. And whether it's buildings, whether it's creating curriculum, whether it's setting up programs, whether it's organizing a system of teaching learning, whatever we do, right from the beginning, we design so that all children can be accommodated. And then, if, however well we organize it, there will be sometimes some children who would need accommodation, then reasonable accommodation, the principle of reasonable accommodation comes in. So a child who writes very slowly can have a little longer time to write, or one can reduce the workload for the child. A child who needs to move around may be given time off to move around and he comes back ready to learn again. We just heard the importance of social, emotional comfort in learning and how that actually can come in the way of children being able to learn. It's very important to understand that. Now, many of the participants I understand in this conference are school leaders. And I think it would be the responsibility of our school leaders to ensure the kind of changes that we are looking for in education space today. So we are looking at reimagining education. We are looking at reimagining schools. And I think that is a very important part of inclusion. In the ways that we are thinking of redesigning curriculum, in the ways that we are thinking of redefining teaching learning, the way we are, if it is phenomenal teaching or it is different teacher-child ratio, what if we are able to do all that, this would more naturally lead to inclusion anyway. And for bringing this change in our school systems, we the leaders would need to actually work at it as a change management exercise. And the word change immediately brings a lot of resistance in the mind of all of us who are used to, who have a comfort level with doing the things the way that we have been doing. So what we need to build in our teachers and in our parents and in our children is change resilience. We need to make our teachers, parents, children more excited about change. And if we work the way Professor Sahasrabudhe was talking, children would be excited to do things differently. Teachers would find the joy of seeing children so joyful and learning well. Change would become that much easier. So in change management, we would need to have some things which we might bring in as more directive change. something where we would plan with the teachers, but the most important way of changing would be iterative change, where we actually put ourselves a little bit more in the experiment mode, where we have possibility of constantly reflecting and constantly making course corrections as we go along on this path of change in general and change that's going to result in more inclusion. So if I'm going to end this with the last line, what I want to leave everyone with is our one principle or motto for inclusion. If we can say that we will maximize participation and engagement of the child, and we will minimize exclusion. So for every activity that we do in school, if we test it against this touchstone, have I provided maximum participation that's possible for maximum number of children so that they can engage maximally, and have I ensured minimal exclusion? If we can do this, I think we are well on our way to supporting emotional and cognitive learning through social cohesion, which is going to bring more equity.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I'll move to our next esteemed panelist, Dr. Martin Bloomfields, who is from University of York. He is a specially dyslexia coach. I'm expecting that he would highlight on the problem of SLD, which is most commonly found in school. That is phonological, surface, visual, primary, secondary, and developmental, and the causes and impact. Do emotional disorders or family problems cause dyslexia? This is a common myth. So I would urge Mr. Martin to throw light on this.
Thank you. I'm delighted that you listed a number of different types of dyslexia. My own personal dyslexia is what they would call surface dyslexia, which is slightly different from phonological dyslexia. Effectively, I can read and write when I understand rules, but once we go beyond certain rules, I have no idea. So if you give me lists of letters, I can't read them or remember them. If you ask me to spell names, I can't spell names, etc., etc. I'd just like to thank the previous two speakers. They were excellent, and the subjects they were talking about were really, really key to everything that we do. I'd just like to talk very quickly about dyslexia. According to the Indian Dyslexia Association and the Maharashtra Dyslexia Association, India has around about 15% of the population with dyslexia. Now, depending on which country you go to, different countries will give different figures. Partly because, as one of the earlier speakers says, reading is not a simple thing. So if you read in a language which has a logographic or a logosyllabic script, you're using different parts of the brain to read, and those parts of the brain may not be associated with dyslexia. But what we do know is around about 15% of the population has got dyslexia. What we also know is that dyslexia is a neurological condition. Effectively, your brain is built, structured slightly differently. Now, the theories of why the brain is structured slightly differently vary from researcher to researcher. But what we do know is that the dyslexic brain has a slightly larger right hemisphere than the non-dyslexic brain. So the dyslexic brain is slightly larger than what you might call a neurotypical brain, although I hate that language. The second thing we know is that when we think, thinking is a nice metaphor. Effectively what it means is it describes what happens when the brain processes information. And the brain processes information very, very simply, and I'm giving this in a very cartoonish way, along what you would call neurological pathways. These neurological pathways are physical. They're not magical, they're not somehow non-natural, they're physical pathways. Therefore, when the brain is built differently, the dyslexic brain processes information differently from the non-dyslexic brain. Now, this is key because it cuts to the very heart of what we do when we educate. What we do when we educate is we try to make sure that children think rationally. We have a phrase in English, to think straight, to be a right thinker. But of course, this idea of rational thinking, right thinking, straight thinking, is predicated upon, as it were, neurological processing. And certain children, 15% of the population, if you include other neurological differences, such as ADHD, autism spectrum disorder, we're talking about 20% of the population. 20% of the classes that we have, or 20% of the children that we're trying to teach, have different neurologies and process information differently. When we say we want people to think rationally and think straight, we prejudice ourselves against these children to begin with. So when we start thinking about inclusive and equitable education, one of the first things I would ask us to do is think, what do we mean when we talk about right thinking, when we talk about what it is to learn, what it is to take in, to process, and then to regurgitate information in the right way? Because if we continue to believe that there is one way of doing it, and we know we want our children to do it in a particular way, to think and to learn, and to gain their exam results in a particular way, then we're prejudicing ourselves against certain children. Now, we do know that the brain is plastic. We do know that the brain can be changed through cognitive and physical practice. But on the other hand, as one of the previous speakers said, if you have a categorical difference, then what we're doing is we're expecting all children to fit into one box. And we don't want to do that. What we want to do is widen our own ideas of what it means to us to learn and to be inclusive. So the first thing I would like everybody to do here, and this is really important, when you leave, when you go home, or when you go back to your classrooms, I would like you to try to map, try to draw physically, try to draw a map of what it means to you and to your school to be right thinking, what it means to you to be a correct thinker, to be rational. Map down what you mean by that, and then ask yourself, are these the only ways of being right thinking? The next thing I'd like us to think about is that those children who do not succeed at school, those children we think of effectively as those who do not think right, those who do not think straight, those who do not learn in the way we want them to learn. These children are typically bullied extremely highly. So here's the statistics. Depending on which part of the world you go to, bullying is a serious problem. There have been 2 studies in India that I know of that claim that bullying in India is around about 30 to 33% for children. We know that there's about a serious bullying problem. That is a long-term and damaging, psychologically damaging bullying problem in India of about 30 to 33% of children who are bullied. We also know that 15% of your population is dyslexic. We also know from separate studies, independent studies, that if you're dyslexic, you are likely to be bullied 3 times more. You are 3 times more likely to be bullied than non-dyslexic children. 3 times. In one study in America, they put it as 4 times more likely to be bullied. But let's say 3 times more likely to be bullied. If this is the case, and I know the statistics are slightly more complex than this, but just doing some mental arithmetic, it seems that if you're dyslexic, 3 times more likely than 30% is around about 90% of the time a dyslexic child will be bullied. Why is this? Because the other children see this child as different. The other children see this child as somehow damaged. It's our job as teachers, it's our job as educators to bring these children together. And one of the first things we need to do, rather than telling other children how to look at each other, we need to look to ourselves. Ask ourselves, what is it that we believe education should be? What is education? What's the purpose? What are we doing when we educate? Are we narrowing ourselves and looking at learning and thinking correctly in a narrow band, and therefore expecting all our children to fit within this narrow band? Because if we do that, we begin from the premise that actually, yes, these children are somehow not right thinking. They're irrational. They're broken somehow. What we need to do is open our own minds. As I say, map what it is that we think right thinking and correct learning is. Then we need to map what it is that we think our schools and our school systems demand from education. And then find where the overlap is. And then open up the conversation between ourselves and the children at school and their parents. Because only when we open up that conversation do we start to reduce the stigma and reduce the bullying and reduce the exclusion and the alienation. Typically, I'm going to leave you with this thought. Typically, what schools do, and different states of India have got different laws, we know this, but typically what schools do is they provide an extra 30% in exams. They give you another third of your exam time when you're dyslexic. This is the wrong way of going about it for a number of reasons. First of all, it doesn't take into account what neurodiversity is, what different ways of processing information is. Second, it doesn't take into account what the moderator recently described as the Matthew effect. That is, if you're learning slowly from the beginning, then giving somebody an extra 30% in one exam at the end isn't going to make up for that. And finally, it fails to take into account what exams do. Typically, exams examine children on a number of cognitive faculties that children with dyslexia find tricky. It examines them on working memory, trying to recall information and apply it. It examines them on what we call executive function, the ability to order information, prioritize, and set things in a particular way so that others can understand it. And it examines them on phonological processing, if you're in India, typically, the ability to read and then sort out that reading in your head and put it down on paper. And so where our school system simply accommodates for dyslexia by giving them an extra 30% in exams at the end of the year, it fails them on 3 counts. It fails them on the Matthew effect, it fails them on the way that we examine children, and it fails them on the way that they learn. And therefore, we as teachers have to examine very carefully what learning is, compare that with the demands of the schools and the education system, and find the overlaps so that we can actually accommodate for children genuinely, rather than just making small changes that are not going to help them. And that way, when we open the conversation, we can reduce stress, reduce alienation, reduce the stigma, reduce the mental health problems that invariably come with children suffering, 6 hours a day, for 5 days a week, for 40 weeks a year, for 13 years of your life, being made to sit through education, which is effectively torture. And then hopefully we can begin to accept that different children need different ways of learning, and that all children should accept that this is just normal. It's what being a child, in fact, it's what being a human being is. So thank you very much. I hope it's given you a little food for thought. And I'd like to pass over to the next speaker now.
Rachna ma'am, can you unmute yourself?
Thank you so much, Dr. Bloomsfield. It was wonderful listening to you. And now we are eagerly sort of waiting to listen to Dr. Swati Popatwats, a global educator who has worked extensively in the field of early childhood education. And I was really, really impressed when I came to know that you are the first person to have made a video based on parenting, the parenting website, that I'm really going to look at it. Dr. Watts, as an educator, as an entrepreneur, as a parenting professional, please do throw some light on this topic on bringing about equity through cohesion. We are all anxiously looking forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Namaskar, and thank you very much for that lovely introduction. Yes, I have designed a website called Born Smart, which basically helps parents understand how the brain develops in the first 1000 days. When we talk about cohesion, there is one age group that we always forget about, and that is the early years. Thankfully, in our new national education policy, the early years has now been included, and the early and primary years have been called the foundational years. We always say children are our future. So we invest in colleges and better economy, but we forget that they are presently our present, and we need to invest in them now if we actually want any kind of future for this planet. I would suggest the listeners to read the James Heckman theory, which talks about not only investing in early childhood education, but talks very well about how we focus too much on cognitive skills and forget that social emotional skills are the bedrock of learning for life. And that is something that I think teacher training colleges need to now take up and help teachers understand two things. Number one, how the brain learns. And number two, what is socio-emotional learning? Because both are connected. Very rarely do our teacher training colleges focus on brain development. We don't teach our teachers neuroscience about the brain's ways of learning. And we forget that it is the only organ that teachers are teaching to. And they have very little knowledge about how it listens, how it learns, how it retains, why it emotes, etc. It's also very, very important when I take sessions for teachers, I help them understand about a very important part of the brain called the amygdala. The amygdala is actually your stress reactor in the brain. And to simply put, I see a lot of teachers, I work with a lot of government school teachers, I work with private school teachers, and they sometimes refer to these very young children and their behavior as behaving like monkeys. And I always tell them that, do you know why they are behaving? Why do you think they are behaving like monkeys? Because the only difference between us and the monkeys, the only difference between our brain and the brain of monkeys is that we have a prefrontal cortex, which means the thinking brain, and monkeys don't. So if you think children in your class are behaving like monkeys, it means that you are not allowing them to think. Maybe you are doing all the thinking for them, and that's why they are not using their thinking brain and have started misbehaving in the classroom. So even when I'm teaching government school teachers, I use a very common terminology called dimag ka dahi, because that's what they understand. That when they are referring to a lot of children and their misbehavior, they say, "Ma'am, madam, wo hamare dimag ka dahi kar rahe hain." So I help them understand that why do you feel like that? Is because your amygdala is sending out stress signals, and your stress signals, because of the mirror neurons in young children, are being captured by them. And then it's an endless cycle. It's like a merry-go-round that you can't get off from. A simple idea I teach them is that this is what your brain looks like. This is your thinking brain. And now if you open it up, this is your lower brain, which is your primitive brain, which is controlled by emotions. So this is how it sits inside the brain. And every time your lower brain or your primitive brain is emotionally upset, it's going to flip out the brain, which means you are not going to be able to use your thinking brain. And this is something that early childhood teachers and parents need to understand, because we talk about temper tantrums and we try to control behavior rather than understanding what causes that behavior. And usually it is always socio-emotional problems. Our first speaker very rightly said that during the COVID times, we spoke about social distancing rather than physical distancing. And that is something that we need to help young children understand when it comes to the new terminologies that we teach them. Please understand that education has gone through a huge change due to this pandemic. I think we are always going to refer to education as pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, because pre-pandemic classrooms were very different, and post-pandemic, sadly, when we will actually open to physical classrooms, they are going to be extremely stressful in the first few months. And that is where the teachers will have to ensure that they focus on the emotional development of young children, because the messages that you send out to them are going to then decide whether these children will be able to learn, will be able to focus, or they are constantly going to be in an agitated level. Because we are constantly going to be telling them, wear your mask, wash your hands, don't touch this, don't touch that. So the messages that we are going to kind of block their minds with is going to cause a lot of emotional hyperactivity in these children. And that is where we need to, when we talk about, I have attended a lot of sessions which talk about physical opening of schools and physical sanitization and physical safety. But not many are focusing on the internal, the emotional safety of children, that are our schools really ready for welcoming these children back, and are our teachers and parents emotionally ready for that new normal that they are going to be facing. Some simple things that help bridge this divide of socio-emotional learning are simple maxims like known to unknown. We talk to children about corona as if they were born knowing about it. We don't relate it to the common illnesses that they see every day, like a cough and cold, that it is a kind of a cough and cold, and it is much more stronger than a cough and cold. So, going from the known to the unknown usually helps children's brain calm and helps them focus on what you're trying to teach them. So it is very, very important for us to understand that when we talk about socio-emotional learning, that's a big term. But for teachers, it's the smaller things that they can do in the classroom or in their interactions with children that can help them develop social emotional, classrooms. Concrete to abstract is another teaching maxim that we need to help children understand what is it actually, rather than going into the abstract. Choices. The human brain, especially children, thrive on choices. We rarely give them any choices when it comes to education. The only choice they have sometimes is what color pencils can they bring in their pencil box. We don't give them choices. I recently saw a lot of videos going viral in which the teacher was giving a choice to the child of how the child wants to be greeted at the beginning of the day. And it appealed to a lot of teachers because that's choice. That's the kind of choices that you should be giving children. If you're going to be making them wear masks, parents should give them a choice of what color masks that they would like to wear. It's very important that when I'm given a choice, I am thinking about the choice. And when I am thinking, my pre-cortex is involved, which means my thinking brain is involved. The more you keep me away from choices, the lesser you are making me think. And no wonder then my emotions get heightened, because I'm not feeling, I'm feeling bored, I'm feeling frustrated, etc. So it is very, very important for both parents and teachers to understand choices play a huge role in socio-emotional learning. Very also important is reciprocal teaching. I have seen a lot of teachers talk all the time. It's I talk and you listen. And when you talk, I will say, don't interrupt me, I'm talking. Reciprocal teaching is very, very important, especially now. Children have either not had education because of lack of digital devices, or have had online education in which the teacher has been generally focused on mute your mic, switch on your video, rather than talking to the children about their daily experiences, etc. So it is very important that having a say, giving me a chance to talk about my emotions is going to play a huge role in socio-emotional learning. Some of the songs and rhymes that we use in school are also, there's a drastic need to change them. They are simple rhymes that we use, like, where is Thumbkin? And then you ask, in the rhyme you ask, how are you this morning? And the answer is always, very well, I thank you. So it teaches children that it's okay to be false when it comes to emotions. There's only one answer when somebody asks you, how are you? I am fine. Rather than talk about your emotion. Emotional labeling is very, very important in the early years.
So how about changing those rhymes? And instead of saying, when you say, how are you this morning? Very well, I thank you. How about saying, I'm feeling happy, or I'm feeling angry, what do I do? And then helping children understand that if you are feeling angry, what is it that you should do instead of hitting somebody or instead of throwing things? So it is these kind of basic things, I feel, if teachers and parents understand and they drive the emotional and social learning of children from the early years onto this path, then children will be much more capable of taking care of their own emotional learning, of their own emotional issues. But I think it is very, very important to understand that we said during Corona that let's leave it to God. I think it's a time of rest for all of us. The environment took a rest because the birds got a pollution-free time. So I think REST becomes a good acronym for us to move forward to bridge this divide. R stands for reciprocal teaching. E stands for emotional intelligence. S stands for social intelligence. And T stands for technology and safe technology. Let's understand that we've all moved to virtual learning, but virtual learning has been quite stressful for a lot of children. And every child has not benefited from virtual learning. So it is very, very important that post-pandemic is going to be a lot of focus on technology. Let's ensure that this technology also does not contribute to socio-emotional learning problems. So it is very, very important for us to understand that when we talk about social emotional development, it's important to start early, to give children that early start and to work on autonomy, which means give me the independence to understand, and let's move our learning and education from what to learn to how to learn, because that is where metacognition comes in. That is where children learn to think about thinking. So it is very, very important that socio-emotional development should not be just a term that we use in workshops and conferences. I think it's something that now needs to make way into our teacher training programs, into our B.Ed program, into our early childhood education program. So I would urge all school leaders and teachers to prepare not only the physical environment, but to please prepare the child's emotional environment also, because it's very, very important to understand that emotions build your personality. Emotions help you learn. Emotions help you focus. So if you don't focus on emotions, there is going to be no learning, and there is not going to be any kind of learning future that we will be able to give these children.
Thank you, ma'am, so much.
Thank you so much.
Rachna ma'am, I would invite Mrs. Mallika Preman. She
Yes.
has a question for Martin.
Okay.
Mallika, would you ask your question?
Yes. Thank you, Sudha ma'am. Thank you so much. And good evening, all esteemed panelists. Dr. Watts, I can't agree more with you that yes, the online education, we have gone online and the education is happening online, but it has created a big divide. I'm talking with special reference to students with learning difficulties or learning disabilities. And that's why my question to Dr. Bloomfields, that during these online classes, students have missed the most important social skills, the emotional skills, which in day-to-day life, when they were coming to school, we were able to do a lot of therapies with them, whether it was the music therapy, art therapy, sports therapy, and we were able to give them a field in which they were at par with others. But here, with online classes, it has become very difficult to provide students with these opportunities. It's not only that, it's also that these students with learning disabilities or difficulties find it difficult to sit in front of the screen and learn. And that has widened the gap. So if you could share some of the strategies which we can use in our regular classroom, because the way forward, as I believe, is a blended approach. We cannot, it has to be a blended of online and offline teaching. So if you can share some strategies which can help us in bringing these students back and to bridge the gap?
Absolutely, 100%. And what an excellent question. You're right that the blended approach is correct. Something I'd like to say about the pandemic and what pandemic has done to education is very interesting. In Britain, and I believe in much of India, what they do to children who don't go to school is they penalize children who don't go to school.
Arul ma'am.
Yeah, because not going to school is a bad thing. And yet we've discovered during the pandemic that going to school is not the only way of learning, and that different ways of learning are available. What we have done, however, is we've transferred traditional school learning online. And it's that transference of a traditional way of learning to an individual solitary sitting in front of a computer, trying to learn in solitarily in front of a computer, that's damaged children with learning differences so much more. Learning difficulties and learning disabilities and learning difficulties have become damaged because, as you say, there isn't that interactivity. Now, there have been several studies performed on what we mean by social, interpersonal, and emotional intelligence.
Pardon?
Sorry. Yeah, there have been several studies performed on what we mean by social, interpersonal, and emotional intelligence. And what we know is that children with dyslexia, in fact, people with dyslexia, perform higher in social, interpersonal, and emotional intelligence tests than children without dyslexia. And they tend to perform lower in, as it were, verbal reasoning and written and writing and literacy reasoning. And what we've done is we've effectively removed the social interpersonal learning online, and we've replaced it with literacy learning, and we've replaced it with traditional learning. So it's damaged a lot of neurodiverse children beyond what is reasonable. First thing to remember is that for a dyslexic child, learning should be constructivist. They should be able to construct answers and to explore answers. And actually, in the digital world, we can be constructivist. We can be explorative. We can set questions and just say, go for it. And then we can set up meeting rooms, Zoom rooms for children that they can at least talk to each other. And they don't have to follow the traditional pathways. Where they do have to follow the traditional pathways, with digital and virtual technology, we can remove some of the traditional barriers, such as having to read and having to write. Because, of course, with digital technology, we can listen and we can speak. So we can remove some of these traditional barriers to learning that dyslexic and sometimes autistic and ADHD children have. And we can replace it with exploration of learning and, if you like,
I think we have, yeah.
Sorry, yeah, and simply increased the traditional aspects of learning. And that's a tragedy. And sorry, I will let somebody else speak on this now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Martin. Rachna ma'am, please unmute yourself.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Martin. We are already short of time, so I'll just like to wind up. And I would confess that this has been an extremely engaging and enriching discussion that we have today. And our erudite panelists, they have given us so many possible actions that can be taken towards reducing the inequities. And this can be done through cohesion. That's what we feel. And I think we are a bit wiser and have a little more clarity on the path ahead with an improved understanding of action. So thus, leaving no one behind is what we would like to say. So I wouldn't like to just sum up by saying that, yes, in order to take decisions, the emotional brain as well as the thinking brain has to be taken into consideration. And the 3 steps towards inclusion is something which will help us look beyond disabilities. Dr. Martin, you talked about how we can reduce bullying, and those who are dyslexic, they are bullied 3 times more. And I could actually relate to it in some way.
And Dr. Watts, it was a pleasure listening to you. And yes, the social emotional learning is something which is very important, because in today's time, we are only focusing on cognitive learning, forgetting about the social emotional aspect, which is the most important thing that we need to do. And here I'm just reminded of Professor Mashalkar, the retired Director General of CSIR, and he had said that our approach to any issue should be proactive pole vaulting rather than reactive leapfrogging. And so let us hope that the concerned policymakers and the implementers will take a note of this and incorporate it in their plan of action and do a little bit of pole vaulting rather than leapfrogging. Thank you so much. And now I would request Dr. Sudha Acharya, Secretary NPSC, to kindly propose a formal vote of thanks. Sudha.
Yeah, it is my honor and proud privilege again to propose vote of thanks formally to our esteemed panelists. I think we are going back far more enriching, lot of knowledge we gained, especially the neuroplasticity and the basis of learning, brain as a muscle, 35,000 decisions taken one day. So from Mrs. Nandini Chatterjee and Divya ma'am, presence, participation, achievement, 3 steps of inclusion, and choices are important: autonomy, that is reciprocal teaching, emotional intelligence, social intelligence, and safe technology. Rest. As Swati ma'am said, these are our take home. Of course, Martin gave us the path ahead using assistive devices instead of traditional method of dealing with dyslexia. It is really path breaking. I know our school leaders and teachers must have gained a lot. I again thank all of you for your gracious presence here. And we really gained from your words of wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, dear panelists, for such an enlightening discussion on the relevance of social and emotional learning in ensuring equity in the teaching learning process. Looking back at 2020, I'm reminded of some prophetic poetry. When things do not go as expected, it is easy to feel quite dejected. But if we live with resolve inside, and never faith do we compromise, we can bring new dreams to reality and transform that threat into opportunity. Struggles and strife can be uplifting, promising, and also gifting, a chance for evolution and new beginnings. When you believe, you end up winning. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we now bring for you a session with a futuristic vision on winning, titled Schools of the Future. We are honored to have as our first panelist, Ms. Valerie Hannon, Director Education, Founder and Board Director of Innovation Unit, UK and Global Education Leaders Partnership. She is a global thought leader, inspiring systems to rethink what educational success will mean in the 21st century. Also joining this prolific panel is Ms. Kathy Kirby, who is Principal Consultant at Center for Strategic Education, Executive Director of the Global Education Leaders Partnership. She is Director of the Asia Foundation, Education Foundation and Asia Link at the University of Melbourne. Dr. Ruchi Seth, Principal Lotus Valley International School, Noida, has kindly consented to be the moderator for this session. And Sister Gracie Paul, Principal, Convent of Jesus and Mary, Bangla Sahib Lane, has graciously accepted to be the rapporteur for the session. So let me request Dr. Ruchi Seth to please begin with the session.
Thank you, Monica. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you, Monica, and a very warm welcome to the wonderful panelists, Valerie Hannon and Kathy Kirby. I know.
Ma'am, I think you have muted yourself.
I know you're running, we are running late. And Valerie, I know you have to go for another board meeting. Kathy, I know it's almost 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. your time. So I'm going to keep myself very brief. It's wonderful to have you on board and welcome virtually to India. I hope we get to see you soon in the real in-person space. When we talk of the future of schools, or schools of the future rather, more than anything else, a lot of questions come into my mind. While there have been some initiatives at changing and transforming the present educational landscape, there are, of course, these are individual initiatives, and our National Education Policy 2020 has also suggested sweeping changes if we are to prepare our children for the rather unforeseeable future. But Valerie, we have heard you a number of times on the YouTube, and you've spoken so many times at the WISE Forum, at the World Initiative for School Education, World Innovation for School Education. And we'd like to hear from you, but let me take a leaf out of Peter Drucker's book. Instead of talking about schools of the future, I'm going to ask a few questions. Questions that I think all of us across the board as educators have been plagued with for the last at least a decade. We've seen an evolving world, a world with a whole lot of wicked problems and existential threats. What kind of a future are we looking at? And do we pin our hopes on our children? How do we define success? What are the skills that we need to inculcate in our children? How do we change the teaching learning ecosystem within our schools? How do we integrate and aggregate that change so that we are able to, our teachers are equipped and schools are equipped to implement that change? When the NEP 2020 was announced on 29th of July, I think one of the things, the mood was euphoric. We were eager to move on, but there was a word of caution, and that was about the implementation. How do we ensure that horizontally, across the board, every village, city, town, district, and state, the whole nation, and in fact, that's something we can talk about, all nations. How do we embrace the change that needs to be done? The mindset change that goes into embracing that change, that I think is the biggest challenge. And also, not just horizontally, but vertically, how do we involve and engage all the stakeholders, whether they are parents, teachers, the community, business partners, of course, teachers and school leaders. They are, of course, crucial to the whole process of change. So how do we change mindsets, particularly in the time of this pandemic, when the challenges that we already face, the challenges of infrastructure, of manpower, skilled manpower, of last mile digital connectivity, and so on and so forth. In this time when the GDP is contracting, resources are becoming more limited now, how do we ensure that these changes do happen and at the pace at which we want it to happen? I'm reminded of the words of Mahatma Gandhi. He says, as human beings, our greatness lies not as much as in being able to remake the world, as in being able to remake ourselves. So it's important that we are ready for that change. And change can be overwhelming for many people, particularly when we are struggling with basic issues of survival in developing countries such as ours. In fact, in many countries, perhaps we share these common challenges. But how do we involve and engage every person to ensure that the pace of change takes place the way we want it to? After all, the experts had prophesied that in 5 years' time, the pace of global warming is going to be, it's going to be absolutely irreversible. Will that also happen with education? That is the question. These are the questions that come to my mind. I'm delighted to, of course, Valerie and Katie, both of you have been introduced, but I
once again warmly welcome you. We are short of time, so please go ahead, Valerie. We'd like to hear you. We'd like to, after we hear you on your video, we will ask a few questions and then carry on with Katie. Thank you so much for joining us today at this virtual conference. Valerie, over to you.
Well, I am assuming that the video will now play.
Forum, can we please play the video? We now have a 20-minute video.
Back in 2019 BC, that's before COVID, I was invited by the Australian Learning Lecture to consider the nature of the future school. I'd like to record my thanks to the Foundation for this opportunity, and I'd also like to express my admiration for the extraordinary contribution of Ellen Koshland in advancing Australian education. In doing this work, I found remarkable schools around the world well advanced in the work of creating institutions fit for the future. COVID interrupted that work and the work of every human on Earth. And the impact of COVID on schools will remain ambiguous, I think, for some years to come. Now, some people are understandably desperate to get their old lives back, to snap back to things as they were. Others see this as an extraordinary opportunity to step back and to ask ourselves some long overdue fundamental questions. I believe that it's vital that we seize this opportunity, that we don't just wait to slide back into the old patterns and habits and structures. Rather, we should be thinking about the longer term plans we can lay now to transform our schooling systems to be future fit. And the good news? We now have an immense number of examples to help us, a kind of global prototyping lab from which to learn. Seeing is believing. But if you were to be asked to pick out which schools should provide our guides, how would you go about it? Well, my thinking process went like this. There are evolving new models of schools around the world, but suggesting which provide models for the future can't just be a matter of personal opinion. A good way in is to look first at the organisations that focus on the future itself. How is it shaping up, and what does this mean for schools? My research showed that you can distill out of the work of such organisations sets of design principles for creating schools fit for the future. So the second step was identifying those principles. My research then looked at schools across the world that were using those principles in their work, with some remarkably encouraging outcomes. We look at future-focused schools in diverse settings, from California to Delhi, from New Zealand to Spain. There's a database of around 50, there could have been many more. And we explore the thinking that has led to their establishment, the practical new models that have resulted. And we consider what they might have to teach us about what a new normal could look like. One that is focused on creating the future the next generation needs. And out of that, some very interesting other patterns emerged. In this brief talk, I'm going to share these research findings with you and then make some suggestions about how to go forward. If this captures your interest, and I very much hope that it will, a short paper is available to you after this lecture, and a book will be forthcoming, we hope, early in the new year. Now, before getting stuck in, let me say, though, that one of the outcomes of the COVID catastrophe has been a resurgence of the view that the school as an institution has had its day, that the long-delayed promise of EdTech is about to be fulfilled. Soon, we won't need schools anymore, and EdTech will do to the institution of school what Amazon has done to shopping. Maybe the growth of pandemic pods will fuel this idea. Well, I passionately reject this suggestion, whilst I recognise that it is a possibility. As I'll argue later, the social institution of school is a vital component in thriving communities and in fostering the well-being of young people, if the institution is redesigned. And that redesign is even more imperative if we want our institutions to drive towards equity, as opposed to entrenching existing inequalities. So the beginning of my research journey was to review the global organizations that intentionally employ forms of futures thinking as a tool to support policy. In case you believe that futures thinking is an irrelevant academic activity, let's get clear. The future just kicked the door down. We can't assume steady state continuity with the past. There are discernible trends and also disruptions that profoundly impact the nature of life on Earth, and schools need to shape up to that reality. So here is the set of 23 organizations we looked at who intentionally factor in thinking about the nature of the future into their work on learning. No doubt there are more out there. Now, you can see they are diverse, ranging from intergovernmental research agencies to challenge prize sponsors to think tanks. And out of this review, it was possible then to distill sets of design principles of future-focused schools that were held in common, though they were sometimes expressed differently. These design principles form the heart of my findings, and they are the key practical takeaway for educators and leaders. They fall into 3 clusters. First, I found design principles that focus on values that future schools should manifest, on the operational philosophy that demonstrate those values in practice, and on the learner's experience of all of that. First then, values. Our surveyed organizations all privileged some key values for future schools in their work. Perhaps this reflects the fact that something important has been lost, a North Star. This is not to deny that many school leaders do already focus, or try to focus, on this issue, in some contexts finding it very difficult to do so in their prevailing accountability regimes. In looking at the initiatives in our data set, we found the following design principles relating to the concept of values. First, purpose-driven. Future schools are themselves focused on the purpose of both individual and collective thriving, and on helping their learners to acquire personal purpose, building their why. Equity-focused. Such schools should work to address inequities and social justice and help young people to do so. Third, promoting identity. And this principle suggests that each learner's social and cultural identity must be nurtured, cultivating a sense of belonging and of value. Next, strength-based. This principle asserts that the school recognizes and celebrates and builds from each and every individual's existing assets. Finally, relevant. And this proposes that learning be relevant to the local and the global community. Work that matters should be an important feature. The second set of principles focuses on operational philosophy. Values mean nothing if their force is not felt in translation to practice. So the organizations we looked at had assembled clear principles in this domain. They were, first, learning-focused. Learning is at the heart. So understanding how learning happens, the very best in research on learning sciences, underpin developments. And this applies to adult learning of all staff as well. Now, this is a critically important principle, and it is not axiomatic by any means in all schools today. Next, flexible and dynamic. The school should flexibly iterate different modes of teaching and learning to meet the evolving needs of learners and the wider world, to be agile, if you like. In an age of disruption, this is an imperative, as schools found out in 2020. Next, technology enhanced. Future schools use technology extensively and responsibly to liberate learning, amplify effective and diverse modalities, and to enable both personalization and collaboration. And finally, ecosystemic. This principle asserts the school should be seriously porous with many active partners in organizing learning. It will be deeply connected to its local community and also to the global community through technology to provide richer learning experiences and diverse pathways for learners. And then the third cluster. That focuses on learners' experience of all the previous principles. And that, of course, is crucial, because what's it like to be on the receiving end? We found a strong awareness of this issue in many of the organizations we surveyed, and it's reflected in the following principles. First, personalized. The learner's experience relates to her personal needs, passions, and development. These are at the centre, not the institution, the teacher, or external bodies of knowledge. Next, integrated. The learner experiences meaning through learning that transcends silos, building relevant connections both within and between disciplines. Inclusive. The culture is experienced as respectful and welcoming. Relational. Individuals are known. Good relationships are the basis for deep learning. Collaboration is the norm. And finally, empowering. Future schools build and leverage learner agency, providing opportunities for learners to take increasing responsibility and ownership over their learning. Now, I would be very surprised if any of these were completely unfamiliar to you. But ask yourself how often you see them fully realized and combined. Taken together, they give the coordinates of the new model. They aren't a recipe, they are the ingredients. And it's inspiring to see how schools across the world are combining and emphasizing them differently. When we compiled a database of schools that were utilizing these principles, and the book describes many of them in some depth, we also noticed another pattern emerging. Many of the schools utilizing these principles were also addressing some of the key challenges and opportunities of our time. The mission, of course, was for the benefit of their own young people, but they also had the big global issues in mind. And we found 6 areas where schools had explicitly and intentionally determined to make a difference to the future, and they were employing the design principles to help them do it. The first is that of schools aiming to grow ethical leadership. Such schools give primacy to the notion that the future demands new kinds of leadership, ethical, democratized. Here is Jeff Holt, who runs the Liger Leadership Academy in Phnom Penh, a school shaped to create the leaders the future needs. This is a country ravaged by a traumatic past.
We take very seriously our goals. We call them leadership competencies, and it's things like vision and influence, about networking, about problem solving, about communication and collaboration, and dot connecting, being able to connect dots and solve problems, being able to understand how one thing impacts another thing. And that is really the basis for our whole curriculum. So it's not just an add-on, as many people talk about, but those kinds of competencies, these leadership competencies, are skills that will bring them into the future. And in particular, our students in Cambodia, in the next 20 or 30 years, we believe these literally are the skills that they need to create a better economy and a better country. But in addition to that, we also think about their future skills, not only of just competencies like being able to network, being able to communicate effectively and so on, but also who people are. The ethics and the values that people hold are very important to us, and it's very important in Cambodia to rebuild people that are leaders that have strong value systems and that really understand, that are globally minded, understand the world, and care about other people. So we do things that are real world projects. We have a group of students that are working on marine biology in the coast off of Cambodia. They have become the first certified scuba divers in the country, and they are working with people, with researchers from all over the world to try to save the habitat off the coast. So this is a 3-year project, so it's very authentic and very real, and it really makes a huge impact. They presented at international conferences. And I give you one example, but I could give you 100 examples of things like that our students are doing. And my point is that when you do things like that, when you are doing things that are authentic, that are real, and that are impactful, that actually make a difference, it is motivating for students. So for the first time really in my whole career, I've seen students be completely engaged in their learning. Every day, they want to make a difference. They want to work on these larger initiatives that can create change. I guess the second part of it is really the idea of the world as a classroom. There are 7 billion people in the world, more than 7 billion people. And we think at Liger that pretty much everyone works together with our students at Liger to learn and work on projects together. So Every single day, our students are working with people from all over the world, working with mentors to work on projects. We have a very critical and amazing staff that works with them, but oftentimes we don't really know anything about the project. For example, I'm working on this satellite project with these students. I don't know anything about satellites, but I'll tell you, I know a lot more now, but our students are literally satellite experts because the whole world has opened up. And so really the idea of a teacher at school, we really question the whole notion of who's working, who's helping students learn. But the real answer that we've been working on for years is everyone.
As you heard from Jeff, design principles of purpose, ecosystemic, and empowering are especially important. And this is a fast expanding field. The United World Colleges, Future Nations Schools Africa, Mary L. Booker Leadership Academy, Nova Pioneer Schools, and many others. There seems to be a felt need to address the leadership deficit in this world of ours. Leadership based not on class or wealth or entitlement, but on competence and values. The way in which COVID-19 played out globally threw into sharp relief how critical, wise, competent leadership was. Now, the second archetype is of schools building our technological future. In the Kozen schools in Japan, for example, and schools such as Chungnam Samsung Academy, Korea, or Warana Park here in Australia, we found schools that take as their guiding mission the idea that we need to create young people who are not just consumers, victims, or objects of technology, but rather who combine technological confidence and competence with a value frame that serves humanity. The evolution of this type of school may be a fundamental part of our overall quest to thrive. Naturally, design principles of technology enhanced and learning focus, amongst others, are preeminent. Third, we see schools devoted to our environmental thriving. The Green School in Indonesia, and now also in New Zealand and Mexico, is representative of schools giving primacy to the idea that we have no future unless every child becomes environmentally literate, passionate, and active. At the Green School, the curriculum design is derived from its key principles of relevance, purpose, relational, and of course, ecosystemic. This is a fast expanding category worldwide too. Worldwide examples include the Academy for Global Citizenship in the US, the Muse Schools, California, Forest Schools, and many others. Fourth, we see schools committed to enabling their learners to navigate the fast-changing world of work and employment. This archetype comprises schools that are particularly focused on the idea that the future labour market will be disrupted and volatile, and that to ensure their future prosperity, learners need to become career navigators. There are numerous examples: Latitude School, California, schools in the pioneering Big Picture family across the world, like Launceston here in Tasmania. These make internships a central part of their offer to introduce their learners to multiple models of a working life. We're seeing schools that grow entrepreneurs and change makers. Learn Life Barcelona is representative of the numerous schools now addressing the challenge of growing the world's capacity to create and manage change and innovation. This rapidly growing field is becoming increasingly studied. It includes schools like the Riverside School in Gujarat and Nuvu Studios in the US. These schools are drawing upon design principles for learning that develop the entrepreneurial competencies and the value frame that drives motivation to make change for the common good. The practical impact of those design principles is directly felt. In the case of Learn Life, for example, a very different way of using time and of structuring the working week. Finally, the schools that give particular emphasis to nurturing a sense of identity in their learners. Ngā Tapu Wai in Auckland, New Zealand, is archetypal of schools whose foremost mission is to help young people develop and discover their human identity. And all through school, educating from kindergarten to year 13, the school's ethos is that students need a strong and embedded understanding of themselves as Maori, as a proud and productive people pre- and post-colonisation. And this school believes that in order to create successful futures, young people need to discover who they are, together with a sense of belonging. Here is Arahia Sterling, the much honoured principal of the school.
We really need to ensure that our children come from a space where they feel safe about their self-identity, which will improve their self-efficacy because they understand who they are, why they are, where they've come from. That's totally different to just teaching a person something. In terms of us as Māori, we come from quite a broken space. And our children need to understand that you don't need to remain feeling deprived from being Māori. You can actually still be Māori in a much, much better world that recognise their Māoriness. When our students know how important their Māoriness is, then everything's important. So when they know how important their language is, then everything's important. I believe that the future for our students in terms of their identity is far more important because the world's asking a different type of human being now. And the world is asking for someone that knows how to connect, truly connect with an energy that another person requires you to connect to. And that's what we require in our culture, that you're truly present, that what you're saying is honest, that what you are saying is dignified and it doesn't belittle people, that you check yourself and you be the best part of yourself because that's what you expect you to be as a Māori person. So when you look at the world and the way in which we need to engage now, it's about relationships. Entrepreneurialism means that the more that you can make someone understand your space and understand that you would be safe in their space and vice versa, is a much more important commodity than handing over a piece of paper with a whole lot of things on it saying that you can be that person. And the new dimensions of education systems is identity, and how valuable it is that every child in the world has one, and how do we capture that to enrich their learning experience and return joy to them.
Let me say clearly, no school is about just one thing. But in this research, I found that first, there are usable, clear design principles available for the future schools, and they are being modelled across the world for educators to explore and adopt or adapt. And second, there is emerging a movement in which schools are engaging themselves deeply in the biggest challenges of our time. They are addressing them head on. They believe schools should no longer exist in a separate bubble. My final observations come back to the issue of leadership. Many, though by no means all, many of the examples of schools we have found that are intentionally working to be future fit are operating outside of the publicly funded systems. Across the world, numerous startups are appearing. A few are state-sponsored, such as in Beijing and Qatar. School chains, utilising configurations of the design principles described earlier, are multiplying, from United World Colleges, micro schools such as Agile Learning Centres, Quantum Camp, Acton Academy, Round Square, Whittle Schools and Studios, many more. Now, too few such schools are available to the disadvantaged, since so many are fee-paying or independent. And a serious concern is that the most advantaged will access future-facing schools, whilst many schools in the public sector remain constrained by the old paradigm. It is partly, I think, because the public will has not yet been built to effect a shift, and partly because teachers are not trusted sufficiently to reorient in these directions. Too many schools are stuck in the slow lane. So what can leaders do to bring their systems up to speed? Of course, this isn't just a question for leaders. There's a need for learners and parents too to get proactive. But in addressing this professional audience, I offer 3 ideas which I see as a priority. The first is to build the public will for change. A major blockage to change is politicians' assumptions about what the public wants or will tolerate. But they have a role in creating a different culture of expectation. And the pandemic may help in that, since so much is being re-evaluated. We need new narratives of what education is for and what it can be. The diverse experiences of parents, educators, and young people of the disruption of learning during the pandemic can be a springboard for the development of such narratives. Second, encourage a different professional debate. How might we encourage informed, systematic debate about the school design principles, what they mean, what they're based on, where's the research on how they're best implemented, and what are the practical implications? The set of principles laid out here have been synthesized from the work of some of the key future-focused organizations in an iterative process with innovative practitioners. That doesn't make them comprehensive. No doubt others will arise. So, whether as a leader of a system or as a leader within a school, creating learning communities committed to exploring future-focused design could become a priority. And then creating the conditions where the selected principles can be systematically enacted in practice authentically. This is what creates the school fit for the future. What's important is to show how this is doable and with powerful effect. Third, become leaders who really lead. System leaders, the public servants, sometimes pejoratively termed bureaucrats, they have a particularly crucial role in offering real leadership. They need to enrich the ideas pool and the evidence upon which politicians can rely. And they need an unbureaucratic mindset, more outward-looking, more curious, and open to new developments. Informed by design principles, they need to be more willing to consider different uses of time and space, people and technology. In closing, let me say this. A school of the future should not be imagined as, on the one hand, adjuncts of the powerful new technologies, nor even as new community centres. I believe we need to see them as a fundamental element in the range of new solutions humankind must evolve if we are to overcome and transcend the existential challenges that confront us. Schools have by no means outlived their usefulness. On the contrary, they are vital institutions, but only if they're redesigned. An environmental revolution that saves our habitat and our existence upon it. A transformed approach to other species, genuinely democratic, equitable societies, personal well-being. None of this is achievable unless we develop institutions that are explicitly aimed at bigger objectives than heretofore. It's about the development of new humans. In short, it's about how we are to thrive. And I believe that transformed schools are key to achieving this vision for our futures. And I know now there are schools who are intent on doing it. With the right leadership, it can become every school's journey.
Thank you, Valerie. That was a very inspiring presentation. And one can see the passion, one can sense and hear the passion in your voice. I think as the co-founder of GELP, you've done a global scan of schools and given us a good idea, good insight into what innovations are taking place in the world. We're short of time, so I think I'll go straight to Kathy to allow her to ask you a question before I can ask you some questions. Thank you. Over to you, Kathy.
Thanks very much, Dr. Seth. And I was wondering if anyone in the audience would like to ask a question of Valerie whilst she's here, because she has to leave to attend another meeting in about 6 or 7 minutes. So perhaps indicate, put up your hand, and you could ask.
Could I start with a question?
Certainly, yeah.
So Valerie, you've been a senior advisor to OECD, and You're talking about the Education 2030 project, where one of the objectives or the recommendations was to give agency to students to navigate themselves through unfamiliar contexts and co-create their own knowledge. Now, these are all, whatever you've spoken about, as well as what we're talking about now, these are very high value agendas. They need to be taken very seriously. My concern is when children co-create their own knowledge, teachers need to be skilled facilitators to allow them to go in the direction, the desirable direction, as well as not just that, but how do you assess the knowledge they've created? The assessment, the implementation and assessment both are a question mark in our minds.
Dr. Rishi, thank you very much for the question, and may I apologize to the audience. I'm so sorry about this, but in 5 minutes I have another meeting that I'm chairing and I have to go to. So unfortunately your overrun on time has meant that my presence is a bit foreshortened, but Kathy will be with you and is very familiar with the work of the Future School programme that the Australian Learning Lecture kicked off. And so I'm sure she'll be able to expand on many of these issues. And I'm also particularly sorry not to be able to engage in some dialogue with Sister Gracie Paul. I want you to know that I am a graduate of the Convents of Jesus and Mary, but here in London. So indeed, how many of us are there? I was amazed to see that that's where you're from. So to your question, Dr. Rishi, the issue of learner agency, which I'm delighted that the OECD have raised and given such prominence to, is reflected very much in this research on the future school. And it strands through a bit like lettering the rock, really, because the point is, and I'm sure this piece of theory does not need to be rehearsed with you, that unless young people are equipped to achieve a sense of personal agency, they are not going to be in a position to shape the future, to be proactive in shaping the future that they need and that they want. And I think, you know, one can easily bring to mind global exemplars, excuse me, such as Greta Thunberg, who demonstrate that young people don't have to be passive recipients of what older people, what adults have bequeathed them, but rather they can become very proactive in their world. Now, in the context of the school, Dr. Rishi, you raise a really, really important point, and I take it seriously, because if we are to enable young people to acquire responsible agency, and by the way, if you look at the OECD's framework, it's a sophisticated one. This is not talking about being completely personally autonomous and doing exactly what you like when you like, because we talk also about co-agency, about the capacity and the need indeed to collaborate responsibly with others in pursuing collectively identified goals. But in considering all of that, the challenge to teachers is indeed a very powerful one, because it does entail a shift in pedagogy, a shift in how you conceive of curriculum, which our teacher training institutions at the moment are not preparing teachers to embrace. So there's a very considerable shift towards enabling a new model for teaching, which both respects teachers' mastery and expertise in subject area. You know, they're not, in my view at any rate, to be merely guides on the side who kind of passively observe what's going on. But rather, the metaphor I would employ would be to think about teachers more as choreographers who can bring terrific content to the learning experience, but also choreograph different opportunities for learning, which are far more personalized to the learner. And that means a really delicate blend between bringing content material in, especially in the early years, of course. You know, there's no getting around the fact that teachers are absolutely central to ensuring that young people acquire the basic and fundamental literacies. And I'm not just talking about reading, writing, and so forth. I'm talking about digital literacy particularly, and a series of others as well. But beyond that, into the later years, you can think about it as a kind of digital equalizer or a kind of a balance in which the balance shifts from the teacher controlling every aspect of what the learner learns, pretty much, to it becoming increasingly for the learner to determine the sphere of activity in which she can take a lead and which she relies upon her teacher to choreograph great materials, great resources, great learning opportunities to realize that. Now, of course, coming finally to your point about assessment, it does entail, again, more sophisticated forms of assessment. But as I look around the world, it seems to me that the area of our biggest innovation at the moment and frustration, I think, is in assessment. And that teachers and educators everywhere are saying, look,
absolutely,
our assessment systems are completely inadequate to capture what is going on in education today. And so, I mean, Kathy may want to speak about this too, particularly in Australia. There's a real flourishing of new approaches, which include portfolios, which include mini credentials, which include really far more sophisticated ways of recognizing learning, because that's what we're trying to do. So the two go hand in hand, really, I think, and I think you're completely right to put those two together. They fit together and they are both equally challenging. So thank you for the question.
Valerie, that's wonderful, because there's a lot of new learning we're taking away from you, but there's also a lot of validation that we are on the right track with some of the initiatives that we are taking in our schools.
Great to hear.
So thank you very much for that answer. And Kathy, would you like to now take because I know both of you have worked together, the intersection of your work with Valerie is GELP, and you both are working tremendously and passionately in transforming schools. And I know that your core area, Kathy, has been on intercultural competencies, building intercultural competencies. So would you like to speak a little on that?
I can do so.
So with that, I'm afraid I must make my farewells and make my way to another meeting, for which I do so apologise. I had hoped to be with you for the full session, but your late timing has meant that I simply can't be there. So thank you for this opportunity.
Then give us a second, because Sister Gracie wants to thank you.
Yes. Ma'am Kathy, Ma'am Valerie, I'm so privileged to meet a CJMite online. And I'm the person I don't know how to thank you. It was such an inspiring lesson, the session which you gave us to be a leader. And we will take your insights and your suggestions for our schools to create a school for future. Thank you and God bless you. And I'm happy to meet a CJMite.
Well, thank you. And as was remarked at the beginning, I look forward to the day when we can meet again in person and I can revisit India, a country I love. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank
Goodbye.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, perhaps I can just add a little bit. Thank you very much for that question to me, Dr. Ritchie. And I wanted just to add something to what Valerie was saying about assessment. And the fact is that this has been, how we assess students has been one of the greatest challenges and barriers to change and to transformation in our schools. But as Valerie said, there is activity right across the world now, looking at new assessment systems that are going to be better suited to the sorts of capabilities that we want our young people to develop, those leadership capabilities, capabilities in critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, teamwork. Something that's been quite encouraging is that the OECD themselves have embarked on a major strategy to look at how competencies like this can be assessed. And starting right back in 2014, as part of, excuse me, as part of the PISA assessments, the big global assessments that have focused traditionally for many years on literacy and numeracy and science. Now there's a program of looking at innovative assessments. So right back in 2014, the first of those international assessments was made on students' capacity to work in teams. In 2018, the second innovative assessment was around global competence, actually assessing students' capacity to be globally competent, a most relevant capability in our world today. And in 2 years' time, the next innovative assessment from the OECD will be in creativity, something that people right around the world have been discussing. We know creativity is important, but how can we assess if students are achieving it or if we're achieving it in our schools? So many people in the world look to the OECD to measure. It has a league table of what is said to be the most high-performing education systems in the world. So even a body at this level is now really seriously doing work on how do we broaden out the assessment of young people beyond academic knowledge. And as a final comment on that, there's a very significant movement towards this in Australia right now. We've had a situation where we've had a year 12 exam, a set of exams, one set of high stakes testing that resulted in one numerical score for students that determined how they got into university. And there's been a big movement in Australia saying, this isn't good enough. We know we have employers telling us that the one single attribute they need in future employees, it was something that a previous speaker in the previous session spoke about, change resilience, the ability to be adaptable, the ability to be resilient and embrace change. That's one example, but employers are also saying we need people who can work collaboratively. And importantly, we need people who can work collaboratively right around the world. They need intercultural understanding. And we need our young people to be creative. So there's been a big gap in what we seem to be valuing in education by what we measure, which is academic achievement, versus what we now know we have to be assessing, which are this broader set of capabilities. And we are looking now, we had a major report in Australia the end of last year that called for those high stakes exams to be replaced by a learner profile, a profile that was going to gather critical information about each student, yes, their academic performance, but also how they're tracking in this broader range of contemporary capabilities that they require. Looking perhaps at a part-time job they have and what they're learning through that. Volunteer work that they might be doing where they're having an opportunity to be a leader. Something that they're passionate about. It might be something to do with the environment or animals or art. What skills are they actually getting from that are contributing to them as a broader person? And our universities are largely on board with this. They're really interested in having a much broader assessment of young people that's more relevant to the world today to be able to assess their suitability for further study.
Thank you so much, Kathy. I think you have worked in many countries all over the world, especially with the Asian countries. So your multi-ethnic experience, perhaps, what is the gist that you derive from this? Because in one of the earlier sessions, Mr. Rajiv Chandran had said that intercultural competencies should not be a part of the school agenda. It should be a byproduct of the curriculum or of the learning process. What do you have to say to that?
Well, I think that perhaps what he was referring to is that you have to have experience of intercultural understanding to really learn and develop the skills and knowledge and mindset of operating interculturally. And I would agree with that. I don't think it's something that we include in the curriculum and say, okay, Today in this class, you're all going to learn how to be interculturally competent. I think that
Yes.
you've got to provide opportunities for young people to actually experience that in an authentic way and develop those skills themselves. One program that my organisation has been running for some 10 years now is an international school partnership program. And increasingly, we're using technologies to link people together. Now, that means that young people can actually work with each other, right from India and Australia, right around the world. They can work on common curriculum projects together. They might embark on a joint project to look at the water quality in their local river or air quality. They might share artwork that they're doing together. They might do a project or a survey that has something to do with geography or with history or with a whole range of learning areas that they might be working on in school. But they have the chance to actually work together and to find out how other people think about things, how other people might do things, to work out ways that they can work with people, that they can work through a language barrier to be able to communicate to people. And I think there's fantastic opportunities in today's world to enable our young people to have those experiences, particularly through the technologies that are just developing all the time. And when we started the Bridge program 10 years ago, the technology was really difficult. It was a big challenge. It was actually a barrier in a way to people being able to communicate. But today it's so much easier that people can all be in the one room together. They can be in the one class together. So I think to really achieve any level of depth and intercultural understanding, you need to be providing opportunities for young people to operate interculturally. And sometimes, of course, that's within their own country. It doesn't have to be international. Australia, like India, is a really multicultural country. So it's really important to be able to be working with the diversity in our own communities, getting to know and understand each other better and develop in a way, a new way of operating that incorporates what everybody brings to the table.
So that actually resonates with us because our Prime Minister has ensured that every school in India, every school in a state collaborates and partners with another school or the culture of another state in India. And I think here today in the auditorium, we have many of our partner schools from overseas with whom we've been collaborating for a long time. And I hope this goes right into the interiors of India because the digital divide now doesn't necessarily need to become an impediment. It is now, a weapon in our hands to be able to actually leverage technology in the way that we want to for our advantage, for the advantage of our children. So that's wonderful. There's one last question if we have the time. Malini, do we have the time to take one last question from one of the teachers?
Would you please invite them? And yes, we'll talk to Kathy after that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think they don't have the rights to put their camera on, so I'm going to take this question from them. This is Shilpika Das, and she says, at one point of time, you talked of developing a learning outcomes charter for a particular group of schools. Can we hope to have available for reference such a charter in the near future so that learning outcomes can be standardized and teachers may align the pedagogy to their learning objectives and outcomes?
I'm wondering if the questioner is referring to what I talked about before, the learner profile. Is that what she's referring to?
Perhaps.
Yeah. And I would be very happy. That's a work in progress at the moment, but there are some prototypes for it. And I'd be very happy to share one significant prototype that has been developed in one of our states in Australia, in South Australia, by the State Curriculum and Assessment Board. And it's a very simple diagram. I can't just flick to it now, but I'm very happy to pass it on to Dr. Ruchi or the organisers of the conference, and to put it in your pack of resources. But there's significant amount of work happening right around the world in this area. Another area that you could look at is a very impressive US approach called Mastery Transcript. And if you just look on the internet for Mastery Transcript, you'll see a really well-developed learner profile that's been used now increasingly extensively in the United States and in other countries around the world. And it's a version of what I was speaking about.
Thank you so much, Kathy. Would you like to say anything more about your works that you're doing? If it's not past your bedtime. I know it's beyond 10 p.m. for you.
It's getting on for 11 p.m. here in Australia.
Oh dear, sorry
Ruchi,
about
I
that.
think you should request sister to propose a vote of thanks, please.
All right. So Kathy, one last final word from you.
Well, look, I was really just going to thank you for inviting both Valerie and myself today to speak to your conference. As you can see, we feel very passionate about the need to transform schools to be fit for the future. That's all of us here. Our core work is to equip our young people for the future. And the future is different to now, and it's certainly different to the past. And we need to be doing things differently in our schools. And that's some of the things that we've spoken about. And I do hope that you find Valerie's research of use. There is a paper, Malini, that I can send to you that goes with the lecture. And I'll make sure that I do that in the next 24 hours. So you can put it with the resources of the conference, and that outlines all of those design principles and archetypes. So thank you very much for inviting us.
Thank you, Kathy, and thank you, Valerie, in absentia. Sister Gracie, over to you for the final words of gratitude.
Thank you, Dr. Ruchi. I thank for the insights and the new informations which we have received from these sessions. The panelists, Ms. Valerie and Ms. Kathy, very well augmented our understanding of schools of future. As globalization and rapid advancements in technology continue to transform civic space and the world of work, education systems need to have personalized, integrated, inclusive, and an empowering approach. That's what Ms. Valerie suggests on how to make schools future fit was a great learning experience for all of us. Education models must adapt to equip children with the skills to create a more inclusive, cohesive, and predictive world so that in future we have leaders who really lead. Ms. Kathy's suggestions on growing ethical leadership so that we can go beyond academic knowledge is the need of the hour. I quote, education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it. Thank you very much, both the panelists, as well as my colleague, Dr. Ruchi Seth, for moderating this session. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you, Sister Gracie. And thank you, Malini. The day has been full of fantastic deliberations and a lot of takeaways.
I to thank Dr. Malini Narayan for your encouragement that for this day's suggestions you and your team have given to each one of us to prepare schools for future.
Thank you, dear speakers, for elaborating upon the futuristic trends in education in this wonderful session. We would like to acknowledge all our esteemed and scholarly speakers who took time out of their busy schedules and showered us with their pearls of wisdom and knowledge. We are truly humbled by their presence. Thank you once again. Let me now invite Mrs. Malini Narayanan, Chairperson NPSC, to present her closing remarks for the day.
Very good evening. It's morning to evening since we met. And Kathy, first, let me begin with you. Thank you so much. And dear audience, the taste of the pudding is in eating it. If the last session has 2,500 attendees listening to Kathy and Valerie, it talks about the success of the event. And Kathy, I must tell you, Kathy has helped us. And you would have seen in the video, some of the speakers of the day. We began with Miss Aria, and Kathy had introduced her to us. And it is just providence that you see her school in the afternoon session. So thank you so much, Kathy. The multiple speakers, the many international renowned addressees today were a gift to the NPSC by Kathy. And guess who introduced us to Kathy? It is Dr. Amita Mulavatal. So my heartfelt thanks to Amita, who's a part of the GELP, and for getting us all together like this. So Kathy, my heartfelt gratitude, and first my sincere apologies that we overshot, and we were so eager to listen to Valerie, but we had to really, she had to leave, and my sincere apologies for that. Today we had a session with no lunch and no tea. So lest I am legally prosecuted for human rights violation, I promise you we will keep time tomorrow, and a sincere request to all the participants, do join us at 10:30 in the morning tomorrow. We'll be ready for a new set of interesting sessions through the day. And Kathy, you would be happy to know that we have our partner schools invited at session 9. Request you to be with us if you can. It'll be an interesting session. Thank you once again, dear audience. Thank you so much for staying with us late till 5:30. The promise was 4:30, but we meet again tomorrow at 10:30 sharp. Till then, meet you again. Enjoy yourself and happy learning. Thank you.